it, we will say, good day to you all this day of your time. We will begin this transmission with the idea that we have called writing your life story. Now, we have discussed from time to time the idea that one of the strongest ways there is of both imparting and retaining information of any kind is to place that information in a certain kind of pattern, a certain kind of structure that you on your planet call the story structure. When you tell a story, in whatever form, in whatever medium you choose to do so, be it a book, be it a film, be it your television, or any other form you have on your planet, or simply sitting around one of your campfires, the idea is that the structure of the story, the way in which the story is told, is very important in order for the maximization of the retention of the information imparted in that story. All of you know, instinctively, in a sense, the difference between a well-told story and a story that does not really grab your attention. You don't necessarily always know why the story may not be as engaging as it could be. And you always know when it is very, very, very engaging. But you don't always necessarily know why one or the other works or not. The reason why a story works is because it is resonating within a particular structure called story structure, or what on your planet has been euphemistically labeled the hero's journey. This archetypal structure has existed not only on your planet for thousands upon thousands of years, but also, in certain ways, works in other realities as well. Now, of course, it will always be somewhat different. The structure may vary subtly or even greatly from reality to reality, from civilization to civilization. Nevertheless, the basic, fundamental story structure is common to many different realities, especially those that are somewhat similar to your own in terms of being in physical reality. The idea of why story structure allows information to be imparted so strongly and retained so strongly over time is because not only is it that the structure imparts the information, not only is it some kind of skeleton, in a sense, upon which you can flesh out the story, but the structure itself is actually archetypally imprinted in your consciousness. Many people who are familiar with telling stories, people that are storytellers, writers, whatever you wish to call them, sometimes innately or instinctively understand that within a story, there may be many different types of archetypes used to represent and symbolize certain principles, certain ideas within the story, but not many individuals understand that story structure itself is an archetype and is actually firmly embedded, firmly ingrained in the structure of your consciousness, of your physical mind itself. That is why when someone tells a story that uses story structure in an appropriate manner, what that means is they are striking the right chords. They are, in that sense, hitting all of the correct resonances that are embedded within your physical mind consciousness, within your physical mind structure. It is similar to the idea of playing music, hitting all the right tones, hitting all the right chords, hitting all the right harmonics, because it is as though that structure is already inside your being, already part of your frequency. And by simply plucking the right chord outside, you are causing a harmonic, sympathetic vibration to start resonating in the structure inside your consciousness. So when a story is told in a certain format that includes all of the appropriate points, structures, resonance, it will actually start those structures vibrating and resonating within your consciousness so as to allow you to more strongly identify with what is being said, to place yourself in that situation, in that story that is being told to you, so that it feels more like it's actually happening to you. And when something feels like it's happening to you, then it feels like a true experience. And when it feels like a true experience, you retain that information. It becomes ingrained within you. It becomes a part of your vibration. It becomes part of who you are. That is how story structure works, to cause the structure within you to resonate, to vibrate, so that it feels like you're actually having a real experience. The more strongly you can adhere to the story structure, then the more strongly the experience will lock into your being. The more strongly you will retain all the information that is contained in that experience, and you will remember it for a lifetime, and even beyond a single lifetime. Because as you create certain stories that resonate strongly with that structure, these stories are handed down from generation to generation. They become legends, as you call them. And they exceed the course of any one lifetime, the span of any one lifetime, and are repeated and repeated and told from generation to generation. The idea of why you remember certain people more strongly than others in terms of the things that they may accomplish, the things that they may choose to do in life, is because of the way their story is told. And perhaps even more importantly, the way they lived their story, so that it can be told in a manner that is in keeping and in alignment and in harmony with that story structure that is embedded within your consciousness. So this leads us to the understanding that if you yourselves wish your own lives to be experienced in a much more powerful way, in a much more palpable way, in a much more tangible way, and you wish in that sense to feel that experience more strongly, more immediately, more viscerally within your own lives, you can actually use story structure to create your activities, to harmonize and align with those ideas, that archetype, in such a manner as to allow you to experience your own life more strongly, and to allow others to experience the idea of the true nature of your being more strongly, as well as by telling your life, in a sense, in a story manner, you allow others to resonate, to understand, to identify with your experience much more strongly, because then they can take your experience and make it their own. They can adapt your experience to their understanding, because it contains the archetypal story structure in such a manner that it is easily interchangeable, easily, as you say, able to be plugged in to their own story. And in that sense, they can feel your story more keenly. You can share information more keenly from person to person by using that structure. This is why the future of education on your planet will contain more and more interactivity, more and more play acting. For as you play out the ideas of what it is you are learning as a subject, as you interact with it in a more active way, in a more story-like way, then children will learn, will absorb that information much more readily, in much the same way that when they see your television show or your film, they retain that story much more readily. They understand the concepts being imparted in that story much more readily than simply sitting and listening to the idea of a list of facts or dates. If placed within context of a story structure, then it is much easier for people to identify with those historical events, and much more easily can they place themselves in that time period, feeling that they themselves are living those events and feeling the vibration within their beingness as if it is actually happening to them, and thus then retaining it as if it truly is their own experience. And with that retention, thus then comes the absorption of the understanding of the principles imparted within that story. You learn by doing. You learn by experience. And thus, in that way, story structure is one of the strongest ways to allow others to experience the information that you may wish to share. Now, how does this apply to your own life? If you have a thorough understanding of story structure as it has been presented on your planet, then you can apply this in many circumstances and situations in your life, first and foremost of which is the idea of the story that you tell yourself within your own mind, within your own heart, about who and what you are. By speaking to yourself in story structure terms, by looking at the idea of your beliefs and your definitions, as we have discussed them, in the idea that you are telling yourself a story every time you buy into a belief, every time you define something. You are making that a part of your story, the story of who and what you are, and who you wish to be, and how you wish to express yourself, and how you wish to grow. The story you tell yourself about yourself will allow you to more clearly understand how to place the beliefs and definitions in that story structure that will work best for you, for the story that you are. Because remember, story structure is already embedded in your consciousness in a unique way that is relevant to you, to your signature vibration. And thus, by telling yourself a story about yourself that is in alignment with that particular story structure, you will be far more capable of structuring the story that will allow you to express yourself in a clear manner, a more powerful manner, a more joyful and exciting manner. Writing the appropriate story structure for every situation that you are in will allow you to live that story out in a much more powerful way. Now, we will get to the idea later on in this transmission of living the story structure, but first, before you can live the story structure, you must understand more clearly how to write that story within yourselves so that you have the appropriate structure within you that then can be lived in your reality. So, writing the story structure of your life, writing your story in the manner that you wish to, in the way you wish to, very important to aid and assist you in gaining clarity about who and what you are. If you study the idea, thus then, of story structure, you will understand it contains certain components. Of course, the being you call the hero of the story, which, of course, in this case, is you. You are the hero of your story. Now, we understand on your planet, this hero is sometimes called the protagonist, and that in many, many cases, in most story structures, there is what you call the antagonist, or in your colloquial language, the villain. Now, this does not have to mean that your story structure needs to contain suffering in the old way that you choose to define that. but it will contain and must contain challenges that allow you to grow, that allow you to transform yourself by transforming those challenges. So in this case, in no matter what form they come, you must understand that it is very important to allow challenges to continue to exist in your story structure, in the story of your life. We understand many people on your planet in this transformational age, in what you call New Age thought, will often make an attempt to completely eliminate the idea of challenge in their lives, to completely and utterly eliminate the idea of limitation in their lives, to completely and utterly eliminate the idea of resistance in your life. And for the most part, you can transform these things in very magical ways to allow your life far more joy, far greater effortlessness in the manifestation of what it is you prefer. But as long as you choose to have a physical experience, you will never completely eliminate the idea of challenge, resistance, or limitation. That would be counterproductive to the idea of experiencing yourself as a physical being and experiencing yourself as a story. For a story requires the idea of overcoming challenges, of transforming yourself from something you were to something you will be. And the only way that you can actually experience that process of transformation, which is the entire point of living your life, in a sense, the entire purpose of living your life, in a sense, is to have some form of resistance or limitation or challenge to transform. So, the idea is that while you will transform these things greatly, you will continue to use these things to your benefit. The idea of retaining some degree of limitation, some degree of resistance, some degree of challenge in your life does not have to be defined in a negative way. There are positive limitations, positive resistances, positive challenges, and you have to be able to tell the difference. So the idea is that while you may truly transform all the negative ones, or at least most of them in your lifetime, you do not want to eliminate the positive ones, because the positive ones, the utilization of the positive limitations and resistances and challenges are what allow you to transform the negative ones. This is the great paradox of storytelling structure. You actually can learn to use limitation to transform limitation, to use resistance to transform resistance, to use positive challenge to transform negative obstacle. This is the great secret of storytelling. Because the idea of storytelling is that there is what you call a change, an arc, a transformation in your character from the beginning to the end, and in many places throughout the story. But the idea is that still at the end, even though the hero may be greatly transformed, they are still, important word, they are still relevant to the reality they are in. Because if they transform beyond being relatable and relevant, then no information is transferred to those watching or listening to the story. You have to remain in context in order to have transferred the lesson learned so that others may use the experience for themselves. And that means that even though you will be less limited, experience less resistance, experience less negativity in your challenges, you will still remain within the context of the physical reality that is, by definition, composed of certain kinds of positive limitations, resistances, and challenges in order for your story to be relatable to others wishing to apply that story to themselves, wishing to learn from your experience. So please do not assume that you will simply eliminate all such limitations, all such resistances, and all such challenges. Those things, in the context of physical reality, do not actually stop until you leave physical reality, until you cross over into non-physical reality. And even then, you can still create the experience of story structure with certain kinds of challenges, certain kinds of activities and resistances, and certain kinds of ideas that you might label a limitation, in order to experience, yet again, another challenging and exciting story. They will be different on that level, very different, far more free in a sense, far less limited in certain ways. You will not be using the same palette of colors, but there will still be a palette. So the idea is that story structure exists on many different levels, and you will not really divest yourself of it at all, completely, on all of those levels. It will become more refined, it will become more streamlined, it will become more immediate, it may involve less space, less time, but the idea of story, the story you tell yourself about who and what you are, exists all the way up to the level of all that is. Because all of you and all of us are simply a story. All that is telling itself about itself. We, you, all together are the story of all that is. It is the story it knows itself to be. The only level in which story structure doesn't exist at all is the one. But the one doesn't know itself, doesn't experience itself. By definition, the one is just everything, the one without differentiation. So there is no experience of the self, there is no story. The first level of reflection from the one creates the story of the one being all that is. That is the first story. Then, all the components of all that is are all the stories, all the different ways that all that is can be a story, all the different stories of all that is. You are a story of all that is. We are a story of all that is. All beings in creation are a variety of infinite stories of all that is. Your story is as valuable, as relevant to all that is as any story. For without your story, all that is incomplete, doesn't have a total story structure. Now, the story structure of all that is obviously very, 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 very much more complex than your individual story, although your individual story does contain great richness and great complexity. But complexity doesn't mean it has to be complicated in the negative sense. It can still be smooth, joyful, effortless, exciting, while still having challenges, resistances, and limitations in a positive context that you can apply to your experience, to your journey, to your story, in order to grow your story, to expand your story, to enrich your story, and allow your story to resonate at the fullest pitch of your being. So, first and foremost, before you can express that, before you can live that story, again, the story structure, making sure that the template is there to allow for all the chords to be hit, for all the harmonics to be involved, for all the notes to be played that are relevant to your tune, your story, your song, must be there so that you can pluck the ones that will resonate in others and in all that is. As we have said, and as many of you can simply do your own research on your own planet to find out what story structure is, there is the hero. There is the obstacle that must be overcome. Often in the story structure, then, you also see there is what is called the call to action. That is the idea of what it is that you're all about. Your excitement, your passion is the call to action. that pulls you from what might be your less preferred life toward the one you really do prefer. From the you that is defined in a way that is not aligned with your true self toward the you that is perfectly in alignment with who you know you are. The call to action, that mission, that purpose, that expression, as you call it, on your planet, to move forward, to take a step, to take action in some direction because you are compelled to, because it drives you, because it pulls you, it attracts you. And you find that even though at first there may be resistance due to inertia, familiarity, or any of a number of other reasons you have created within yourself, resistance to that call of action, it is all about the idea of transforming that resistance, that first resistance, transforming and overcoming that inertia so that you are willing to answer, finally answer that call to action, that call to be more of yourself, to jump into that passion and not resist it any further. Then you will find that once you answer the call to action, you will be on the journey. The journey itself is a structure also and has many components within it. On that journey, you will encounter many other archetypal ideas, archetypal beings, archetypal components, such as the mentor, attracting into your life that being that will supply you some degree of guidance or information that will help you on your journey. A teacher, or even sometimes what you call euphemistically and colloquially an enemy, can be a mentor, teaching you what you need to know, what information you require, what toolkit you need to have, what signposts you need to look for, what signals you need to be aware of that will help you on your journey. Along that journey, you will experience also many other things within yourself. You can find that there will be those moments within that journey structure that will allow you to experience fear and what you call doubt, which is simply, as we have said, a trust in a belief that is out of alignment with your true self. These components are all essential for you to experience the process of this story structure. You will find that there will be those moments wherein you will experience, again, a variety of beings that will be there to act in alignment or out of alignment with your true self, to give you perspective, to challenge you to move forward, to give you an opportunity to look deep within and examine what you're holding on to as a belief, as a definition, as your story, to examine the story that you are telling yourself about yourself every day, to examine the stories that you may have bought into, the stories about yourself that were told to you by your parents, by your friends, by your society, by your peers, to examine those elements and decide for yourself which really is your story, which elements belong in your story and which elements do not belong in the story of yourself, of your being, of your desire, of your preference, of your joy, of your excitement, of your passion. Allow yourselves to do your own research, what you typically call homework, we will call home fun, and explore the idea of story structure. You have many books, many other mediums that define and explain the idea of story structure and what needs to happen and when it needs to happen within the story in order for that story to resonate and pluck the chords of the archetypal structure in other people's physical mind persona structures. Find out what those components are. We are not going to discuss them all here. It is up to you to be proactive in your own story, to find out what they are, what those challenges are, what those moments are, what those turning points are, what those twists are in the story that make it so exciting. Many times in your lives, when certain things take a twist, take a turn, an unexpected direction, many times because of the negative beliefs that you hold on to, you may react to it in a negative way and bemoan the fact that it took that unexpected twist. But when you are watching one of your films or your television shows, you are far more excited, far more entertained, and far more interested in the story when in fact it does take an unexpected twist. That's what makes it exciting. So you can do that within your own life too. You can look at the things that crop up in your reality, in your story, that are unexpected, unplanned for, unimagined. And you can treat them in the same way as when you are watching one of your shows, and be excited and be intrigued and be curious about why that twist is there and what that twist will reveal. Because it is only going to reveal more of who and what you are. Allow that to be in your story structure. Do not attempt to eliminate it, or you will have an incomplete structure. You will not be able to experience the full richness of your story and all of the surprises and discoveries that come with those unexpected twists at exactly the right moment. What sometimes you may call it exactly the worst possible moment, but that makes it the best possible moment to enrich the story beyond what you may have originally imagined, to expand it in a way that accelerates it toward a satisfying resolution. The hero goes through many changes in a story to become more aware of who they are, to become a new person. Now, yes, there are many variations on this, we understand. And sometimes in some stories, it may seem as if the hero doesn't really change. But always you will find in the best stories, in the ones that are most true to the archetypal story structure, that something has changed. Sometimes it is actually only the audience that changes, and not necessarily the hero. But in watching the hero, some information has been imparted by that particular hero's journey or story that allows the audience to make the change within themselves that the hero did not. And so the hero is still functioning as a lesson for those watching or listening to the story, or experiencing it vicariously through the hero in the story. So there is always some idea, some shift, some growth, some lesson, some new perspective that comes in to the story structure. And this is paramount. This is very important, that that new perspective be allowed to be there. For then does the hero become something legendary, something more, something that burns itself into your consciousness and becomes unforgettable and spans the generations. Allowing that shift in your own story, allowing that shift to be fantastical, unimaginable, grand, on a grand scale, allowing for that, being all right with that, is what will make your story epic, as you say, and allow you to experience your own story structure in a grand manner, in a legendary way. Story structure exists within you, in all its challenges, in all its timings, in all its synchronicities, in all its twists, in all its lessons. Learn story structure. Read about it. Learn it. Observe it in what you resonate to as your favorite stories. Examine it. Understand it. Learn why that works so that you can tell yourself a new story, a story that is far more aligned with who and what you prefer to be. Story structure is what you are. The whole idea of the physical life is to experience the process, experience the transformation, experience the story, the unique story you are. Many times among individuals who are familiar with creating stories, you will hear a particular phrase used over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. We want the same story, but different. What that simply means is there is a recognition that all stories are based on very, very simple principles, and there's only very few simple principles that all stories share. But what you want to allow for is that unique twist that makes it just that much more fresh, that shift of perspective that puts another spin, another angle on that familiar story. You want the familiarity because you want to be able to identify with it. But you want the unique spin because you want to understand and experience the new facet of the multidimensional crystal of the story of all that is, that you happen to be. Now, in terms of story structure, we're not just talking about something that spans your entire life. Story structure comes into play in every situation within your life. Your life as an overall story is full of miniature stories. Little stories that take place in various scenarios, various circumstances, with a variety of people. And that is why, at every moment, it's important to allow yourself to partake of and apply the idea of story structure in your lives, and tell yourself the story about yourself that you really prefer to. Because it's always coming into play, not only in the long term, but in the short term, over and over again. Individuals who are writers of stories, be they what you call novels, screenplays, doesn't matter, stage plays, doesn't matter, know that one of the techniques to writing the strongest possible overall story is that each and every scene, each and every chapter within that overall story is itself a miniature story from beginning to end, in a sense. Each moment, each miniature chapter, each scene contains its own beginning, middle, and end, its own journey, its own transformations, its own archetypes. And altogether, the larger story thus then is composed of all of these smaller momentary stories that build and build and build upon the other, one naturally leading to the other. Because remember, even though there may be ups and downs in a story, the stories that don't really work, that don't really resonate with you, are just doing this. But the stories that stick, even though they contain what you may call ups and downs, are actually doing this. They are using those ups and downs to continue climbing, to continue growing, to continue building upon what has come before. So that there is a climax, so that there is a crescendo, so that there is a moment of revelation, so that there is a moment of change, so that it builds toward a new level, a new perspective, a new idea, a new understanding of who and what you are as a story. Using story structure in this way, when you understand it, will allow you to live your life far more dynamically, far more dramatically, far more unexpectedly, far more imaginatively. Because once you understand the spine of story structure, you are then not limited, you are free to put on that spine whatever is truly exciting and relevant for your unique story. You are free to be unique on top of the common spine that is common to you all. Once you understand that, you can build on it very freely, very imaginatively. But understanding it is key. And at every moment, when you understand story structure, you will remind yourself in every situation, not just, as we have said previously, what do I believe is true? What am I defining here as true that I may not necessarily need to continue to define this way or believe this way? But now within the context of story structure, you can ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about myself in this situation? And what story would I prefer this to be? Thus then, by using story structure, you can find that it might be a more dynamic way, a more dynamic permission slip, a more dynamic process that will allow you to get in touch more easily, more imaginatively with the negative beliefs or definitions you may have been holding on to, may help you reveal those unconscious definitions and beliefs more readily, because you will be willing to apply those things, apply those understandings, identify those things because they become part of your story structure. You need those components in order to keep telling the story you want to tell. So it makes you, like a writer, dive down into your toolkit, your treasure chest of experiences, of beliefs, of definitions, to find out which of those can be transformed in a positive way, which of those limitations, resistances, and challenges can be applied to the story to make it an exciting, unexpected, imaginative story, as opposed to the idea of a story that simply is discordant and doesn't stick, that you keep rejecting because you know it's not your story. Using story structure can take the charge off of the idea of having negative beliefs, negative definitions, because every one of you loves to hear a good story. You want to go on the journey. You want to go through those tough moments, those scary moments, those depressing moments, those challenging moments within the story. You want to go through those things with the hero because you are so excited to anticipate how the hero is going to change them, how the hero is going to transform them, how the hero is going to go beyond those limitations. So by telling yourself that you are a story, by knowing that you are a story, you will actually develop more willingness to look at all those components, because they're just going to be components that will make your story more exciting. You're going to want to find those negative beliefs because you will cherish them, you will relish them, and want to bring them into the surface of your consciousness in order to apply them to your story so that you can transform them and have a greater, more glorious, more epic tale. Being in a story will make you want to find those things, more willing to find those things, and make that journey exciting. So even as you may see in a movie the hero being in trepidation while they are about to find out some very negative things, you as the audience watching the story want them to go through that, because the more they go through, the more delicious the transformation, the more delicious the unexpected twist will become. So, story structure within yourself is twofold. And this again brings back the power of the paradox in the story structure. Because not only are you the hero of your own story, but you're also the audience. You're also watching yourself as the hero. This is the unique idea of how your consciousness is structured into the physical and higher mind. The physical mind is the character on the screen in the movie. The higher mind is the audience, watching this story, learning from it, absorbing it, enjoying it, being thrilled, being scared, laughing, crying, but experiencing it all, savoring it all, and relishing and reveling in the twists and turns. This is why it is so important to form a balance between the physical mind and the higher mind, a relationship between the physical mind and the higher mind, a communication line through your imagination conduit between the physical mind and the higher mind. Because when you do that, then it's not like you will be isolated on the screen. The audience will be with you. You will be with the audience. You'll be in sync. It will be more like the art form on your planet that you call the stage play, where you will be immediately there getting immediate feedback from the audience, which will then empower you to go even further in the story, even further in the play on the stage, which will then allow another response to happen immediately in the audience, and you will feed back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And this is why actors are addicted to acting. It is because they are in that moment, they are in that center point, in the true balance point, when they're really being that character, when they're really living that story on a stage in front of a live audience. They are truly in that balance point of creation where they are the hero of the story and they are the audience of the story, and they are both the physical and higher mind working in concert, working together in the now, living in the present, fully, totally, sensorially, on every level. And that's why that's so addicting in a good way, in a positive way. It's so thrilling, that live performance, so immediate, so present, and the interaction and the relationship that is formed between the actors on stage and the audience begins to become narrower and narrower, and it dissolves until there is one energy, one synchronous energy, one synergistic energy flowing, rotating, cycling between the actor and the audience. And the actor becomes the audience, and the audience becomes the actor, becomes the character, becomes the play, and it's all one thing. This is full utilization of story structure, the dynamic power of story structure, and how you can apply it in your lives. But it must be there. You must understand what it is you need to apply. You must recognize the signs, recognize the archetypes. When they crop up in your life, when they pop up before you, recognize them. Ah, that's the mentor. Ah, that's the antagonist. Ah, it's this, it's that. It's the twist, it's the unexpected twist. Ah, here comes the climax of this particular scene. Ah, here's the reversal of that particular scene. Ah, here come all the other archetypes. When you learn to recognize them for what they are in your life, you will understand your life story structure. You will be able to use the story structure to invent the story on that structure that you actually prefer, because you'll be able to define those archetypes and use them and apply them in your story in the way you prefer to, as opposed to the way that you don't. You'll transform what it is they have to say to you. You will listen. You'll be more willing to know what it is they are telling you and how to apply that to the understanding of your life. Story structure is the process of transformation of experiencing physical reality. Is the process of transformation of going from dark to light. Don't eliminate the archetypal components that need to be there, thinking that it's all just supposed to be one note. It needs to have many different tones, many different colors, many different feelings. The challenges must remain. There will always be positive resistance. There will always be positive limitation. A positive limitation is simply that which you have agreed are the rules by which you will play within the context of the story. It doesn't have to be defined in a negative way. You all want there to be certain kinds of limitations within a story structure, because when someone goes beyond the agreed upon limitations that were set up at the beginning of a story, and they go beyond those limitations too far, then suddenly you lose track of the story. You lose interest in the story. It doesn't make sense anymore. You want the story to have a specific context in which to understand the lessons of that story. Without that framework, which may be another way to define the idea of positive limitation, if you wish. Without that framework, the story has no context, it has no relevance, it'll have no meaning. Or I'll put it this way, it will have no ability to allow you to put meaning into it. When a story goes outside the framework, you start chasing it down, attempting to put meaning into things, but getting nonsense back because it has gone beyond the agreed upon framework between the storyteller and those listening to the story. That is why it is so important to pick your framework and stay within that framework and cherish that framework, because the framework is what keeps the story powerful, is what keeps the story able to allow the audience to put the meaning into that structure that they need to get out of it what they need to get out of it. So do not abolish those frameworks. Those frameworks have purpose. They have a reason for being there in your experience of transformation. Without the framework, you will not know when a change has occurred, because you will not know how to identify something as a change from simply some random experience that has absolutely no relevance to you. The framework gives it context. The resistance, the challenge, is what allows you to know that there is a change taking place. It is the active part of it. It is the overcoming part of it, the transformation part of it, that you need to experience in order to know a shift in perspective has occurred. It is the whole idea of being able to experience the mechanism of the change, rather than it simply being an instantaneous pop from one frame to a completely different frame, completely out of context. It's what you call a non sequitur. It makes no sense. Being able to see all the interim frames, taking that time to do so in the perfect timing in which it needs to be experienced, is what allows you to appreciate the transformation, because you know from where you came and you know where you have wound up, and you take all of that experience in between, the changing from one frame to another, the resistances, the overcoming, the transformation of the challenges from one frame to another, to enrich the end result of where you wound up. Without that as part of the framework, you will not be able to appreciate the change or even understand it. You will not really be able to hold on to it. These frameworks, these resistances, these ideas are just providing context for the story to allow you to experience your story in the unique way you were designed to experience it, as a unique personality, as a unique aspect of creation, of all that is, of the grand epic story of all that is. So, go out, use your research, find your books, find your films, find your plays, examine and learn story structure. Examine and learn all the archetypes that exist within it, so that you will recognize them when they crop up in your life, and you can use them. Use them transparently, use them powerfully, use them effectively, so that you will be the story that you prefer to be, and so that others will know what story you are telling, and that you will know clearly what story you are telling yourself. What is your story? What is my story? Ask yourself that. What is my story? What story am I telling myself? What is my story? And then you will allow yourself to find out what you've been telling yourself and compare it to what you would rather be telling yourself and what you would rather be living. Later on in this transmission, we will be discussing in more detail the idea, thus then, of how to live the story structure that you have written for yourselves, and go into more full detail of how to flesh that out, as you say, in your lives. For now, you may absorb what we have shared from our story into your story. And as with many stories, you may now enjoy a short intermission. We will resume this transmission shortly.
And looks like we can start. So, well, I did want to give you a little bit of an introduction.
Like you last time?
This is Daryl Anka,
Hi.
the
Thank
magical channel for BASHAR. So, anyway, I just want to thank you for being magical, because there's just... It is amazing, and we really appreciate the gift of the information that you share with us, and we are really excited to hear more.
Thank you.
So thank you for bringing through BASHAR and being fabulous yourself.
Oh, thanks. Are you having a good time? Yeah. Good. Let's have some more. I'm going to sleep now. I'm just curious, before we start, how many people have never heard BASHAR live before? Wow. I guess I'd have to include myself in that one. How many people are hearing BASHAR for the first time in any form? Okay, still quite a few. Thank you for coming. All right, I'm going to go to sleep and let you have some more fun. So this will probably be the questioner thing, so people that got their names drawn, get ready to come up to the mic when he starts asking for questions.
Good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? So, an earthquake and a hurricane. You really know how to tell a story. Very exciting. Very good. We want to hang with you. So then, in what you have absorbed in our initial transmission, we would now like to ask you a question. Anyone may choose to answer. 'Tis up to you. What is the single most important archetypal element that makes the hero interesting? The villain. The antagonist is responsible for the level of interest you have in the protagonist. Think about that. Think about some of your favorite books and films. Many times you'll actually be surprised when you think back and remember to realize that one of the more interesting characters was actually the villain. Many times you actually can't even really remember the hero as strongly as you remember the villain. The villain defines the hero. Without the idea of the negative side, the hero has nothing to be heroic about. Thus then, in many ways, you can say it is the negative side that allows the positive side to be so memorable. Because it is only in the overcoming and the transformation of the challenges posed to the hero that allow you to truly go on the hero's journey with him or her. And for that, you have the villain to thank. So this is why it is so important to not so much push the negative ideas away, but incorporate them in a manner that allows you, as the hero of your own story, to become that much more interesting. that much more well-defined. As we have said many times in these transmissions to many of you will find that the easiest way to find out what you are is to experience more clearly what you are not. Thus then, by giving yourself the opportunity to interact with those challenging negative scenarios, by giving yourself the opportunity to let rise to the surface of your consciousness those negative beliefs and to become aware of them, you give yourself the opportunity to have something to transform. You give yourself the opportunity to become an active, heroic individual in your own story. This doesn't mean you have to get a big ego. That might be another antagonist that you can write a story around. But the idea is that as you become more heroic, you become truly more of yourself. But the way you get there, the path to being that legendary hero, is the true understanding and the true relationship that you form between the hero and the villain. And allowing that to be in perfect harmony and perfect balance, and knowing that the choice is always there to succumb to the negative side. But once you validate that the negative side has a reason for being, that it is an equal choice and a valid choice to any other choice you could make, then you go from being the villain in your own story to being the hero, because you incorporate both in a balanced way and thus are capable of simply choosing what you prefer without invalidating the negative side that brought you to that realization, that brought you to that understanding, that allowed you to become the hero you prefer to be. Do you understand? Not all of you? Do you understand? Thank you. In return for the gift that you are allowing us in this communication now, we ask, in what way may we be of further service through dialogue, question, and answer?
Get this just right for you, okay?
Just right. Sounds like something in a story. Not too hot, not too cold. Just right. Not too high, not too low, not too quiet, not too loud. Just right.
Hello, BASHAR.
Good day to you. And so, what's your story?
My story is I am not going to hold back.
Oh, all right.
I am not going to hold back.
When you are making on your planet a movie, what starts the story rolling? The word action. So important in living your story is to incorporate all the ideas, all the energy, all the beliefs into actual physical action, as you say, not holding back, because you have chosen to be physically experiential beings. It is very important for you to ground your energy, ground what you prefer, ground your excitement into physical reality to attract physical manifestation and shifting to the reality you prefer through the completion of the circuit called physical action. So, you have decided to act who you are. Do not hold back. Very good. What else?
Okay, the dichotomy of that is I came up here to New Jersey this weekend to also surrender.
Yes.
I came here I have used my mind for 55 years to try and understand life and existence and reality. And
Must be tired.
yeah.
Poor little mind.
It's been 55 years of intense aerobic exercise, and
Yes.
I'm tired
All right.
of doing that.
All right.
I want to surrender to my heart, but
All
yet,
right.
but
Oh, all right.
I would like to be who I know myself to be,
Yes.
which is bold.
Yes.
And
So
I wanna-
you are willing to act on your excitement, which if you do in the purest form,
will actually be experienced as surrendering to your total self, and thus will be experienced in a joyful and effortless way even as you act? Is that what you mean?
I would like to integrate the two so that they're...
Yes, that's what we just said.
Yeah.
The idea of surrender doesn't mean you take no action. The idea of surrender is to start to go with the flow of your true self so that all the action you take will not be struggle, but will be joy, will be play, will be effortless. You will still take action, but by surrendering to yourself, all the action will be exciting, will be joyful, will be pleasurable. That doesn't mean to surrender that you take no action.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
It makes total sense.
Is that what you meant?
It is what I meant.
All right. And so you will start doing this now? I sense hesitation.
I am right now in my life, I am performing something that I have had the most fun with of anything I've ever done.
Oh, thank you.
In my life. Now,
yes,
that whole idea of excitement leading to excitement.
Yes.
I don't have the next chapter planned.
You're not necessarily supposed to completely plan it out, you know. Remember that your physical mind has no capacity to know what's going to happen or how it's going to happen. Only your higher mind does. So the idea is that while the physical mind can form just a sufficient enough framework to know exactly where the hallway is you need to walk down, you can let your higher mind surprise you with exactly how you will be walking down that hallway. So you don't need to plan the whole thing out physically. Make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
So the idea of excitement leading to excitement will simply be that once you have some degree of understanding of the framework or the structure, then you can simply get on about the business of acting to the best of your ability at every given moment on whatever opportunity has presented itself to you at that moment that contains the highest amount of excitement. And if you act on it without any expectation of what kind of manifestation or fruition it needs to come to, and you simply go forward to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you possibly can, as far as you are able to, without that expectation, then that will always put you in the proper place, at the proper time, with the proper people, to know exactly, synchronistically, what the next thing is that you need to take action on. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
This is just physics, you know.
Sure, that makes sense.
All right. Is this something that you believe you can incorporate into your story?
I'm okay with spontaneity. I'm okay with just...
It's not just about what you call spontaneity, although that's a large factor. It doesn't mean that you give up thinking. It doesn't mean that you cannot see to some degree what the structure is, and it does not mean you cannot choose to gravitate in a particular direction according to your choices. Nevertheless, the idea is that you can allow much more synchronicity to reveal itself to you so that you don't have to overthink it. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Does that feel lighter?
Yes, it feels lighter.
But there is still some hesitation.
Well, yeah, here's the deal.
All right.
Here's
the deal. All right. What's the deal?
Here's the deal. I understand following the path of excitement and
One moment. We would like to offer you an opportunity to be a little bit more precise in your definitions here, because we often hear people on your planet say this to us. Well, I understand it intellectually, but I don't quite grasp it on this level or that level. Let's just be clear about this. If you're not actually doing it, you don't understand it. Because to understand is to do, is to know, is to be. That's what true understanding is. That's why understanding comes with experience. Because the idea is that when you understand something, you don't think about it, you just do it. That's understanding. There is no disconnection between understanding and action. So we know what you mean when you say that, but the truth is, if you're not actually acting in that way, you actually have not yet arrived at understanding, because I guarantee you, the moment you actually understand it, nothing will stop you from acting that way. So as long as there is any hesitation in your action, you actually don't yet have a complete understanding of it.
And again, that's only because I guess what my fear is,
Yes.
when this little episode of what I'm doing right now
Yes.
comes to an end, which is a volunteer project for my church,
Yes,
which I'm totally engaged
What
in.
is your fear?
My fear is,
Here comes that part of the story.
well, it's a lapse of, okay,
Lapse.
what is this going to move on to next? You
Who
know, what is
cares?
well,
Let me ask you a question. What you're actually saying is, and in conjunction with the idea that you say you are volunteering for your church, you are lacking faith. So the idea really is to go beyond faith into knowingness. If you really understand the principles and the concepts of what we're talking about, if you really understand the structure of existence and how reality works, you won't have to actually have faith. You can know that whatever it is that is the next thing that happens will be exactly what needs to happen. And when you respond to whatever happens with that knowledge, with that certainty, with that attitude, and in that energy, then you will see how whatever it is that has happened next will serve you as the stepping stone you actually needed at that moment. You don't need to know what it is before you take the step. In fact, you can't know what it is until you take the step. So the idea is actually, even though I know that many of you use the word faith, it's actually going beyond faith into knowingness. You actually don't need faith, you need to know. You need to understand how reality works. So let me put it to you in a very simple fashion. Whatever it is that happens next, you know that something will happen, yes? How likely is it that nothing will happen? Or as one writer once said, suddenly nothing happened. How likely is it that nothing at all will happen? Wouldn't you say that that likelihood is most probably, let's say 0? Something's going to happen next, right?
well, Bashar, I'll be honest with you. That thought of nothing happening, nothing is a relative term to me. Okay?
Let's put it this way. You see, this comes from a lack of understanding of the nature of existence itself.
Thank you.
It is not possible for you to experience non-existence by definition. Non-existence means there is no experience. You cannot experience non-existence because you already exist. Existence only has one quality: to exist. That which exists doesn't become that which doesn't exist. That which doesn't exist already doesn't exist. And non-existence is already full of all the things that will never exist. There's no room in non-existence for that which does exist. Do you understand these concepts as they translate into your language?
Yes.
So it's not actually possible. This is one of the few things that is actually truly impossible. It is not possible for that which is to no longer be that which is. That's its only quality. It's the first law of creation. You exist. That's it. You can't do anything about that. You'll change. That's another law. You'll transform how you exist, but the fact of your existence is woven into the very fabric of existence itself, and that can't change. And let me put it this way, it's not something to worry about, because if it actually were possible for that to change, you wouldn't know that it had changed anyway, because there is no experience in non-existence. So if you were to become non-existent, you wouldn't know it. So what's to be afraid of? So the point is that whatever it is that happens next, there has to be something that happens next, because that's the only thing that can happen in existence, and you can't become non-existent. Are you following that so far?
I do follow that. Can I introduce a subplot to the story?
Oh, a subplot. All right.
And it really becomes a matter of focus. Okay, there's there's, as I see it, there's two ways you can go in life.
Oh, all right.
You can accentuate the positive and look forward to the next experience.
Yes.
And do that.
Yes.
And let that lead into something else.
Yes.
And ever and ever and ever.
Yes.
Or you can go, let's talk about the negative side.
All right.
Of who I am and what I'm trying to
Yes,
resolve.
you can accentuate the negative and let that lead to the next thing and the next thing. But you see, the point still is there will still be a next thing.
Or try and understand.
No, understand. There is no trying to understand. You either understand or you don't.
Okay. All right.
Now, let me put it to you this way. One moment. A further subtle explanation. We understand what you mean by trying to understand. We understand what you mean by process. Nevertheless, here's the actual truth about what a process is. A process is not actually in any way, shape, or form trying to understand. A process is simply getting to the point where you finally give yourself permission to understand. So the idea is that you may simply go through an experience and still not give yourself permission to understand. And you may do that again and not give yourself permission to understand. And in all of those experiences, you are actually not trying to understand. You're actually choosing to not understand.
Okay.
And eventually you get to the point where you are finally don't need to choose that, and you suddenly choose to simply understand. All of the times you chose to not understand do not actually, literally, physically, mechanically have anything at all to do with your ability in the next moment to choose to understand. Any process you went through that made it seem as if that gave you more ability to understand actually didn't give you more ability. It just gave you more time for you to let it be all right to finally choose to understand.
Okay, well, let's talk about a way I can understand something
Yes.
that I've been trying to understand
Yes.
for a long time.
All right, and that would be what?
Something that,
Be specific.
okay, this does not, the irony of it is, this does not seem native to me. This is
We
not,
love irony.
it does not seem
Native to you.
native, it does not seem natural. I do not know
Yes.
why I hang on to a certain fear
Of what?
of I don't know. It's a
Yes, of what?
Of
Understand right now, you're sitting in your movie theater watching your movie and you're allowing the film to break. Get to the point where the fear presents itself, invite it in so you can get on with the movie.
of not willing to be who I know myself to be.
Because you fear that if you do, what will happen? You see, this is one of the ways, one of the strongest ways to find out what your fears actually are, is to actually amplify and magnify them by allowing yourself to imagine what the worst possible thing you fear might happen is, should you allow yourself to actually be who you say you prefer to be. So what's the worst possible thing you imagine might happen if you did? Be who you prefer to be. Give it voice. Get it out there. Because once you get it out there, once you actually say what you fear the worst thing is, then you have something to work with. Then you have a really good villain. Then you can become a really strong hero. So, invent a really good villain. What's the worst thing you fear will happen if you actually allow yourself to become who you prefer to be? Spit it out.
Too much exposure is the only thing I can think of.
Exposure to what? Exposure to what? In what way? Seems like you're getting some help from the peanut gallery. Shh, no talking during the movie. Exposure. What does exposure mean? That somehow someone is going to come up and say something that you believe would devalue you? Is that what you fear? What do you really fear? Speak, speak, speak.
It's there on the tip of my tongue.
Give me the scenario. You have the picture in your head. Paint the picture. What do you fear might happen?
I understand why I separated myself from myself to the degree that I did, because I went deep. I went real deep.
That's all right.
I
if you understand that, then if you understand that and you understand that now you are basically choosing to be done with that, then why aren't you done with it?
Well, that's the edge or the
$64,000 question.
Well, I'm standing on that edge right now.
Well, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. The only reason, all of you, listen to this. The only reason you hold on to something you say you don't is because you still believe that it somehow serves you in a positive way to do so. So what's your belief about that? Do you believe that holding on to this, the thing that prevents you from being yourself, somehow keeps you safer than you might be by being yourself? Is that what you're getting out of holding on to something you say you don't want? Because the only reason you hold on to something you say you don't want is because you perceive or have defined that there's a benefit to do so. Because as soon as you define there is no benefit to do so, you'll let it go instantaneously, believe me. So the only reason you hold on to something that you say you don't prefer is because you must have an unconscious belief that there is some benefit to doing so. If you find out what that belief is and identify it, then it gives you more ability to let that go. So what benefit do you believe you're getting out of holding on to a state of being you say you don't prefer?
Because the next step is,
yes,
losing this or surrendering to this. I'm out.
Are you equating surrendering with losing something? Is that your definition?
I'm equating surrendering with just letting go.
But why are you defining that as a negative?
I'm not defining it as a negative.
Then why aren't you letting go?
I guess I'm not at that point right now.
No. Listen again. There is no such thing as not being at that point. That really doesn't have any meaning at all. If you are not letting go of something that you say you wish to let go of, it's because you are choosing to not let go because you believe it serves you. It's not about I'm not at that point yet. It's about the fact that you are deliberately choosing to hold on to it. You have to find out why. And the reason why will always be, yes, always be, you have defined that holding on to it is beneficial. How does it benefit you to hold on to this thing you say you don't prefer?
The safety net, that might be part of it. But
so you feel you need one because you fear that what will happen? What? What will happen if you just let go? What will happen? What's the worst that could happen? Come on, give it voice. Be bold.
Maybe there's an element of maybe of non-acceptance of.
Who cares?
Well, I don't give a shit about that.
Obviously you do.
But I don't.
But you obviously
that's the whole point.
do.
I'm at the point where I just don't give a shit anymore.
Then why not let go?
That's.
Obviously you do. You see, this is what you're not allowing to be obvious. The belief may be unconscious. You may think, consciously you may think you don't care anymore, but your actions show you do.
That is
your
absolutely
fear
true.
Tells you do. So without the action, with the idea of still feeling fear, those are the barometers to pay attention to. The fear and the non-action in the direction you prefer tells you there's a belief you're unaware of. So it doesn't matter if you sit there and insist, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. All you're saying is, consciously, you can't figure out what the belief is.
That's right, because I understand everything that you're talking about.
But you know the belief must be there.
Yes, I do. I'm not.
Then find out what it is by asking the question, what would I have to believe is true of my relationship to this situation in order to hold on to something I say I don't prefer? There is an answer. There is a definition you have to be holding on to. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking this question of us. You're holding on to something you don't prefer.
I agree. From your perspective, just so others can ask questions, can you give me, besides asking the question, which I've done for a long time, can you give me a little
Push.
Forward, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that.
All right. Have you heard us talk about the idea of the two-word sacred mantra?
No, I haven't.
Repeat after me. So what? Very powerful. Two-word sacred mantra. So in other words, should you decide to move forward and should what you fear will happen, happen, so what? Pick yourself up, keep moving. It cannot actually ultimately destroy you. It will only make you stronger. Because you will have discovered more of yourself. Even if the modality, remember what we said? Even if the modality is extremely scary, even if the scenario is extremely frightening, invite yourself to go through it because you will go through it.
My fear is it's too big. That's
Nonsense.
That's the fear.
Nonsense.
That's what I'm holding on to. You asked what my fear was?
Yes, but it's nonsense because it cannot by definition be bigger than you are.
I totally agree.
Well, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bashar.
You're welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day. What's your story?
Thinking about it as we speak.
All right.
I'd just like to ask how maybe you can help us in trying to distinguish between...
I will not help you try to do anything.
Okay.
I will help you. If you accept it. Because you have to help yourself.
That's what we're trying to do.
No, that's what you're doing.
That's what we're doing.
Thank you. See how much better that feels?
It does feel good.
All right.
The between desires that we get that we think we should follow, like the passions that we have in our lives,
yes,
versus the things that seem to come to us through our ego that don't really seem as genuine because...
All right. Well, obviously, if you can frame the question that way, you know you have the ability to discern the difference between the two and recognize the difference and act accordingly.
Some of the areas seem to be gray in between where...
Such as?
Such as if you had a desire to do something that would help a lot of people, but possibly you think it's tainted by your desire to be the hero in the story.
All right. So if you have asked yourself that question, then you can deal with that question knowing that if you really, really were being completely negatively egotistical, you probably wouldn't have thought of the question. Yes? In other words, knowing that you might be doing out of a negative ego gives you the opportunity to realize whether or not you are. And thus it gives you something to work with. And thus it allows you to know that if you truly had been in your negative ego, it wouldn't have dawned on you to wonder whether you were in your negative ego. You understand?
Okay.
So you automatically can see that you have your own check and balance system. And thus then you have the ability to discern the difference between the two. Yes?
So just keep applying that same...
Yes.
Okay.
Always ask yourself, am I doing this for a positive or a negative idea? Take a moment and find out what's going on with you. You have the ability to discern the difference, or you wouldn't have had the capacity to even ask such a question.
Are there times when there are both mixed together?
No, it's one or the other.
One or the other. Okay.
We understand that sometimes we say this and that, but in that context, it doesn't apply directly to the moment of action. You are employing one belief or another, one state of being or another in any given action. Even if the action seems to be a hybridization of many different qualities, that's still its own definition and its own state of being and its own action. It's just being defined as if it's a blending of other things. Did that make sense in your language?
Yes.
Does that help you?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bashar, how are you?
Perfect, and you?
Good, thank you.
All right, what's your story?
Oh, it's a long one.
Really? How long? Forever and ever?
All my life.
All right. That's not very long.
I know. Well, actually, thank you. First, I want to say thank you for who you are.
Nice.
It's been amazing all these years
All
hearing
right,
you.
well, thank you for who you are.
Thank you. And I have actually have a question A statement
Yes.
and a request.
Oh, I see. How planned out of you.
Okay, so my statement is last time I heard you
One moment, I thought you said you had a question and then a statement.
No, the statement is going first.
Oh, all right. So you've changed your plan, just like that.
No. Since the beginning, that was the plan.
Oh, I see. All right.
So the statement is 5 years ago, you came here to Connecticut, and I had the opportunity also to ask you a question and talk with you. And that happened to be on my dad's birthday, the 21st of May.
All right.
And today it happens to be my birthday.
What a synchronicity. Happy birthday.
Thank you. So that's the statement. So
Thank you.
I wanna hear your what's the relationship? What's going on? Why that synchronicity with you? Like for me, it's really special.
Synchronicities in that way are often simply markers that you are creating for yourself to let you know that you're on your own true path, that you're staying in the vibration you prefer. Synchronicities are like road signs that let you know you're on the road you prefer to be on.
Sounds great.
Yes.
Okay.
Many often times in your reality, this will happen with numbers. It's quite common. You'll see certain numbers over and over and over again. This, again, are synchronous road markers that you're giving yourself to let you know you're in the vibration that you prefer.
Nice.
And so?
So my question.
Yes.
I like to see myself like a flicker of consciousness. Like I love to see like everyone's just like a flicker in a sea of consciousness of love.
All right.
And we just like pop in and out of our realities, all depending on our vibration.
Yes.
And we just come together to form stories.
Yes. That was a statement, not a question.
Well, that's yeah.
So you had another statement in your plan all along. But chose not to reveal it until now. Was that your surprise twist?
I guess so.
Oh, all right.
So my question is, I had a dream. For me, music is really important. Like I really wanna.
Is that your passion?
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
That's my passion.
All right.
And I had a dream like a month ago. I have really powerful dreams all the time. But in this case, this being came and he was like a prince that just like a flicker, like a really powerful flicker that has been like traveling the universe for a long time.
Yes.
And he was like interested on seeing what's happening on planet Earth. So he just like I don't know, like he came and he had some like princesses and whatever, and he was into music.
Yes.
So could you tell me something about him?
It's another aspect of you.
No,
Visiting yourself from a higher level to allow you to understand what your potential is, what you're capable of, what you can mirror, what you can reflect in your reality in your own way. It's like looking into a cosmic mirror. You understand?
Yes.
So it's like getting a message directly from your higher self. This is what you are, truly more what you are. Be more this, and you will be more in alignment with your true self.
Nice.
Yes.
So basically, there's a I know that past and present everything exists now.
Yes.
But it seems like, for example, I've heard you said that I'm not gonna be this me. O sea, you only have one chance. Like I've heard you say that before. Like you're only gonna be this you now.
Once. Yes.
Once.
You're only this you.
Exactly. So this conversation that we're having right now, it's also once.
Yes.
So there is like a linearity to the whole of the universe, right?
There is what?
Like a linear expression, like
There are varying degrees of the concept you call linearity in the physical reality or quasi-physical realities, but there are realities that don't experience linearity at all.
Okay. Okay, great. And
all right. Remember that the idea of the linear experience is just a self-imposed experience that defines one particular kind of vibration of reality. It's not, in that sense, a law that there must be an experience of linearity.
But for example, I've heard you say that sometimes you communicate yourself with a BASHAR of 100 years, BASHAR of whatever.
Yes.
But
we function non-linearly in that way.
You can have combinations of linear and nonlinear functioning in the reality as long as you define that as possible for your reality.
Okay, because you're living a story with us. Like,
Yes.
So you've been channeling like for a long time. So you're creating that story with us.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
And we are reflecting to you more and more of who and what you actually truly are if you choose to see yourself that way.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, and the request is music is my favorite thing.
Yes,
and,
you said that.
Yes, there's a software that is like my favorite software to use when I do music, and it's called Nexus, just as your ship. So my request is,
Yes.
do you think you can channel your ship to tell me something about music and whatever?
The ship is always part of the channeling in that our consciousnesses are blended.
Okay.
But the idea, again, is that it is simply all about vibration, which you already know.
Yep.
And so when you experiment and explore the concept of resonant vibrations, especially those that are representative of states of being that you prefer, then from that state, creating music from that state will always allow the music to express that state.
Great. Beautiful.
Does that help you?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Bashar.
Hi, Bashar.
I know you. Good day.
Thank you for flying into the hurricane.
Well, I'm not actually physically near your hurricane, but we understand the sentiment.
I'm sure a lot of people here want to know, can we get rid of the hurricane?
Get rid of?
Yeah, can we make it go away?
No. But
Is
you
it-
can shift to a reality where it doesn't exist.
Oh, okay.
Remember, all change is simply a shift to a parallel reality with different conditions. You don't ever actually change any one reality. You simply shift out of it.
So that means we can avoid danger if we think about not getting
But if
in
you
danger.
think of it in terms of shifting to avoid danger, you're actually locking yourself into it because you're approaching it from a negative vibration of fear, as opposed to simply shifting into a reality that is representative of what you prefer in positive terminology.
Okay.
Nevertheless, at the same time, whatever does happen, respond to it in a positive way. Because it's not about whether the outside changes, it's about whether you change in relation to it. That's what tells you you've actually changed. Not that the outside has changed, because very often the outside will not change because all things on the outside are just illusions and can serve double duty. And if you respond to it in a different way, other than the way in which you used to, that you say you don't prefer, then you've proven to the universe that you've actually changed, and then you give the universe the best opportunity to reflect the change in an outward illusionary way. But it isn't about whether or not the outside changes. It's about whether or not you respond differently, even if it stays the same, that proves you've changed. Make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Again, remember, physical reality is just a mirror. And if you see the reflection in the mirror frowning, you don't go over to the mirror and try to change the expression on the reflection's face. That will never work. When you change the expression on your face, then the mirror's reflection has no choice but to smile back at you.
Nice.
But if you make it a condition that the reflection has to change first in order to prove that you're happy, then the mirror reflection will continue to frown because it can't change before you do. Make sense?
Yes,
Does that help you?
yes.
So again, remember what we said about allowing whatever is happening to be what needs to happen, because the paradox is when you allow what is happening to be what needs to happen and have a different attitude and energy toward it, you give it the best opportunity to let you shift to a reality where another reflection can be given to you. Not that it has to. You just give it the best opportunity. You give yourself the best opportunity to shift when it doesn't matter whether or not you do. That's the paradox. Because you know that no matter what happens, it's only going to have a positive effect in your life. Why? Because you say so. Is there anything that would contradict you? No, only you. Make sense?
Yeah.
You see, many of you think that somehow there's some force that can countermand you, but there isn't. There actually is, in that context, in the way that it's been said on your planet, in the way it's been phrased, there actually is no will of God. There's no such thing. God's will is your will, because you are God. You are all aspects of creation. And thus then, whatever you decide is true for you is the will of God for you. Because the whole idea is that you were created to be a unique facet, a unique aspect of creation. And if you don't act like the you were created to be, then in that sense, you're not being true to yourself. You're not actually being true to the aspect. Now, yes, you have the ability to explore the experience of not being you, but you can't actually not be you. You're always you. So the idea in all the things we're talking about has nothing ever to do with the idea that you're not actually yourself. It all has to do with the idea that you've created an experience as if you're not yourself. All it takes is the realization that that's impossible. And then you will simply be yourself if you choose to be. So it doesn't matter what happens, because you can always know that you can be yourself relative to that thing, and thus as yourself, that thing must be in your life for a reason, a positive reason, because you say so, because that's who you are, because that's who you prefer to be, and therefore you will have a relationship with it that will give you the same effect as the meaning you put into it. Because there is no meaning to life automatically. Life is meaningless. That's a good thing. Because you are designed to give life meaning. That's your power as a creator. You give life meaning. So life has no meaning other than the meaning you give it. And the meaning you give it determines the effect you get, no matter what it looks like. Make sense?
Yes.
Does that help you?
Yes.
Why, thank you.
I have a couple other questions.
Well, we'll see.
What was it? Oh, one of the ones you mentioned the story writing, and Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey came to mind. Is that a good story to follow? I mean, to write your own story?
Do you think there was a reason why you thought of that as opposed to anything else?
No, because I'm a fan of Joseph Campbell's, and you used.
Well, there you go. Whatever you are attracted to is what works for you. Whatever you're not attracted to doesn't work for you. Use what you are attracted to. If you change your mind about what attracts you tomorrow, use that. But the point is whatever you're attracted to because that's what's working for your vibration right now. So yes, you don't have to ask, will this work? You can decide this will work or it won't. Because remember, all tools, all techniques, all rituals, all objects is just a permission slip. That's all it is. It's something that allows you to align that idea, that trigger, that tool with your belief system to allow yourself to give yourself permission to be more of who you are. Those things aren't doing anything anyway. You're doing it, but you're attracting yourself to a permission slip that for some reason, based on how you've arranged your beliefs, somehow by incorporating that ritual, you have a belief that it will help you. And thus, that's what actually helps you, is that you are willing to give yourself permission to be more of who you are because your beliefs say that that's what will happen if you use that technique. But it's just a permission slip. So it's up to you to decide when you do and don't need those permission slips. And if you understand that everything is a permission slip, then anything can be a permission slip. And you can recognize that whatever you are excited to use, whatever you're attracted to use, will be the permission slip du jour. And if it changes tomorrow, as most menus often do, then that's what will work for you that day. But that's all it is. It's your permission slip of the moment. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that help you?
Yes.
And
it was interesting to hear your topic tonight because I have been contemplating having a new career.
Ooh, contemplating.
For a long time, actually.
For a long time, contemplating.
And one of the questions I keep asking myself is, in order to be on this new career, should I tell a story about myself?
Yes.
And you kind of answered my question because
Thank
I was going.
Actually, you answered it by attracting yourself here today.
Yes. And
synchronistically to hear what you needed to hear. So you answered it.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes, and it's
You really
amazing.
did. You answered it. Because what are you hearing right now? All you're hearing, all of you, is your own higher mind disguised as us. Tricky, aren't we?
Yes, you're very tricky.
And so are you. We are also a permission slip. Even though we are a real being unto ourselves, we are just a permission slip for you in the sense that what you're actually talking with is your own higher mind, but you're allowing your higher mind to be disguised as us to give yourself permission to listen. Because for some reason you think you'll listen to us more than you'll listen to yourself. But you're only listening to yourself. You understand?
Yeah.
Does that help you?
Yeah, it does. And
your career, your excitement would be what?
I would like to help people create change in their life based on my own
In
story.
what way? Specifically, what actions represent the idea of that particular creative expression that excite you the most?
Well, I just realized that people have a lot of behaviors that they would like to change, and I have, over the years, accumulated different methods to do that.
So you will use your imagination to apply all of this and bring it together in some sort of permission slip that might be of assistance to those that attract themselves to it.
Yes, and I was, one of the questions is, should I use a personal story? And obviously the answer is yes.
If that excites you the most?
Well, I think they will relate to
if that excites you the most.
Yes, it excites me the most.
Whatever excites you the most will attract those who can relate to it. You understand how that works?
Yes, and it makes a lot of sense.
Yes. There are no two in that sense. You understand, we have said many, many times the idea of coinage on your planet. You have a coin, it has two sides. Yes?
Yes.
Head and tails. There's no one-sided coin. You ever had a coin with a head, flipped it over, nothing there?
No.
It disappears? No, except in a magic act. But the idea is that all coins have two sides. If you have something to give, there is an audience to receive it, or you would not be excited about giving that thing. Because the universe, creation, doesn't do pointless things. And if you exist in a reality where you have something to give, the thing that excites you the most, then there is someone who wants to receive it from you just that way and no other. So it's not about the idea of having to sit there and wonder whether it's going to be relevant. If it really is exciting to you and it's within the context of your reality to any degree whatsoever, you're going to find someone who will relate to it and be attracted to your particular expression of it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Does that help you? Does that help relax the idea of constricting it so much?
It does, but it doesn't help me to relax. I get nervous even when I contemplate doing it.
But isn't that exciting?
Yeah, actually it is. I don't know if it's nerves or excitement.
Well, it can be sometimes nerves, and it can be sometimes excitement. But what is nervousness? What is excitement?
Just going into the unknown is even excitement, but I'm not afraid. I'm not going to die from doing it, even if I did it bad.
How do you know? Maybe you will. Won't that be exciting too?
To the audience, sure.
All right. The point just is this. You are all just one energy. Whatever energy you are, that's you. Whatever that signature vibration is, that's you. You. Unique, unique, you. Unique. So the idea is it's felt as excitement when you filter your energy through belief systems that are in alignment with your true self. You feel it as anxiety and nervousness when you flow the same energy through negative belief systems that are out of alignment. The nervousness tells you you have beliefs that are out of alignment. And as soon as you realign them, as soon as you transform them, then the nervousness and the anxiety transforms back into excitement because it's the same energy. And that gives you the opportunity to find out what those beliefs are. So the fact that you experience the nervousness is exciting because the nervousness is letting you know you have unconscious beliefs that you don't prefer. And that's exciting to discover that because now you have something to work with. Now you have something that you can use in your story in a conscious way. Yes?
Yeah, I guess.
So being nervous is exciting because it allows you to discover what you didn't know about yourself that will add to more and more of your excitement. Yes?
And part of my story?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's exciting when you look at it that way. Yes?
Yes.
So look at it that way. It's up to you. Completely, utterly up to you. Isn't it?
I guess in the end, there's only me.
That's it. Only you. Because even though there are others, the only way you interact with anyone is by creating your version of them out of your energy in your reality. Still you're interacting with, even though you're also interacting with others. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So tell whatever story you want, populate it with whatever characters you prefer. It's your story. Yes?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the permission slip.
Thank you. You're welcome. Good day.
And can I ask you a couple little things?
I don't know. That was a question.
Oh, okay.
Was that one of the little things?
No. I have a daughter who I always, and this is more of like an intuition question that maybe will help anybody, is I always feel that she's a very evolved individual, more so than myself, if that's possible.
What an unusual thing for a parent to think about their child.
No, I mean, she's...
Many of the children that have been being born on your planet in recent times, within the last few decades, are not just a new generation, they are a new species.
Really?
Yes.
Like when the last couple of generations?
Yes.
Wait, how long is a generation? Like...
About 20 years.
Okay. Oh, wow.
So you will find that they are coming in, many of them, not forgetting as much of who they are. That's what you're picking up on.
Yes, that's it. You said it beautifully, because I see the connection there. I sense the connection that they know who they are.
And thus they become the teachers of the parents.
Wow, that makes sense.
Thank you.
And then...
That will do.
That's my last question?
That's it. Because you can answer the rest yourself. For now.
How about just one? Can I ask?
For now.
Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
Would you like to have one more question, or
is your time frame approaching your nutrition period?
It is.
Then we can continue with the questions after your nutritional break.
Okay, great.
We thank you for allowing this co-creation and this transmission, and we will continue after you have had your intermission. How's it going? Good? All right, I'll say we will continue with the transmission in the following way. We have discussed the idea of writing your life story, writing that structure. Now we are going to discuss and share information about living your story, how to take that structure and turn it into a living experience. Now, of course, there are many ways, and it still all comes down to the idea of acting on your highest joy to the best of your ability without expectation every moment that you can. That is still the idea of the strong permission slip, as you say in your language,
in a nutshell. Nevertheless, as we more deeply examine the notion of this particular story, structure, archetype, permission slip, it can give you, by dealing with its specific components, more understanding of the nature of the process, more clarity with how to use this inherently included in structure in your psyche. And so, we will suggest to follow through with the idea of really transforming that structure into something that is a living thing for you. The following idea. We have mentioned that there are, of course, many sources on your planet that describe the components of story structure. You can find these components listed in many of the books that exist in your society that have to do either with specifically story structure or writing, perhaps even screenplay books, how to write screenplays, how to understand story structures, or some of the philosophical books that we have mentioned will discuss a list, will provide a list of the different components, the specific discrete components of story structure. As we have suggested, it would be in your best interest in following through in this particular exercise and permission slip to go and find one of those books, procure one of those books on story structure, and once you have that, if it is not already listed for you, which often it is, write down on a piece of paper each component of the story structure, starting with the hero, going all the way to the climax, and maybe even beyond what you might even call a little bit of an epilogue, if you wish. It's up to you. But list each component in order of the archetypal story structure. Now, once you have done that, you will now write a short story, the story that you would prefer to live, the story that you would prefer your life to be, your new life story, your preferred life story. You will write a short story and make sure that as you write it, you will include at least one description of one experience or one scene that you would prefer to create that is based on each of those story structure components, both positive and negative, in terms of facing challenges and overcoming them, transforming them, protagonist, antagonist, twists, mentors, call to action, all these things. Sit with it till you understand the components of the structure, and then begin to write a short story that describes the life that you wish to tell yourself, the life that you will begin to tell yourself, the story you will begin to tell yourself from that point forward after you write this story. Now, you don't have to be the best writer in the world. We're not saying this is a writing class. So you don't have to worry exactly about how you are describing these things. What is important is to make sure that the scene you are describing is based on that particular story structure archetypal component. Step 3, step 1 being isolate the story component, step 2 being write the story, step 3 is to begin to act out like you're an actor on the stage, either in the privacy of your own home or in front of friends. It's up to you at first. Act out that story as best you can. Provide props if you need. Draw pictures if you need to put on your walls that represent whatever things you have represented ought to be in that scene that's representative of that story structure, archetypal component. Whatever you have to do to make it as real as you possibly can. Make it as much like a true stage play as you can. But from beginning to end, act it out. All the things you wish to say, all the things you wish to do that are representative of your life. Now, it doesn't have to be every single thing. Just pick the strongest one, the most enjoyable one, the most challenging one, maybe even the most fearful one for those particular scenes that are based on that component, and just pick the one that is most representative in energy of that particular story component. Put it all together in your story and act it out as best as you can, as fully as you can, as if you are an actor on a stage, all the way from beginning to end. All the way from beginning to end. And you will do that 3 times in this particular exercise, in this particular permission slip, in this particular process. The first time, you will just do it. You will just start from the beginning and act it out, go all the way to the end. Now, this doesn't have to be very, very long. It can just be a few pages. It can be as many pages as you wish, but don't make it too long. Allow yourself to know that this is simply a representative symbol. This is an archetypal symbol. In and of itself, it just carries the proper resonances. It just carries the proper frequencies. And if you choose scenes that contain the highest amount of energy representative of each component, you will then have the appropriate frequencies and vibrations in place to go through the story from beginning to end. So first time you do it, just take a stand or sit or however you need to begin your story and just begin acting it out all the way to the end. That's the first time. Second time, allow yourself in some way, shape, or form to actually record it. You can videotape it, you can audio tape it, you can do both. Record yourself doing it. And before you start, actually say the word action. And then do it. Act it out all the way through to the end. And when you are done, before you turn off the recording, actually say the words, the end. That's the second pass. Now, the third pass is you will do this in front of someone. A friend, family member, someone. Not your pet, a person, or more than one, ideally at least 3. You will also, again, record it, video and or audio. You will start again with action at the beginning, go through it, get to the end, say the end. Allow the people, tell the people who are watching to also respond appropriately in those moments. Now, it doesn't in this case have to necessarily be what you would call a genuine response. If they laugh, if they cry, if they recoil in fear, naturally, that's fine. But ask them to actually do so, even if they don't completely feel it, to give you the feedback. So that when you are going through a transformation and you are touching on the idea of either sadness or happiness or fear or joy, they will respond accordingly. Allow them to laugh, allow them to cry, allow them to do whatever they want, even if they appear to be faking it, so to speak, simulating it. For the purpose of this exercise, ask them to actually pretend to respond if they cannot come up with a genuine one. And go from beginning to end that way in this third time. Then, after you have done that, allow yourself then to look at or listen to the recording that you have made of yourself, telling yourself this new story, the story of who you prefer to be, both in joy and in the acceptance and transformation of the challenges that you will place in your story at the appropriate points, taking your cue from the archetypal components as they are timed out on the list of story structure elements. Watch or listen to yourself again, hearing that story, seeing you play out that story. This is, in a sense, a way to make a little bit more solid the idea of the visualization that goes on in your head, your imagination, your visualization of your ideal story. By actually recording it and seeing it, ideally, and or listening to it if you cannot visually record it, it will start to really anchor the energy of that imagination scenario, that visual symbol of that story. It will start to really anchor it vibrationally in your being. Because now you will actually have an externalized projection of what has been in your mind's eye. And even though it's still just a symbol, and you don't have to put any expectation on it, that it must come to fruition exactly as you wrote it, remember to always allow the higher mind to bring you unexpected twists. It will still nevertheless help really ground and anchor that visualization into your physical reality in much the same way that when you go and experience a film in your movie theater or a television show that you get caught up in, you will start to see and use all your senses in the same way, and it will really start to help make that particular scenario seem much more impactful, much more real, because when you do that with your own story, make your own movie of your own life story in this way, hitting exactly all the story structure components that will pluck chords within the story structure archetype in your consciousness, and you're seeing yourself do that, the response, the communication, the connection, the relevance, the resonance, the amplification, the magnification of that visualization will be profoundly more magnified for you than just keeping it in your head. It will seem far more real. It will seem experiential. It will start to rub off on you as if you've already actually experienced it. And that's the key to this particular permission slip exercise, is to get it out of your head, in front of your eyes, so that you are receiving the vision, hearing the energy, you are going through, you're identifying with it because it's you, and you're seeing yourself go through the exact transformative experiences in the story structure, the archetypal structure that you need to go through to really know that you've experienced this transformation. And you do this, you anchor it in, you lock it in, you resonate with it, it plucks those chords, and you really start to identify with that particular frequency of transformational story. That story becomes your story. Really becomes your story vibrationally. Again, doesn't matter if certain things will alter in the way that story actually plays out in your physical life. What you're doing here is anchoring to the vibrational points of the archetypal story structure, so that whatever comes in from the higher mind will fit that resonance and be exactly what it needs to be that scene in your story, in order for the overall story as the combination of scenes to ultimately be the energy that you prefer it to be. This can be a very powerful permission slip. You all know how entranced you get when you go and see a movie that sinks in. Well, this is your movie. Again, it doesn't have to be the most accomplished movie in the world. It doesn't have to be the best filming or the best writing in the world. It just has to be genuine. It just has to be honest. It just has to be sincere and heartfelt. And it has to be passionate in the sense that you know this is the story you prefer to tell. This is the story you prefer to tell to the world. This is the story you prefer to tell to yourself. This is the story that you know yourself to be. That's what makes the difference. And if you watch this over again 3 times at least, then it will really start to anchor in. And if you want to, if you feel creative enough, by all means, rewrite it, refine it, film it again, watch it again, go through this exercise as many times as you wish until you feel that really is your vibration. It's up to you. This is just a permission slip. You may find that your imagination will provide you other ideas of how to do this, and that's fine, because your imagination is key to your vibration, so let it. Let the unexpected twists crop up even in the doing of this particular permission slip creation, because creating this permission slip is still, what? A part of your story. So even the creating of your story is part of your story. So let that be all right for it to alter itself in whatever way, shape, or form it needs to in terms of the details, in terms of the expression, in terms of exactly how it manifests on the story spine, but do not alter the archetypal story structure. To do so, as we said, will be to eliminate the framework that creates context and relevance for what is already embedded in your physical mind psychology as an archetypal structure that you want the story to resonate with. So do not change the structure, but allow yourself to play with all the details. Be very creative of the details. Sometimes you don't even have to allow these details to be in what you would call linear order. Look at some of the films you have on your planet that are completely non-linear. They start at the beginning, start in the middle, start at the end, go backwards, go forwards, go left, right, up, down. But they do not forsake the actual archetypal structure. All the components of the structure are still there, even if the timeline is skewed. So you can be creative, but don't let go of the story structure. So, once again, very briefly, go and do your research, find a book or a source of information that lays out the list of the story structure components that are considered essential to the telling of any story in its fullest form. Make that list yourself. Don't just leave the list in the book. Actually write the list out. All of this, again, is for the purpose of anchoring this in you and making it your own. Because if you just leave it in the book, it won't be yours. Write it out, type it out, however you wish, but do it yourself. Make it your own. Write the list out. Then write the story. Once you are satisfied with that, then, as we said, act it out 3 ways. Just act it out yourself, kind of like what you would call a dress rehearsal. And by the way, if you know in that story you're actually wearing something different that you'd prefer to be wearing, wear it. If you want to do costume changes in your story, by all means, do them. Make it as real as possible. As if you were really watching an actor in a stage play, you would expect these kinds of changes. Some costume changes to liven it up, maybe even some lighting changes. Be creative with this. The more creative you can be, the more visceral and sensorial you can make this, the stronger the vibration will be, the stronger the impact will be within the resonant chords in your own psyche. So act it through once as a dress rehearsal. Then record it and say action at the beginning and the end. At the end. Then the 3rd time, record it in front of friends. Action at the beginning, the end. Then watch it. Watch it and look. And allow yourself to really get into it. Let yourself go. Let yourself identify with it, but at the same time, be the audience. Let that be an actor that is not you, while at the same time it is you. Again, that balance moment that the actor on stage has when they are totally in the present with the part, feeling the character, feeling the emotion, feeling everything, feeling the transformations going on within their character, and at the same time are engaging with the audience, and the audience engaging with them. Be in that center point. Be the actor on the stage one time you watch it. Be the audience watching it objectively. Allow yourself to go back and forth and play with this idea as many times as it takes. Refine it if you want to. Reshoot it if you want to. Until such time as you begin to truly feel that when you walk away from that, it's as if you have seen a really wonderful film and you really can remember it. You can feel it all. You can identify with it all. And if someone were to ask you, just as they often do on your planet, oh, you just saw a movie? What was it? What was it about? You would actually be able to tell that story, relate that story to them of your own movie in the same way that you relate any story of any movie they ask you to tell them after you have seen the movie if it has made a strong impact on you. That, in fact, is the next stage of this idea, is then find someone to simply tell the story to. Say, I've made this movie, it's my story, the story of my life as I'd love it to be, and I would like to tell it to you. If you cannot tell them the story totally, easily, smoothly, from beginning to end, from heart, you have missed something. Go back and do it again until it really becomes you. Go back and change whatever needs to be changed that is more memorable than what's there. Until such time as you can actually relate the story to someone from beginning to end in all the glorious details and all the glorious feelings and all the glorious surround sound in your mind that you remember, and relate it to them in that way as if you are reliving the movie. Make it your own from beginning to end. When you don't falter, when you're able to get it out smoothly, effortlessly, and able to transmit that information to someone else, then it's in you. You've got it. It's yours. That's your story. Now, that again doesn't mean it can't change. But the point is that once you do this, you'll be able to do it all the time. You'll know how it works. You can always do it in the way that we've just described externally if you wish. But anytime your story changes or anytime you want to make a change, you can also now do it internally if you believe that making that alteration in your visualization, in your mind's eye, will be as strong for you emotionally, viscerally, energetically, as it was to actually see it. If it's not, if you do that and you don't feel it as strongly, then go the other way and actually work this exercise out, live it in the way we've just described it, film it in the way we've just described it, and put it in there. It means that you're going in to edit your life story, and you're really doing it as if you would edit a film so that it again becomes grounded, locked in, visual, visceral, tangible, a reality for you, a real impactful story for you, and then play it again and tell it again. So write the structure, write the story, act it out 3 times or more if you wish, and then allow yourself to watch it as if you're an audience member, really relate to it. Balance it out, edit it, perfect it however you want to, and once it is where you want to and you've watched it and absorbed it, tell someone who hasn't seen it, who has not seen it. Tell someone the story as if they asked you to tell them, what was that movie you saw? You seem very excited about it. Tell me about it. Tell me the story. Tell it to them and see if you can tell it all the way through, beginning to end, simply and easily, and that you feel the excitement while you're telling it. You are now a storyteller telling them this story. You become the storyteller energy. It becomes your first nature. And when it becomes your first nature, and when you're excited about telling this story to someone, then you'll be excited about your story. And anytime you change it to be more representative of what you believe it needs to be, you'll be that excited. It will come naturally to you. You'll become a natural storyteller to yourself, and you'll be more capable of altering your story in the way you prefer it to be in a heartbeat. You'll be able to do that in a moment's notice. Someone comes up to you, pitch me your story. What's your story? Bang! You'll be able to pitch it in a heartbeat, in 5 minutes or less. No problem. Because it's your story, it's yours, it's locked in, you know the vibration, it's visceral, it's tangible, it's real, it's you. Your story. Your unique, exciting, passionate, challenging story. Everyone take a moment to take a deep breath. In and out. In and out. In and out. Take a moment to relax and feel the excitement of the anticipation of doing this permission slip or whatever variation your imagination comes up with. Get excited about it. Get excited about the process itself, because that's part of your story. Don't leave this out. Don't say, oh, well, yes, there's that story, but now I have to do all this work to put this together. No, you don't. It's up to you. But if you really want to make an impact on yourself, you'll do exactly what people do when they tell stories. They will put themselves into it. They'll be excited and passionate about it. They will want to tell that story because it's exciting to tell that story. And this is your story. This is your story. This, if you're going to get excited about any story, get excited about this one. It's your story. The most exciting story of your life is your life. So get excited about it. Get excited about all the components of it. And allow yourself to create a story that resonates with that archetypal structure so it becomes a living story. Every day, every scene, beginning, middle, and end. All the archetypes recognizable, relatable, respondable, so you know exactly what to do when they crop up. And all those scenes in combination will add up and build up and build up and allow you to experience an overarching life story that is a grand epic. Allow you to live it every day, fully. Your story, your unique, beautiful, brilliant, passionate, challenging, wondrous, magical story. Every breath you take adds to the story. Every thought you think adds to the story. Everything you feel is part of the story. Be willing to dig deep and find those things, even the fearful ones, because as we said, they add to the story. And that's exciting. Tell the story. You want the film to be exciting. You want the book to be exciting. You want it to be, as you people say, a page turner. You don't want to put it down. You want to know what happens next. What happens next? What happens next? What happens next? Oh, what happens next? Oh, what happens next? Oh, what happens next? That's what you want. You want to know. You want to know. You want to know what happens next. Because that's a good story. And that's a story worth remembering, worth living, worth being. We will add a few ideas to this in the live transmissions. But for now, allow yourself to absorb this information and start allowing yourself to imagine how you will uniquely go about, if you wish to, doing this particular permission slip exercise to live your story. Take your structure and make it a living thing. We thank you for allowing us to share this information with you all in this way. And we will look forward to seeing, reading, watching your stories as they unfold. Because we are always watching you. And the chief question in our minds is always, what happens next? You have a very exciting story together and individually. Very exciting story. Far from over. And we cannot wait to see what happens next. We will resume this transmission shortly. Enjoy another intermission.
Before we go into the channeling, I know there are some new people here. I was asked by a couple of people about how this channeling happened for me, how it began. So just very briefly to bring everyone up to speed, I will tell you just a little part of my story. For those that don't know, the first thing that started this off, at least as far as I can tell, that's a lie. Something happened when I was 3 years old that started this off. And in fact, it's actually quite interesting that it mirrors what's going on here, because I had actually forgotten this incident that happened to me when I was very young for many, many years, because when things happen to you when you're 3, you just consider them to be normal, and you don't really hold on to them as anything that stands out. Before I started doing this channeling, when I had just started doing the channeling, someone took me through a process called voice dialoguing, which is not exactly hypnosis, but it's a technique to get you to sort of let memories come to the surface from different ages in your life. And when they did that with me and got me to age 3, I remembered this incident which had happened where when I was very young, you know how we all sometimes when we're small, we take tables and put blankets over them and make forts out of them? I was in such a structure when I was really young. And the memory that actually came back at that moment was remembering that when I was under the blanket, under the table, in the air in front of me, about this big, was a white whirlpool structure in the air. And I knew that that was some kind of doorway or window through which I was communicating with someone. I didn't know who it was. I think that was the true physical beginning of the manifestation of the contact with Bashar at that point, to set up other events that were going to happen in this life. And again, like someone pointed out, was a kind of vortex, and very similar to what we're experiencing in terms of the shape and structure of the hurricane. But the most conscious inciting incident for this was 38 years ago. I live in Los Angeles. I had 2 very broad daylight, very close UFO sightings over LA. First time about 150 feet away, and the second time only about 70 feet away, of an equilateral black triangular ship. After I had seen something like that, I wanted to learn more about it. Now that I knew that UFOs were real and they really existed, I wanted to find out everything I could. So I began doing research in books and bookstores, and at that point, back then, this was in the early 70s, there weren't many books on metaphysical subjects in the bookstore, so they all tended to be kind of lumped on one shelf. So I kind of went down the aisle, and it was like UFOs and psychic phenomena and channeling and whatever there was, and I just started reading it all. 10 years after the sighting, I was introduced to a channel who was giving lectures and seminars at that time. And eventually, after listening to the entity for several months and understanding that the information was something that was able to help change people's lives in a positive way, the entity coming through that channel actually offered to teach a channeling class. I went to the class not because I thought I was going to be a channel, I just wanted to learn more about how something like that could be taught and further my research. During the class, which was a series of different kinds of guided meditations to put you in touch with whatever you wanted to get in touch with, use creatively however you wanted to do it, I received in the middle of that class, when I was in a meditative state, what appeared to be, or what felt like, a download of information in one split second. And in that split second, a memory came back of having made an agreement in this life to do this with Bashar. I understood in that moment that the UFO had been shown to me on purpose to get me to move in the direction I needed to move and learn what I needed to learn. And the question that was there from Bashar and his people was, now you remember we made the agreement. Now you know it's time to begin, if this is still something that you want to do. And I thought about it for a while because I didn't really know if I was hallucinating. I didn't know if this was just in my imagination, side effect of the meditation, or what was going on. But at the same time, I was having this going on in my head. The entity coming through the channel that was teaching the class stopped talking and turned to me and said, somebody's here for you if you're ready to begin. Someone else in the class actually drew an image of what I was seeing in my head of the being that was talking to me. So I had two immediate outside validations that something was actually happening. And so I thought, all right, well, what I've learned, the most important thing I've learned about the idea of channeling is that it is a natural ability we all have, and that it's not really that important that anyone believes that Bashar is real, that he's separate from myself. It could be a portion of my own consciousness. The most important thing, since I can't prove Bashar's existence, is that the information works. And if the information can be applied in your life and make the changes that you want in a positive way, that's the reason that I do the channeling. So, and that is what happened, and here I am 28 years later, still doing it. So I hope that answers the questions that people had about sort of how this began. There's more information, perhaps a little bit more on the website. But that sort of is, in a nutshell, what happened. There are many, many things that also happened that were connected to it, but I'm just going to keep it brief for now. Does anyone have any questions before we begin? Yeah.
Darren, how do you deal with living in two worlds? And
it's not two worlds.
Okay.
It's one world that has those two things going on in it. So that's how I look at it. This is an idea of blending. It's an idea of this is becoming normal. This is becoming natural. And when I look at it that way, all these things just automatically, synchronistically start fitting with each other because they're all representative of who I am and what I do. So there's no conflict in that sense. There's no different worlds in that sense. It just all starts to dance and orchestrate together. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and when you talk about, you know, how sometimes when you're in the energy and it gets really dizzy, I've felt that a few times. It's hard to.
It's something you get used to. It's like anything. It takes practice. It's just a matter of honing in on that frequency and, you know, sort of living up to it. And then as things accelerate, you just get used to it. Because when I first began the channeling 28 years ago, it was very strenuous. I couldn't handle the energy. It took a couple of years before it would actually energize me instead of draining me. Because the strongest analogy I made is that when Bashar was attempting to come through, it felt like trying to shove Hoover Dam through a garden hose, you know, because here I am, this constricted little pipe, and all of this is trying to get through. But as soon as I sort of relaxed the ideas about the difference between us and let that be less, it just opened up and started making me feel like I was actually being supported by the energy. So that's really what it takes, is trusting yourself, trusting the process, trusting what you're connecting to, and letting it sort of function in a holistic way. Yeah.
2 questions. Does Bashar go through other people as well, or just you?
Right now, just me. He has spoken through other people, primarily for the purpose of helping those people, at their request, prepare themselves for channeling something else. So he has kind of acted a little bit as sort of a starter kit for some of them because they were familiar with him. I think the strangest experience for me in that sense was there is a woman in Japan who does still give lectures. She doesn't channel Bashar, but she had asked at one time to do so. And when she became more proficient at it, she started doing it publicly for a time being until she got used to it enough to allow something else to come through. But it was strange because here's this, you know, very slight Japanese woman channeling in Japanese, because Bashar is not speaking English. He's not speaking any language at all. He's just sending thoughts. And when our brainwaves lock, it just translates into whatever language I was raised on. We're acting as a translation device for his thoughts. But even though it was coming through a Japanese woman in Japanese, it was distinctly Bashar's personality. So I've seen him come through a couple of other people from time to time, although he doesn't really do that so much anymore. Was there another question?
Yes, there was. But that, what you just said, actually brought up something else. I noticed sometimes you have an accent.
The accent, or what we call an accent, happens for a variety of reasons in my understanding. Number one, my brain to some degree considers him to be foreign. And so it sort of automatically attaches this inflection to it, but the inflection is more the result of the fact that the thoughts coming from him, how do I say this, pushes the language through me in a way that's very different than the way we use language. And because he's accentuating certain ideas with energy, it causes certain accentuations and emphasis to happen on the words as they get translated that can make it actually sound like an accent, even though it's not a cultural accent. It's more of an energy accent. You're hearing where he's emphasizing thoughts and expressing them in an odd or unusual way relative to our culture. So.
Did you ever have a fear or wonder if the entity speaking to you was good or evil?
I get this question a lot. The question, if nobody heard that, was, in the beginning, was I afraid or wondering whether the entity that was coming through me was good or evil? By the time I started channeling, this is what I understood. My intention was positive in terms of doing it. Therefore, it was not possible to connect to anything but that which was aligned with my intention. Because when you are of such a different vibration than something that's operating negatively, you're not visible to those things. They can't find you. So it never concerned me because before I started channeling, I understood that. Okay? Anything else before we go? No.
Say, let us continue with this transmission in the following way. Just making sure you're all awake. All right. Now then, as has been pointed out, the experience that you have co-created with your weather, and you have co-created it. For if you did not, in that sense, attract yourself to the vibration, you would be somewhere else, is an opportunity for you to begin to match your frequency, to accelerate your frequency, to truly live as a vortex, because that's what you are. You are, each and every one of you, and all together, vortices of energy. Access points, doorways, gateways, to other worlds, other stories, other levels, other lives. And you allow yourselves to be a link to all those other streams of information, streams of consciousness. And as you download what other streams of consciousness or portions thereof of other stories and other realities are relevant to the story that you are creating here and now on Earth, you allow yourselves to mix and match, to draw upon other experiences, to apply them when and where they seem relevant in your life, even as you do the same for other lives, other beings, as they draw upon your experiences here. So this is an opportunity for you to not only accelerate, rotate and spiral yourselves upward, but also an opportunity to allow yourself to gather more of yourselves together, to grow and grow and grow as you spin, as you spiral, to encompass more perspective, a broader perspective as you move through your life, as you move through the experience of your reality. And as you do so, to send nourishing rain, to revitalize, to weed out the old, remove the dead wood in your belief systems, and allow for new seedlings and new sprouts to grow in the upcoming sunshine. To see this as an opportunity for swift transformation and to increase your ability to become more conscious of the shifting that you're doing all the time from parallel reality to parallel reality. How you choose to experience these events in your story is really up to the vibrational state you prefer to be, that you choose to be. And so you can find that even within what you consider to be one event, including many people, it actually is as many events as there are people. So how many ever there are of you, that's how many hurricanes there are. That's how many buildings there are that you are in. That's how many realities there are that you are experiencing. And anything that is common between them is common only by the communication you agree to have, you agree to share. One of you could be standing on one side of the building and seeing gale force winds, torrents of rain, trees torn limb from limb. The other could be standing on the other side of what appears to be the same building and looking at a beautiful, misty day, contemplative, moist, rich, effervescent. Because they are two different realities, two different buildings, two different people, two different worlds. And anything in between that you can imagine. But please again remember, whatever it is you do experience is what you have attracted for your own reason. Stay within the vibration. Stay within the eye of the storm within yourself, so that you can understand that all of this is moving around your center. And that you then will remain in that calm vibration, so that no matter what is happening around you in the physical reflection, in the physical illusion, you will be able to see it for what it is, to know why you have placed yourself in that position this day of your time, and can extract from it what you need to add and amplify and magnify your story and propel it in the direction that you prefer. Make a clean sweep of the old reality and emerge, 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 which might be another way to interpret your word of emergency. Emerge and see a new reality. Let us continue now with interactions and questions, and in these interactions, allow yourselves to emerge and see how you can use this to your benefit.
Hi, Bashar.
And you good day.
Thank you for being here.
What is your story?
Well, my story is a story of ascension.
Ascension.
Yeah, it has been my joy and my excitement since approximately 1996, when I had an awakening, and I'm very nervous.
Why are you nervous? I thought you were excited.
Well, I'm nervously excited.
Oh, all right. How colorful.
Well, first of all, the videotape was really, really fabulous.
Oh, all right.
So thank you for that information. I really
Yes.
appreciate that. Also, well, I have two questions. One is, I have been consciously creating Merkabahs and
Yes.
expanding my light body.
All right.
Working on really focusing on both light and dark in my life, and integration,
Yes.
all with the
Yes.
intention to ascend.
All right, and you know the best way and simplest way to do that, yes?
Well, to experience it and not
To act on your excitement every moment that you can is the simplest way to do all of that all at once.
Okay. Well,
Instead of piecing it out, detailing it out, having to focus on so many components, why not let it all simply happen automatically, synchronistically, and effortlessly by simply allowing yourself to act on the thing that excites you the most, which is always going to be representative of the vibration of your true highest self at any moment.
That's one way, right?
All right.
Indeed, I'm learning that.
All right.
I felt that my mind for many years felt that it was going to be the tool to get me there, and
All right.
I'm awakening that that's not the
All
case.
right. And what you have said
in terms of the response to what we said is exactly that, in terms of using action and actually acting on these things. Indeed, you are learning. Indeed, in doing, in acting, do you learn? Do you grow? Because it completes the circuit. All right? And so?
Okay, so, well, one question is I was wondering if you could see my energetic body and if
We
there's...
see patterns that we need to see. What is it you wish to discuss?
Have I expanded to a fifth dimension?
If you were truly completely in the fifth dimension, you would not be in physical reality.
Okay.
So the idea is that all of you have counterpart selves, in a sense, versions of yourselves that are on all different dimensional levels. It's not really about you expanding to the fifth dimension. It's about you connecting to yourself already there, so that you can bring that energy down to earth and express it in a way that will allow you to shift to a parallel reality that is more representative of the vibration you prefer to experience as a physical being.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Does that help you?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
I was also hoping...
You were also what?
I had a vision, and I was
Yes.
hoping that maybe you could help me define it.
Well, we'll see.
Okay, the vision was I was in my bedroom. I looked out the window. There were these gold specks in the sky that inevitably turned into a spaceship.
Yes.
And then a beam of light came into my forehead.
Yes.
A friend of mine who I don't speak to from when I was 20 levitated up to my bedroom window. I'm on the second floor. She came through the window.
Yes.
And placed a baby in my hands, a little baby girl.
Yes.
And then I kind of came out of that experience.
I thought you said this required interpretation.
Okay. So, but is it an Essassani-like baby? Is this a
It is a hybrid child, though not a Sassanian. It is from the race we call the Shalanaya or Yael, the first hybrids who will interact openly with your world.
Oh, okay.
You understand that many of you have chosen to be part of the program of generating hybrid beings.
You know, it doesn't, yes, I'm not frightened by this. I've kind of always wanted to have a baby in this particular frequency. That doesn't have anything to do with that?
That is different.
What is different?
Having a baby in your physical reality is different than having hybrid children.
Okay.
Although, eventually, the hybrid children will be brought to your physical reality.
Well, that's pretty exciting.
Yes, we think so.
I think so as well.
And so do they. So in that sense, you could say you may eventually have a hybrid baby in this reality. But if you're also referring to the idea of having one by what you would call natural childbirth, then it simply requires that you become the person vibrationally to whom such a being agreed to be born. And the easiest way to do that and keep your appointment with that spirit is to simply act on your highest joy and be yourself so that you will be the person they made the agreement with. Remember, if you have made an appointment like that, all these appointments have been laid out. All the timing of them have been laid out. The only way to miss an appointment is to spend time worrying you will miss the appointment. If you just get on with living your life in the best way you can, it is not possible for you to miss any of the appointments or agreements you have made.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Right.
I also just want to share one thing about the synchronicity. I was supposed to be in a workshop in Boston.
I guess not.
Well, and then I found myself not only volunteering, but actually have my name being drawn. So I was wondering if there's anything you could share about the synchronicity of why I'm here.
What are you learning about yourself by interacting in this way with us? What is it allowing you to choose to do?
Well, the whole idea of making the movie very much excites me. So
you are going to make a movie then?
I am indeed.
All right then. And so have you gathered in this exchange more awareness and more understanding that you can do that when you wish to?
Yes, I have.
All right, so you will do that, yes? All right.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
For empowering yourself.
Greetings, Bashar.
And to you good day. What is your story? Your story starts with a sigh, which is a sign of release and surrender.
Yes. My story is such a beautiful story.
Well, they are all beautiful, yes.
It's filled with peaks and valleys.
Yes,
that's
as
for
every
sure.
story is.
These 3 questions, I have a chapter in the book. It's part 2, chapter 5 of my story.
Yes.
It's entitled The Shaman and the Sorcerer.
All right.
And it has to do with their similarities
Yes.
and their differences.
Yes.
That has been probably an understanding of my dark side
Yes.
and my light side.
Yes.
We all contain
Yes.
this yin and yang, this male and female.
Polarity.
The polarity.
Yes.
And balancing that polarity has been such a strong force in my story
Yes.
and in this life.
Yes.
So the question is really the dynamics behind this idea. And my story is what I'm also going to ask, which is we are here collectively living this story about what we understand as shamans,
Yes.
indigenous people, sorcerers, indigenous people.
Yes.
And because it's physical reality, things happen. Sorcerers can cast spells.
Well, sort of, yes.
They can send energy to people.
Yes. And if it is accepted, then the person can experience an effect from that. But it has to be accepted.
Now, okay, so because I know it's based on the belief system,
Yes.
to allow this thing to happen,
Yes.
I don't choose to have that happen, but I had it happen to me.
But obviously you have chosen to, or it couldn't have.
I obviously had an unconscious
Yes.
understanding that this is going to be.
Yes. And thus then it has served you to be able to tell a story.
Yes.
And so, has it helped you get in touch with the belief systems that allowed you to choose to attract these things to yourself?
It's been of great service to me because it taught me a lot about how afraid of dying I am.
All right. But you know you die every second.
All the time.
Yes. So what's there to be afraid of?
Nothing except that I didn't like how it distorted my energy field, which is really a question.
You mean how you chose to distort your own energy field?
It's so interesting because
Yes.
for me, I experienced this thing that was very, very close to my physical death.
Yes.
And
That's exciting.
yeah, it was very exciting.
Do you not know?
Do
you not know that in most indigenous cultures on your planet, one of the greatest transformational experiences for shamans and sorcerers is to actually pass through death?
See, yes.
Well, there you go.
Of course.
You're just living that particular storyline.
Yeah, I learned a lot about the metaphysical kind of symbolic death, knowing that, what you just said.
Yes.
And then the actual reality of what was happening to me.
Yes.
And I also created to be healed by this that there was no way to heal it.
All right.
Except through the Christ energy.
Oh, all right.
Which is what I guess I provided for myself.
Yes.
Okay, I knew these answers.
Yes, I know.
And I'm fascinated by it. It took the wind out of me this last year.
Well, now there's a wind coming you can put back in.
Then let's let this hurricane, Irene, will bring that beautiful cleansing to me so that I will bring some closure to this idea. You know, I'm working in the world with these indigenous people.
Yes.
And when you're around them, it's very visceral.
Yes.
And things happen.
Yes.
Energies are being placed in places where they should not be.
Well,
So
energies are being offered.
Yes. Now what about protection?
Again, it's all about what you believe. And if you believe you need protection, that should tell you something about what you're willing to accept as true.
I will go from this point forward in front of all these witnesses.
Yes. Knowing that you are
protected.
Not protected.
I am in a place where I don't need protection.
You are indestructible.
I am indestructible.
You are eternal. You are infinite. You are whatever you choose to experience yourself to be as well. Remember, please remember, you are experiencing an experience. You are always indestructible. You are always eternal. You are always infinite. But you can experience yourself as not being so. You can experience yourself as needing protection. But the truth is the only way you could actually create an experience of needing protection is if you actually didn't need it. Because you have to be an indestructible, eternal, infinite being in order to be able to create the kind of experience that you're not. You have to have unlimited power, in other words, in order to create the illusion that you're powerless. So having the experience of being powerless is actually the proof that you are unlimited in power. Because you can create anything, even an experience of being disempowered. That should tell you something about how powerful you are. Do you understand the paradox in what we're saying here?
I do.
All right.
I do. I'm just dealing with thousands of years of humanity's
But
belief.
that's all right, because you're not actually dealing with that unless you think you are, unless you believe you are.
Right.
Remember that everything exists at once, and what you call history changes when you change yourself. The present is not a result of the past. The past changes with the present. Because there is only here, there is only now, and whoever you define yourself to be now determines any so-called history that you've set up. But you're creating that history and what you choose to connect to as true in history when you define who you are right now. If you define yourself differently, you will have a different history. Because past and present and future in that sense are all one, and what you call past and future are completely illusionary. There actually is no such thing as the past. There really is no such thing as the future. And the way you can easily prove this to yourself is anytime you ask yourself what time it is always now. It's never then. What time is it? Now. So now is the only thing that actually exists fundamentally. Past and future are real as experiences, but they don't actually exist as the structure of existence itself. The structure of existence only exists, and the only thing that existence has is presentness, nowness. That's it. Anything you call a different moment is actually the same moment from a different point of view. Make sense?
Yes.
Does that help?
It does help very much.
Well, thank you.
And Bashar, I come back to the same, the question of these indigenous people.
Yes.
That I am not the one to change all of their belief systems.
No, of course not.
And when I walk in their space,
yes,
I'm dealing with thousands of years of understanding of not bad things being placed, but also beautiful, good, and healing things.
Yes.
So that balance is key.
But remember that you are also capable of simply also offering a different point of view, not that they have to accept it, but you've attracted yourself to those particular experiences to share in both directions as well.
Great.
All right.
Okay, that's good. May I ask another question?
That was a question.
That was my third. No, that's not my third. That was my second. My story is my story.
Yes.
I was interested a little while ago about the collective consciousness story.
Yes.
The Book of Earth.
Yes.
And what is going on. We're experiencing our Earth.
Depends on which Earth you're talking about.
Exactly. And this hurricane.
Yes.
And I
which
think
hurricane?
About this one.
What hurricane?
I'm experiencing what hurricane?
You're experiencing a hurricane? Oh, all right.
Not right now. And
are you experiencing a hurricane? Are you? Are you?
So the collective agreement, the contract that we have.
Yes.
How are we doing? And it seems that
how are you doing?
More storms and more of the understanding of what is so-called predicted.
Again, please remember, it isn't about what happens outside. It's about how your relationship is to it.
Yes.
So the idea of whether the outside changes or not isn't a measure of how you're doing. The measure of how you're doing is how you relate to it, whether or not it keeps happening or changes.
Yeah, because there's so much talk about it. And we talk
Yes.
about 2012.
Yes,
We
yes,
talk
yes.
about these dates. We talk
Yes,
about
yes,
prophecies.
yes, 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 yes. So, you are creating all of your permission slips to be symbolically representative of changes that you know are going on within your consciousness, both individually and collective. But the bottom line still is, individually and collectively, what kind of relationship do you want to have with all of these symbols you've created for yourself? That's really the only question.
So take all the information and kind of throw it in the trash, in a
Well,
sense.
you can mix it up in a blender. You can do what you wish with it. The idea really is simply, what's your relationship to it? If you feel like it doesn't serve you, then yes, put it aside. But don't invalidate it.
Yes. So again, in preparation,
Preparation for what?
there's a collective contract.
Yeah.
I know
There
where you're
is.
going with this because
But collective contracts don't necessarily limit the individuality within it, as I already explained. Even though you may have a collective contract and a collective agreement of a particular kind of experience, different people within that collective agreement can still experience radically different individual things.
yes,
Even in the same spot.
I see. I know. That's where we are now.
Yes.
Yes. And it was so different before, and it will be different in the future.
It will be simply a different.
The different now.
Yes. Thank you.
Wonderful, and thank you.
Thank
May
you.
I ask one more?
No.
Last, to be of service to another by proxy
Thank you.
as a spirit guide.
Good day.
Good day. Thank you, Bashar.
Don't be afraid to step right up to the mic, he says.
Unless, of course, you enjoy being afraid. Mary, you like scary stories. Horror stories. Chilling, thrilling stories. Good day.
Good day. Thank you, Bashar, and everyone that made this possible here today for me. And I had a question that essentially was answered earlier, and I wasn't sure that I would ask a question. At the risk of exposure, I've stepped up to the mic to talk to you today.
There is no risk.
I wanted to talk to you because I'm here rather unexpectedly.
Congratulations!
Thank you. And I'm a bit wobbly at the moment.
Oh, congratulations again.
Thank you.
You are shifting and transforming and in unfamiliar seas.
Absolutely.
The unknown is your best friend. For only in the unknown can you discover more of yourself.
I think you hit this right on the head. My story is deeper transformation at the moment.
Yes.
And I'm sensing something energetically that I'm finding difficult to articulate.
Oh, all right.
I know it's personal, but it's
Yes.
also collective because it's occurring with a lot of energetics, weather-wise.
How would you like it to express itself creatively in your particular life? This realization that you are having.
Deeply and gently.
Specifically, how?
Not trauma.
Specifically, how? Creatively, how?
Health.
You're missing the point. What excites you in life?
Happiness.
Specifically, creatively. What creative expression specifically? Physical expression of creativity excites you.
Yes.
What?
Dolphins. At the moment, dolphins
Thank you.
are the first thing that comes to my mind.
And specifically, in what way would you like to interact with dolphin energy?
In a healing manner.
What does that mean to you?
Being with them, in the sea with them, swimming with them, being
All
around
right,
them.
thank you. When will you do that?
As soon as possible.
Which would be when? Will you start to take the steps in that direction as soon as you possibly can? No?
Yes.
Hesitation usually means no.
Hesitation in this moment means fear.
Which means no. So what are you afraid of in interacting with dolphins?
I'm afraid it's not possible. And this
What?
is relating to power. That
Not
it's not
possible?
possible for me to do this.
Why not?
Because of circumstances.
Such as?
Such as.
What reasons have you invented for yourself?
Ooh, thank you.
That's what you're actually describing.
Yes.
So if this is really, if it is truly, it's up to you to say, if it really is truly representative, at least one representation of your highest joy, what reasons have you invented to block yourself from expressing your highest joy? What circumstances have you created to represent those reasons that you've given yourself?
Lack.
Of what? There is no such thing as lack.
Yes.
Remember, it's all about definitions. We understand what your people mean by lack, but generally they think that that means lack of abundance. But it's not. When you are experiencing lack, you're experiencing an abundance of lack.
Yes. Yes.
Because you're always abundant. You're always abundant. The question is not whether you are abundant or not, it's what are you abundant in. So if you're having an abundance of lack, that's what you will experience. But if that's not what you prefer, you can allow your abundance to express something else. But you don't have to learn to be abundant. You just have to change what kind of abundance you're choosing to experience. So, what gets in your way with regard to being able to interact with dolphins? You do remember, yes, that an offer actually was made by Nania, the individual you know as April, that she does take people swimming with dolphins, yes?
Yes.
So what are you assuming prevents you from doing that?
Myself.
Well, why would you do that? Why would you prevent yourself?
Again, it goes back to fear.
Of what? Which you still haven't answered. Fear of what? What do you think is going to happen? Or are you saying you are afraid you can't do it?
Yes.
Because, going back to your concept of lack, because you lack what?
I think ultimately it goes back to the idea of power, that I'm not empowered enough to create what I truly want to create.
But did you not attract yourself to this event?
I did.
And in attracting yourself to this event, did you not sit in a room where somebody offered to take people swimming with dolphins?
Yes.
So didn't you attract that to yourself?
Yes, thank you.
So then aren't you lying to us? Is it not obvious that you're capable of attracting that? If you've attracted someone that can offer that to you, didn't you attract that?
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
then
thank
why
you.
are you saying you can't attract that?
Thank you.
You understand?
I do.
Let it be obvious. You don't need to get caught up in all of these concepts and suppositions. Let what is going on be obvious. Yes? It's up to you. You don't have to. If you want it to be more complicated, please don't let me take that away from you.
No, I don't.
I can even help you make it more complicated if you want.
Thank you very much, Bashar.
Does that help you?
It does.
All right. Then go and play and have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
So, here's the thing.
Oh, the thing. The thing. All right. What is the thing?
The thing is that there's been a major scene.
Major what?
Scene in my story.
Yes.
That's been at an impasse.
At an impasse. So you have a scene about an impasse.
No, the scene has just stopped. And I've been trying to...
What is the scene?
The scene is that I've been... my job was downsized in the fiasco in the marketplace.
They gave you a smaller job?
Well, yeah, doing nothing.
Oh, pretty small.
I'd say. and so, you know.
This is a sparkling opportunity for you to take action in the direction of what actually excites you instead of forcing yourself to continue to do something that doesn't.
And I have.
Therefore?
Well, I've run out of resources.
Run out of resources? Nonsense. Yeah. That's not possible. You may have created the illusion that you've run out of resources, but you can't actually run out of resources.
Well,
maybe you're just not allowing your imagination to be as free as it could be about what a resource might be. Maybe you're limiting your definition of what a resource could be. What does excite you? What are you doing that is representative of your highest excitement? Let's start there.
What I was doing before.
Is that really representative of your highest excitement?
Well, at this moment, yes. I loved what I was doing. I had switched careers to do that.
And thus then you are saying there is absolutely no way in your imagination that you can continue in any way, shape, or form to do the thing that excites you.
No.
Oh.
I've been trying.
You've been what?
I've been working on it.
Well, in what way have you been working?
Well, I've been making connections because I think that is the path in my world right now.
What is it that excites you?
Well, a lot of things, but it requires money. I'd like to just travel around the world.
Then travel around the world.
I'd like to...
Then travel around the world.
Yeah, but how do I do that?
How do you do that?
Yes.
Like I said, you need to exercise more imagination as to what you're defining as a resource. May I give you an example?
Sure.
We use this quite often because it is a real physical world example of someone who is exactly in the same situation that you're describing. And because this is actually a person living on your planet, you will know I'm not just making up a fairy tale. This is something that actually can work in your reality. So take a lesson from this. There is a woman who is a fine, fantastic photographer. That is her passion. Her greatest excitement was the idea of going all around your planet and photographing what you call the sacred sites. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
All right. She had no money, which is one of the things that many people on your planet consider to be a necessary resource to do certain things. She did not allow her definitions to stop her. She allowed herself to stay in the vibration she preferred instead of succumbing to a fearful frequency. And by staying in the appropriate vibration of her preference, she was able to imagine, she was able to receive inspiration for how she could live her dream without necessarily having the resources that in the past she might have thought was necessary. And before I continue, therein lies the first important point. You cannot perceive what you're not the vibration of. If you don't stay in your preferred vibration, you will not be capable of receiving information or opportunities to show you how you might be able to continue. They will be invisible to you. Those doors will be closed to you if you don't stay in the vibration where they're open. So if you're afraid that you have no resources, if you're afraid you've lost the resources you need to continue doing what excites you, that fear in and of itself will actually make you incapable of receiving inspiration from your higher mind through your imagination that would allow you to do what you need to do. Do you understand that principle before we continue?
Yes.
All right, so to continue the story, the idea is that because she stayed in that state, she received an inspiration. Now, the next thing that many people on your planet would have said had she told them what she was inspired to do would be to have told her to her face that she was crazy, out of her mind, impossible, that would never work. Everyone knows you can't do it that way. That was not her vibration. She didn't pay attention to those things. Those were not her definitions of reality. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with being crazy. In fact, you might need a little bit more of it. So the idea then is that she received an inspiration. This is what she said. I will go to the airlines and I will ask them to fly me all around the world for free.
so that I may take these wonderful photographs of these sacred sites. That is my passion. Simple. She did it. But because she was inspired, she added one more piece to that and said, if you will fly me all over the world for free to these sacred sites, the beautiful, gorgeous, glorious photos I will take of these sites, you may also use for your travel brochures to entice more tourists to these places. So there was a fair exchange of energy. Very important in any agreement, fair exchange. They said, not surprisingly, absolutely, great idea. Not only thus then did they fly her all over the world for free to take photos of the sacred sites, they paid her to do it, fed her to do it, put her up in the best hotels. She lived her dream like a queen, didn't spend a dime. The point being, unless you stay in the vibration of your preference, you will never be inspired to take the steps that would actually show you that such things are actually not only possible, probable, but highly likely when you stay in the appropriate frequency. Do you understand the moral of the story?
Yes. Yes.
Does this inspire you?
Does, yes.
Do you believe that this principle will work for you as well as it worked for her?
Well, you know, I'm...
Do you believe the principle will work for you as well as it worked for her?
I believe it can, but I think that I've been...
So the answer is no. Now, let me stop you there. I want you to understand something very paradoxically important here. In some senses, I know, I can see, I can read, some aspect of your being thinks that to answer you're not sure about that, you think that's actually humble. It's incredibly arrogant. It's incredibly arrogant to stand there and say that a principle of creation that works for everyone can't work for just you. You're singling yourself out of all of creation, that you're the only one for whom that idea doesn't work. That's incredibly arrogant. And I know you don't want to be that way. And I know you didn't think you were being that way. But the idea is that the paradox is that while many of you think you're being humble and saying, oh, no, I don't deserve that. That won't work for me. That is an incredible place of arrogance. All you need to do is understand that this is the way creation is structured. This mechanism works whether you think it does or not. In fact, it's working for you all the time anyway, because whatever it is you're putting out is what you're getting back. It's just that what you're getting back is a result of what you're putting out. The uncertainty you're putting out is what you're getting back. Uncertain situations. And that's why you feel that, in a sense, you're kind of at an impasse and don't know what to do, because that's what you're putting out, impassive vibrations.
Well, isn't it not true that sometimes you have to wait? Things don't just automatically appear.
It is true that there is, to some degree, the experience of what you would call a time lag within the idea of manifestation to allow you the experience of process that will enrich your appreciation of what it is you do ultimately manifest. But nevertheless, that doesn't mean that in any way, shape, or form, the so-called time lag or process needs to be any less a part of what is representative of your joy. In other words, you're not waiting for something to happen. Time lags don't mean you're waiting. Time lags just mean there's another part of your excitement going on that you're not really paying attention to or defining as part of your excitement. And because you're not defining the waiting period as part of your excitement, you experience it as a time lag, as a waiting period, instead of another exciting chapter in your story before something else exciting happens.
Well, that's true, you know. I mean, I have been sort of having somewhat of a good time while I'm waiting, but
somewhat. But it can't compare to what's about to happen that I'm waiting for. But you see, the whole thing is that you're waiting. That's the energy you don't prefer. Don't wait. Understand that whatever it is you're experiencing can be experienced as a part of your excitement as a part of that excitement. It's a stepping stone in that excitement. It's a piece of that excitement. It's not, in that sense, apart from it. It's not just something to get you there. It is, in and of itself, an expression of your overall excitement. Use your curiosity and your imagination to figure out how that can be so. And you will experience this particular time frame as exciting as anything. And you will not be waiting for something better to happen. And then when you stop waiting for something better to happen, it happens. Because you're no longer waiting for it to happen. You've taken the waiting out of the equation by loving whatever's going on so much that you collapse and compress time, and before you know it, something else is happening, and something else is happening, and something else is happening, and something else is happening. There's no waiting in excitement. Do you understand? There's no waiting in your excitement. Excitement does not contain the component of waiting. There may be other experiences between this experience and that one, but if all experiences in your excitement are equal, then you're not waiting for any one particular one to come before any other, because they're all so exciting that it doesn't matter what's happening. So you're never waiting. Make sense?
Yes.
Can you let that sink in?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I am.
All right. So this will work for you then, yes?
Yes, it will.
Because it does work for you already, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have an exciting day.
I will. You too.
Oh, and by the way, pleasant dreams.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Thank you for the co-creation. I appreciate it.
And you as well.
All right, first off, I wanted to ask, in this now, my wife and I have been married for 22 years.
All right.
How many other successive, right nows are there that we are living together?
How many other parallel realities do you exist in as a couple?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sir. How formal. As we scan you, well, we'll give you this. Within, let's say, a 15% difference margin.
Okay.
34,793.
Wow, that's a lot. Cool, thank you. All right, and I had one question about all the Ascended Masters said that in where we are now, that we can do what they did.
Yes.
And more.
That was their whole point.
Okay, right. How do you get into that vibration? First of all, define vibration. When you say vibration, do you mean
state of being?
Just your state of being.
Because you are an energy, yes?
Yes.
And therefore, when you are aligned with the idea of doing what excites you the most, every single moment that you can, and acting on it, every single moment that you can, you are, like a compass needle, pointing to your true north, aligned with your true vibration, your signature frequency that is uniquely the frequency, the vibration of you as an energy, as a consciousness. So that's the answer to everything. The idea of being a reflection of an ascended master is simply being the being who always acts first on the thing that is most representative of their highest frequency, their highest excitement, their true vibration.
So my next question was going to be, is that possible in our lifetimes?
Yes.
Right now? So
yes.
You answered the question.
Did you ask
yes,
the
is.
question?
No. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Did I?
Yes.
No. Okay.
You asked, is it possible?
Yes.
Therefore, in being capable of conceiving it, the answer is yes. Or you wouldn't have been capable of conceiving the question.
Very good.
You see, many times the questions that you ask are the answers in disguise, except at the end of the answer, you've taken the exclamation point and bent it over into a question. If you straighten it back out into an exclamation point, you will know you have the answer, and that your ability to ask the question means that the answer is there.
Very good.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you, Bashar.
Is that all you need today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Well, one moment. I will add one caveat to that. Would you like to come back? If you have the ability to discern what is relevant to your reality and your life, yes, you can manifest that. If, however, you are not giving yourself the ability to understand the relevancy of things, then no, something that you imagine may not manifest. Do you understand the idea of relevancy here?
No.
In other words, should you be, shall we say, musing in your imagination that you could be 12 feet tall and purple with 50 arms? Well, yes, it's possible, because anything is possible. Is there a high degree of probable relevance to that in your reality? No. So the idea is, yes, you can do anything, but what you will most likely do is what is more highly probable or relevant to your life. So that's the only caveat to that idea.
Okay, and it all comes down to your belief systems too, and how you can change that.
Well, yes, but again, the idea is that you have agreed to a certain degree to abide by certain frameworks of physical reality in the experience you are having. And if for some reason it does serve that collective agreement for you to appear that shape, then you can do it. But if you haven't simply set yourself on that kind of a path, if it isn't really so relevant in the collective or your individual reality for something like that to occur, it is not as likely that you will go in that direction.
Okay.
But you will go in a direction that is as, shall we say, as impactful as that, but in your own relevant terms.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bashar.
Hello, Bashar.
Andrew, you good day.
I am grateful in my story that we're all here together.
All right.
And I'm sure there are a lot of people that were wishing that they could be standing here instead of me.
Why?
Because they would like to ask a question.
I see. And there are those that are very glad that it is you and not them.
Yes. So this is the first time that I have exposure to you or have seen you, and I'm grateful to be here. And my question is, would it be possible for everyone that is present here to...
Probable. Anything is possible. Would it be probable is what you are asking.
Would it be probable that all of us that are here, if we have a question, that it be answered before...
This is often the case.
That it be answered before the weekend so that everyone could write down what their
How
question...
many people have already had many of their questions answered without speaking directly to us?
Right. Are there still some out there that have not had their questions answered?
Those that need to have their questions answered will create the synchronicity to have them answered unless they have chosen for them not to be. You see, we simply trust the process. No other additional invitation is actually required. We are always, along with your guides and many other kinds of teachers and mentors and spirit beings and beings on other levels and other dimensions that are connected to your world, we are always sending everything that we can. The invitation has already been accepted, and we always send everything we can. We hold nothing back. Anything that is not received by you is not received by your choices. So it's up to all of you to simply open yourself up to be better receivers of what it is you wish to understand. But nothing is being held back from us. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did that satisfy that question?
Yes, it did.
Anything else?
No.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And are you good day?
I was curious to hear what beings on your planet are learning right now, and if they have any consciousness-raising tools and techniques that they use to raise awareness.
We simply act on our highest joy. It's the only tool we need at this point. We are learning many things right now, all the time, constantly. We are learning right now how you will transform whatever situations and circumstances you have created for yourself. We are learning many different things about many other civilizations at the same time. We are learning many things about ourselves simultaneously.
What are some of the things that you teach and share with beings that are more evolved than humans?
More evolved. More evolved. Differently evolved?
Beings that experience less limitation.
Oh, all right. Again, the idea is that there are many beings that experience less limitation that have actually never experienced limitation in your way at all. By sharing with them how you have chosen to experience the idea of limitation and also simultaneously chosen to transform it, they recognize, they learn that such limitation can be transformed. And thus then they find that your planet is a very good teaching tool, because the great degree of limitation that you have placed upon yourselves and yet been capable of transforming makes you a graduating class of masters. And thus then they can see that if you can do that, then anything that they desire to transform would be child's play by comparison.
Okay.
That's one thing. Was that not sufficient?
That's sufficient.
All right.
What are you learning from beings that we consider more evolved than us? Beings that
we are also learning more of who and what we are as consciousnesses, as beings that can transcend a multitude of dimensions, as beings that actually are a multitude of dimensions, that is our true state. We are learning more about ourselves as aspects of the Creator.
Do you have guides? Do you have teachers?
We all have guides, yes. Many of our guides are connected to the non-physical consciousness of the star system you call Sirius. They are sixth density beings, and we learn a great deal from them. One of the things we have also learned comes in handy with our interactions with you, that we have learned from another civilization called the Thuk. The idea is that the Thuk had the natural ability, when you were talking with them, when you were meeting with them, to seem, well, I'll just say, relatively normal in that sense. But as soon as you turned away, as soon as they left, you completely forgot that the interaction happened. We actually learned that technique from them, because many, many contacts on your planet have already actually occurred between our civilization and members of your society. But you have forgotten. So we use that as a technique, as a barometer, to find out that when you begin to remember that you've already had contact, whether that memory leaks out in your dreams or leaks out in your waking state doesn't matter, but when you start to remember the rate at which you remember many of you have already had contact gives us an understanding of how soon many of you will be ready for more contact. So we have learned that from them and use it as a technique to gauge when your planet will be more ready for open contact. So we learn many things from many different beings in many different civilizations. We have learned from another civilization called the Refractorum how to at least some degree, not in any way, shape, or form to the degree they can do it, because they are true hyperdimensional beings, very unlike us, very unlike you, very unlike anything we have ever encountered in any dimension. They actually have the ability to access all the information stored directly in the event horizon of a black hole. And we have learned a little bit from them how to do this. Because when you can access the information in that way, in concentrated form, you have access to all the information in creation, but in a specific kind of frequency that's very interesting and unusual. Anything else?
Would it be possible in the future for humans to visit your planet?
Many of you do so in the dream state, but if you mean physiologically, yes, it will be possible in the future.
Within our generation?
Depends. Maybe, for some individuals, but we will not guarantee this at this time, because many decisions have yet to be made amongst yourselves about what you wish your lives to be and what vibrational frequency domain you wish to exist in. But yes, it is possible and highly probable that this can happen in your generation. Since there will be the likelihood of open interaction between Earth and extraterrestrial beings sometime between, most likely, the years of 2025 and 2033, the beginnings of those kinds of experiences can be laid down then, and perhaps within that time frame or shortly thereafter, such visitations can occur in the flesh. Once you have learned how to make the shift to our dimensional frequency, which is 10 times faster than yours. We don't want you to burn out and get lost in the transition.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your timelessness.
Bashar, you're the man.
I am a man.
Good day. Good day to you. Yeah, thank you. I've been studying your material now for a couple of years.
All right.
And I had a bit of a, what I loosely termed a Shawshank Redemption syndrome, where...
Define.
It's when a prisoner has been in prison for all his life and is suddenly faced with the prospect of freedom.
Yes.
And he cannot really handle it, and he's more...
Are you saying that you are institutionalized?
No, but I suppose to piggyback off of that, perhaps I was mentally institutionalized.
That is what we mean.
To
belief system, institutionalized.
Okay.
And so, this newfound freedom scares you?
Yeah, well, at the beginning it did, because I began to see the scope of my experience, right? I was starting to think of the full picture about who I really was,
all right,
etc. So, and eventually I kind of began to get courageous about that image and act on it. So now, what's happening is, and this seems to be a key in almost everything.
Yes.
It always goes back to acting on your highest excitement.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That's the fundamental principle that will get you where you need to go.
All right. So I go there.
Yes.
And I experience a whitewash. I cannot tell the horizon line, the sky. It's like being in a storm where you can't tell the sky.
Well, in what way are you acting on your excitement?
Well, the thing is that
Can you give us an example?
I'm excited by a lot of things, frankly, and I can't identify the one.
Okay.
All right. Yep.
Understand that when we talk about the idea of acting on your highest excitement, it can be anything. If you can't tell the difference between one and the other, then it doesn't matter which one you act on. And all of those things may actually be different expressions under the umbrella of a larger definition of that which excites you. For example, someone may say, well, I'm confused. I don't know if I need to be a singer or a writer or a painter. But you can see that they all fall under the umbrella of the highest excitement of being someone who creatively expresses their communication. So if you can find a definition that allows them all to be covered within one overarching definition, then maybe you will minimize your confusion. Secondarily, if they really all seem to be equal expressions of your excitement, you don't have to single them out as being the excitement. They can simply all be different expressions, as we said, of a higher excitement, an overarching excitement. And if you actually find that you have equal ability at any given moment to act on more than one of them to the best of your ability, more than any other, or the same as some other, without expectation, then all you need to do is choose one, maybe even flip a coin, as you say. If you are going down the one that doesn't actually serve you, the synchronicities in that event will show you you need to go in the other direction and choose the other thing. Because excitement functions like a complete kit. It's the organizing principle and the driving engine of your life. And if you choose something that is representative of your excitement, don't know whether it really is the best thing to do at that moment, but can't tell the difference, then it doesn't really matter which one you choose. As long as you act on something, the action, the taking of the action, will show you whether you need to continue in that direction or whether you need to turn around or divert or go in another direction. Because it automatically governs the flow of itself in all of the events that manifest your excitement. Because remember, when we say act on your excitement, it's not just act on your excitement, it's act on your excitement to whatever degree you are able to act on your excitement without expectation. You understand? So generally speaking, when you have more than one choice, you will either find that not both of them or either of them or all of them will have the same degree of ability to be acted on. But again, if they do, it won't matter which one you choose because it will show you whether you need to continue that way or not. You understand?
All right. I have underneath that course of
Yes.
action, underneath that kind of course.
Yes.
All right, I've got this. Maybe you can help me break it down because
right.
I've gotten lost in trying to identify the root cause.
The root cause of what?
I'm scared to.
You cannot find the negative belief within you that prevents you from acting on your joy? Is that what you're saying?
No. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm scared to do it wrong. I mean, I'll be frank about it.
Yes.
I'm scared to kind of jump out the window and land on
All
my
right,
legs.
all right,
and
one
smash
moment.
my legs and.
All right, well, one moment. Please understand that when we talk about the idea of acting on your highest joy, you have to be honest enough with yourself to know that if your belief system won't support that, it does you no good to jump off a cliff if you don't believe you have a parachute. So you must honor whatever belief system you have, while at the same time taking whatever action you are willing to take on your excitement until such time as taking action on your excitement to whatever degree you're willing to teaches you that you can believe in it more, trust it more, and expand it more, and then eventually not need to worry about whether or not you have a parachute. So you can do it at whatever rate you wish, but always honor whatever belief system you have, because if you're holding on to a belief that you will die if you jump, then don't jump. By all means, at least express some wisdom in that. You understand?
Thank you for using my analogy with your analogy about having a parachute.
Yes.
But I thought the purpose of acting on your highest joy is to be parachuteless. I mean, that's kind of like...
It's to have a different kind of parachute. You can define it that way too. But the idea is that yes, there is a version of acting on your excitement that requires no parachute. But you see, the idea is there's also no expectation that you have to get there tomorrow.
So I can counteract the fear
Yes.
with the counterpoint of no expectation.
That's why we always say you must understand the importance of the entire phrase. Act on your highest excitement to whatever degree you are able, with no expectation on anything or yourself. No expectation. So if you find you still have a belief system you're holding on to, even if you don't prefer that belief system, but it's making you go at a pace and at a rate that you know may not be your ideal preference, but that's the best you are able to do at the moment, please don't add negativity to it by judging yourself as coming up short just because you're not changing faster.
Oh, that's right. I don't judge myself as coming up short. No, I don't do that. Of course, that's what I do.
Yes,
Bashar.
I
I
know. So the phrase must be taken in both directions. And you must understand the expanded definition of what we mean when we say act on it to the degree you're able to. It doesn't just mean opportunistically, it means within your belief systems. Because if you have belief systems that you haven't yet let go of, then that's as far as you're able to act. Period.
Fair enough.
For that moment. The paradox is, as soon as you accept that that's all right, you'll probably break through them very quickly. The reason you may be, in a sense, stumped or limited to a certain point may only be because you think you should be farther along.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, then you're adding to that limitation. So the idea is that as soon as you are kinder to yourself, for whatever beliefs you have, for whatever limitations you still have, as soon as it's all right to have those limitations for the moment, you will probably let them go, because the only lesson you may be learning is to be all right with whatever limitations you may have. And once you learn the lesson, the limitations are gone. They may only be there for the purpose of learning to accept them. And once you accept them, they've served their purpose and they'll vanish.
Well, you know, you make it sound so clear. I understand it now, but...
I know. I make it sound simple, and I know a lot of you like things to be more complicated. I apologize.
I wanted to ask you something that's related to this. If you get caught in like a catch-22, so you're expecting, you're saying, oh my God, I'm going to go to your mirror analogy between you
Yes.
can't make the mirror smile, you've got to smile yourself so that the mirror reflects the smile.
Yes.
All right. So
but you can't expect it to.
okay. So you're caught in this thing where
Why are you caught?
Well, in this model, right?
Yes.
You've already spiraled down into the negative feedback
All
loop
right.
of already
Expecting the reflection to smile first.
or expecting, oh my God, things are so bad, so you get things are so bad. Oh my
All
God,
right,
things
all
are
right.
so
You're in a
bad,
negative
so-
spiral.
So I
yes.
get things are so bad.
All
Oh
right.
my God,
you
blah,
remember
blah.
the sacred mantra, right?
Yes.
Spiraling down to the depths of despair is a very good time to remember the sacred mantra. So what? Lighten up on yourself. Even when you're in the depths of despair, laugh about it. It's a funny place to be.
So are you saying, I'm going to hold you to this, are you saying that so what actually breaks the momentum of that downward spiral?
It can.
Okay.
Unless, of course, you want to heap more negativity on it. The point is, you're in control at every stage, even though you may have created the illusion that you're not. If you know it's an illusion, then you can remember to break the illusion at every stage.
And there's no catch up to do.
No, change is instantaneous.
Climbing up, back.
Change is instantaneous. All change is immediate, automatic, and instantaneous and total. The only reason you don't notice that change is instantaneous and automatic and total and immediate is because you keep changing to things that are so similar looking to the last thing, you hardly notice a change has been made. But when you create enough difference between the changes, then the difference will show you that you've always changed immediately, automatically, and totally. The rate of change never changes. You are now passing through billions, shifting through billions of parallel realities every second. But you don't really notice it because the parallel realities you're shifting to are so similar to the one you were just in that you hardly notice except what you call a slow passage of time. But you're actually shifting literally from parallel reality, from parallel reality, from parallel reality to parallel reality billions of times a second. When you create a greater degree of difference in the next parallel reality, you'll notice that the change has always been instantaneous.
So what is the force that slowly, imperceptibly pulls you from a good direction, excitement, you got something going on, and slowly you start sidestepping towards the other thing and suddenly you wake up one morning and you're saying to yourself, where am I? So what is it that this narcotic thing that takes over or pulls you? I see.
All right, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
More headbanging, sorry.
All right. I understand. All right. So the idea that you're talking about has to do with your motivational mechanisms and the belief systems you have attached to them and the things that you have bought into growing up on your planet as true. The idea being is that you have created with certain negative beliefs a kind of inertia. The idea is that any belief, by definition, must make itself seem to be exclusive of all other beliefs. Otherwise, that belief cannot be experienced as a reality. So by definition, beliefs will make it seem as if no other belief is possible, except the belief that other beliefs are possible. So when you have bought into a belief, and that belief doesn't allow for other beliefs to be possible, you will feel the tug of that belief attempting to frame you in the idea that that's the only belief there is.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry. I'm
Yes.
sorry to
That's all right. By definition, the structure of a belief, the nature of a belief, would make it seem as if that's the only belief that's possible. Because if that were not the nature of a belief, you couldn't really fully experience that belief as a reality.
Okay, yes.
So beliefs, by definition, to some degree, are exclusive of other beliefs. Except
the belief that other beliefs exist and can be chosen. And you can use that as a key to unlock anything. But you have to allow yourself to know that that unlocking belief always exists. But the idea is that sometimes, because you want to experience a certain thing, you will let yourself forget that you're actually choosing to believe certain things, and that when you choose them, you are also choosing the consequences of buying into that belief, which can be the inertia that draws you deeper into that belief and makes it seem as if, for a moment, for temporarily, that no other belief is possible, because you wanted the depth of that experience. Otherwise, it wouldn't be real. You wouldn't really have the true experience. You wouldn't really feel the true transformation. If you didn't go all the way to the bottom, you would not feel like you had really climbed out of any degree of real depth. If you always knew that you could always transform it, then you wouldn't necessarily have the ability to have such deep transformation happen. Now, many of you are letting go of certain things and not needing that kind of deep transformation in certain areas, but you still might have a few areas that you really want to experience a deeper transformation in. So you will let yourself go to the bottom. You'll let yourself sink down to the bottom.
Where is that
forgetting what?
Where is that masterful me? I mean, this person, the soul entity that you talk about, that is creating this experience to.
It is the higher mind and the physical mind. It's the spirit, it's the soul of the whole being. But the physical mind always has the choice as to how to experience these things. But if the physical mind has bought into certain kinds of belief systems, then there are only a certain number of avenues or pathways that the higher mind can use to get you into an experience in order to get you out of that experience.
But I'm getting the beating. BASHAR.
But you're giving yourself the beating.
I mean, my higher soul wants to experience something, and I get the beating for it. And
listen. You're missing the point. No. You're missing the point.
I'm sorry.
Listen.
Yeah, okay.
The higher mind never wants you to get beaten, never wants you to suffer. The higher mind is attempting to tell you that the physical mind has the prerogative to change its beliefs in such a manner that whatever transformations it needs to experience for the soul's growth do not have to be experienced in a suffering manner. You just need to allow yourself to believe that that's the relationship you actually have with your higher mind, so that you don't have to keep beating yourself up by buying into belief systems you don't prefer. You have the freedom to do that. The higher mind is attempting to tell you you have the freedom to do that, but the physical mind is holding on to those beliefs because of the nature of how you're defining your physical reality and the nature of how you're defining some of the beliefs you were taught. You need to change those definitions so that you're not having such limiting beliefs about yourself or your ability to let go of things. And once you do that, the higher mind will be able to guide you through transformations that will not allow you to feel beat up.
So it's not a conspiracy.
No.
Like
forces
are not conspiring against me.
No, but the point is you can believe that it is, and if you believe that it is, that's how you'll experience it. But you don't have to. Your higher mind is attempting to tell you you don't have to believe that. But your higher mind will also allow you the opportunity to believe what you prefer. So it will always encourage you to believe something positive, but it has to allow you to believe something negative, because that choice is in your hands as a physical consciousness. So it's up to you to decide what you prefer to believe. And when you align more with the idea that you don't have to suffer, the higher mind will be very happy to allow you to experience transformations in a way that doesn't feel like a beating. All pain is the result of resisting the natural self. So all of the beatings you're experiencing are because you have negative definitions that are resisting the natural self. Find those definitions, identify them, and let them go. You see, anytime you truly identify a negative belief that's out of alignment with your true self, you will see, once you've identified it consciously, you will see that because it is out.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the last day. But today will be really exciting because we're having Willa Hilla Chrissing And the title today is Willa and the Winter Spirit. So I don't know how many of you have been exploring your connection with nature and talking to trees, talking to your animals, talking to rocks, having data transfers with crystals. I mean, it's fun. And so Willa, in many ways, embodies a lot of this kind of information. And I'm sure she's going to have some interesting things to teach us over time. So really looking forward to this experience, and thank you all for joining us. And so I'd like to introduce to you the very gifted channel for Bashar, Daryl Enka. All right, so thank you, Daryl, for doing what you do best.
Going to sleep. You're welcome. No problem. All right, everyone. Thanks again and have fun. I'll see you later. Oh, no, don't say good day to you this day of your time. How are you? All right. All right. This transmission has been titled Willa and the Winter Spirit. So, if you will give us a moment, we will facilitate the link for Willa. One moment. All right, good day, cookies. Happy holidays to all you downliners. Downline being what you call the past for us. We're upline from you. Now then, we were talking last time about the idea of the 5 levels of mastery. The first being called the cryptic. The second being called the nocturnal. The third being called the shapeshifter. The fourth being called the sage. And the fifth being called the wraith. On the level of mastery of the cryptic, you learn to make deep connections to nature so that you are grounded and anchored to the earth and connected and communing with nature. It keeps you grounded for the exploration of the other dimensions that come with the other levels of mastery. The idea of the nocturnal is where you begin to truly access and understand and experience connection to parallel lives. The shapeshifter is where you not only connect and are aware of those parallel lives, but you can actually create a field around yourself wherein the vibration will allow you to represent the idea of another shape, another version of yourselves in other realities to the degree that others can also perceive it. So you'll look like you're changing your shape, but it's not a molecular shift. It's simply a reflective representation of another parallel version of yourself, whether it looks like you or not. And then the idea of the sage is that they can create a field around their body that allows others to see them changing the physical reality around them, bringing into focus the idea of another parallel world and allowing that bubble reality to be reflected and represented in your reality so that others may even experience the change around them. This is typically what you would call magic, but it is simply calling upon the vibration of a parallel reality so strongly that others will perceive the change in your reality. And then there is the idea of the wraith, which allows you to connect to spirit and express the idea, as the Bashar has talked about, of being quasi-physical,
having the idea of spiritual reality impinge itself more concretely and more physically into physical reality, so that space and time become dissolved in very specific ways, so that you can really go into and experience and reflect other dimensions within your own reality, creating that experience within the bubble. But we begin with the idea of the cryptic stage, and the last time that we spoke with all of you, we described the beginning of how to go into that state. And what we described was the idea of finding a place in your reality that is out in nature, so that you sit yourself down between a tree and some source of water, be it a brook, be it a stream or a river or a lake, or even the ocean, does not matter. But the idea is that you have the tree at your back and the water in your front. And as you then sit there, we remind you, and breathe and hear your heart beat and become aware of those feelings in the silence and in the sounds of nature around you. You allow yourself to connect your breath to the wind in the tree. You allow your heartbeat to connect to the sound of the water, be it the brook or the waves of the ocean. And you allow yourself to start to identify those sounds, the water with your heartbeat and the wind with your breath, so that as you sit there for about 15 of your minutes, you begin to identify and connect and commune with nature in that way, and begin to experience connection with the tree, with the water, and with all the nature around you. Now we'd like to take that a little bit further, if we may, so that you can continue your process for those that are interested in becoming a cryptic. Now, understand that you will get benefit whether you allow yourself to commit to becoming a cryptic or not fully. It does not matter, because you'll have benefit and begin to experience in your own way and in your own time the idea of your connections to nature more deeply. As you sit there before the tree and allow yourself to extend your idea, your energy field down into the ground, down into the earth, and experience connecting to the roots of the trees and the mycelial network that connects all the roots upon which they communicate, upon which they feed each other. You can connect into that by sinking your energy field in your imagination down into the earth and connecting to those root systems, thus again anchoring yourself down into the ground to allow you more efficacy at becoming an antenna for higher frequency energies, so that you will not lose yourself in the cosmos. But now, in full commitment of becoming a cryptic, we add this to this. The idea then is to, as you have found that place in nature with the tree and the water, the idea is to be there for 15 minutes, picking the time of day that is what you call just before the setting of the sun. And as you sit there in the setting of the sun and that energy and that bubble reality and that frequency and vibration, you do this for 15 minutes a day for 15 days. This is the commitment in the beginning of becoming a cryptic, so that you truly develop a strong connection and a strong rapport with nature around you. And as you do this for 15 days, half a moon cycle, you'll begin to start feeling connections to other things around you. For this will show the commitment to the nature spirits that you are truly there to commune and connect with them. They will begin to become familiar with you, and they will become your familiars. They will start to recognize you. They will start to understand your vibration, and they will start to realize that you are reaching out to them. And after that 15 days, you'll begin to experience something a little bit different in terms of what comes back. In the wind in the trees, you will start to hear whispers. In the babbling of the brook or the pounding of the waves, you will start to hear conversation and feel different vibrations that will be coming to you from the nature spirits. But in this season, if you begin your cryptic journey at this time of the year, you'll begin to connect very specifically with a nature spirit that we call the winter spirit. In ancient times, many of you were familiar with this being and did commune with it. And in its ancient title, it is called Kernanos. So Kernanos has been called by the people of your world the horned god. This is simply a nature spirit that is an archetypal level nature spirit, connected to your collective consciousness. The horned god of Kernanos usually presents itself in the following fashion. You will notice it if you see it as having the idea of human-like qualities, but also stag-like qualities. Its face will be somewhat elongated. It will actually have antlers protruding from its head. Its ears will be somewhat elongated and its eyes may be glowing at you. Do not be afraid. It is simply the presentment of its connection to nature in this particular fashion with the animal kingdom and the idea of the growing things upon the earth that are hibernating now in the winter time. It will have the presentment of the legs also of the stag with the hooves. And it will have the 2 arms and the 2 legs in that sense and a little bit of a faunish tail to it. But it will also be a very powerful being, and you will see different kinds of inscriptions, and it may be holding different kinds of archetypal symbols of energy within its hands. It may have the presentation of talons upon its fingertips. That again lets you know it is a thing of the wild, but again, don't be afraid of it. It is simply making connection with you to allow you to make deeper connection with the season of winter and nature of the earth and the collective consciousness of your world that you call Gaia. The idea of Kernanos as the winter spirit in presenting itself this way is simply an understanding of how nature beings and nature spirits present themselves. For a while, they may appear to have physicalness to their reality. It is not the same as yours. Allow us to describe and explain how this works for the nature spirits, and the winter spirit being the archetypal level most of all. You'll find the idea of the electromagnetic field around your world has another level to it in spirit that has been termed the electromagnetheric field. This is literally like the concept of spiritual plasma. It is not as solid as physical material, but it is not as light as the idea of pure energy. It has a thickness to it. It is kind of like a spiritual soup in a sense. This surrounds your world, it is given off by your world, this plasmic field. And out of that plasmic field do the nature spirits, which are mostly energy and consciousness beings, do they take form. It is like clay unto them. It is plastic to them. And they can present themselves in different forms within this plasma field and take on the appearance of physical reality to you so that they can connect and relate to you and you can connect and relate to them. But it is temporary, for they can then disappear back into the plasma, retaining their identity, of course, as a conscious being. But they can shift their shape this way by taking on different forms within this electromagnetheric plasmic field that surrounds your world and is representative of the collective consciousness of the entire planet. So they can morph in and out, appear and disappear in and out of this plasmic field, which is why they are usually invisible to you. But by performing this particular permission slip that we share with you now, of communing with the tree and the water in this way, at the time of sunset for 15 days, you will begin to get their attention. And they will begin to whisper to you, and they will begin to commune with you. And they will know your intention and your sincerity and your commitment to open up that world and open up that gateway and those portals to them. And so bit by bit, in fleeting moments, perhaps at first, but more and more solid and crystallized as the time goes on, as you continue that ritual for another 15 days after the first 15, for a full lunar month of 28 at least, if not 30. Over the second 15 days, as you ground yourself in those roots of the trees and feel your heart connecting to the water and feel your breath connecting to the wind in the trees and starting to hear those whispers and starting to see fleeting things at the sunset time for 15 minutes for 30 days, in the second half, you'll begin to start to realize that you are being communicated with by nature spirits around you. And it may be more than the idea of the winter spirit. First, there may be what are called the heralds, the little nature spirits that will come to you and do a little bit of touching and a little bit of testing and sort of testing your mettle, seeing how you respond and react to them, and paving the way, sort of laying out the etheric flowers for the idea of the horned god to appear to you, for the winter spirit of Kernanos to ultimately appear to you in some way, shape, or form. Now, it may not appear in its full form at first. It may, in fact, actually appear to be an animal. It may appear to be a stag. It may appear to be a different kind of an animal. It may appear to be a fox, which is my totem. For our energy is in the cryptic world, and we may be part of that bubble coming to you just again to see that you're sitting all right in that setting, and testing you out to make sure that this commitment is something you want to take and want to have. So the idea is that you must move forward under your own commitment, under your own choices, and under your own steam to become a cryptic. And this is just the beginning. But for those who commit to this, it is a world of wonder. I can guarantee and assure you of that. For you will unlock the secrets of consciousness itself as it relates to the expression of physical reality, as it relates to the expression of nature. And you will begin, all of you, to begin to experience yourself not in nature, but as nature, as an extension of it, and understand that physical reality is but a dream. For it will be coming apart at the seams, and there is no fear to be had in that, for it is simply the revelation of your own nature to yourself being reflected by the winter spirit, which is the mirror of the season. It is another title that we give to Kernanos, the winter spirit, the mirror of the season. Do y'all ken what I am saying to you then? Yes. All right. So this is a journey not to be taken lightly, for it will open up many doors and many windows and many portals to you. And if you are committed to taking this journey, you'll find many others will become fast friends to you that may have been invisible to you before, but will become visible to you in time. And you will find a whole new connection as nature unto yourself, and start experiencing yourself as a different kind of nature spirit. For that is what you all are nature spirits. But you have taken on a crystallization you call physical reality a little bit differently than the nature spirits you will encounter in going on this journey with them. But we thank you for being so bold, and again, whether you commit to fully becoming a cryptic or going through the other levels of mastery or nay, you'll find many benefits will come from this through the auspices of space-time and the collective consciousness of Gaia that will, and in that sense, turn into a bubble reality for you that will contain many mysteries to be solved, many delightful surprises to be had. So we thank you for taking whatever portion and to whatever degree of this journey you may ken works best for all of you. And now we have, before we turn back into the idea of allowing the Bashar to speak once again, some unfinished business to take care of. Ellie, dear.
Yes.
Would you like to come up a bit, please?
I'd love to.
We gave you a bit of a puzzle, did we not?
You did, and I didn't figure it out.
No, that's all right. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Okay.
The idea, however, is that we told you that Lily Stargazer had the Stargazer in, and then we told you that Lily Stargazer didn't really run the Stargazer in, and this caused a great confusion in your mind.
It did, yeah.
But do you understand the nature of Lily Stargazer?
Somewhat. More and more all the time.
Do you understand that she's a shapeshifter?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
All right, but here's something that you didn't understand and didn't know about till we tell you about it right now.
Okay.
And the idea is that Lily is a very special and rare kind of shapeshifter.
Oh, really? Ooh.
Yes. Because as we just explained a little while before, the idea of shape-shifting isn't really a molecular shift,
right,
but the presentment of a parallel reality version of the self in another reality, but in your reality that presentment appears. You understand?
Yes.
And in reading the book that you were given, what was the nature of the idea of the different stargazers in the inn?
Well, the stargazer herself is a shapeshifter. And she, the way it was written, she duplicated herself and did bartender and the waitress and everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the idea is that Lily Stargazer is the type of shapeshifter that can actually present multiple versions of herself simultaneously from different parallel realities and have them all appear and work together in one space. So Lily, Stargazer, is the primary shapeshifter, but all the duplicates are simply called Stargazers.
Oh, oh my
Therefore,
gosh.
they run the inn, and Lily doesn't have to.
So that's why both was true, and that's the paradox.
True. That's the paradox. So Lily can bide her time and use the inn for a variety of other kinds of interactions and meetings and relaxation and what have you, while the duplicates run the inn, which they are happy to do.
Oh, super.
So the idea is that it is, in a sense, one and the same being, but splitting herself into multiple versions from parallel realities that allow her to be everywhere in the inn at once. For in the book, you notice that she also could change her size and her shape to accommodate whoever she was serving in the inn. If there were extraterrestrial beings that were very tall, she could be tall with them. If there were those that were very short, she could be short with them. If there were those of a different nature, she could be that nature with them. And thus be everywhere at once, being of great service to those who came in and participated and enjoyed the hospitality of the Stargazer Inn.
Oh, fabulous.
So now you have your answer. Does that make sense to you now about the paradox?
Does. The one thing you had said was that when I talked about I go to visit her at the inn, and you said that's a different Stargazer Inn. What did that mean?
It's exactly what we're saying. Because you understand that when you create a different bubble reality, you're creating the entire environment. So there are actually many inns overlapping at the same point in space.
I gotcha.
Does that make sense to you now?
Make sense.
So this is the idea of stretching your understanding of what we hybrids are like upline from you, because we're nothing like you. We exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. It is similar to the idea of what the Bashar has told you about the way he experiences his reality on their planet of Essathani. For they do not simply walk around on the surface like you do of the Earth. They move through multiple dimensions in a dreamlike fashion simultaneously in their natural environment. And as hybrids upline 700 years from your present time, we do much the same.
Is how many, are there other shapeshifters like Lily that have that?
There are a few, but it is rare.
It is rare. Oh, fabulous. Thank you for telling me.
We call them mirror room shapeshifters.
Ah.
Because they can create like a hall of mirrors of themselves in many reflections in one spot.
Fabulous.
Yes, it is. And it is quite interesting and quite exciting and quite fun to interact with all of them.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you'll be able to actually interact with many of them at the same time, getting different points of view from the different parallel realities and having different conversations with them simultaneously. It's quite exhilarating. You should try it sometime.
Ah, I will when I go visit her.
All you have to do then when you do that is think of the idea of many different mirrors being placed around the room in the Stargazer Inn and seeing a different reflection of her in every single mirror as you look into it. And you can have a conversation with each and every one of them. And by the way, again, remember what the channel told you about the idea of the 9 symbols.
Yeah. Now, the nine symbols, but he said something about it had to do also with the quorum.
The quorum of 9. Because there are 9 beings in the quorum that act as a kind of a council for the idea of Port Dublin.
Right, and so when I went to visit her a few months ago, there were the 9 symbols on the wall.
Yes.
And she said to feel one of them, and brought forth, and it felt like a tesseract to me.
Yes, and also what you call the Merkaba. Because if you understand the Merkaba in the form of the tetrahedron pointing up and the tetrahedron pointing down, well, how many points are on each tetrahedron? 4. And so if you have one pointing up and you have one pointing down and they're intersecting into a 3-dimensional star in that way, how many points do you have on the points? You have 8, and one in the center is 9.
Ah, okay.
And so it connects to the Tesseract and the Merkaba in that way, and the one in the center is representative of the one that happens to be the leader of the quorum at any given moment.
Okay, because when it came from the wall, and then it got larger, and I went in one of the dimensional doorways, and I got to observe and meet Dr. Simons, who is a parallel reality life of a mind. Yeah, specialist. Yeah,
and a doctor.
Pardon?
And a doctor.
And a doctor. And I understand he's in 2065.
Thereabouts, yes. Of course, not just in that year.
Right.
His lifespan's longer than a year.
No, just the time frame.
That's where you're connecting.
Yeah.
All right, well, have fun with it and remember the holographic nature of the Stargazer Inn. Because when you walk into the Stargazer Inn, you're walking into all of them.
Oh, fabulous. I can't wait.
It is itself a portal of overlapping parallel realities. It is built right on the center of a portal in Port Dublin.
Fabulous. I can't wait to.
So have fun with that, my sugar cookie.
I will. Thank you so much for that.
You're so welcome. We thank you all once again for allowing us to share these ideas with you at this time. And now we will allow the Bashar to return to have the dialogues with you at this time. Yes?
We do have one person that wanted to ask you a question.
Do they now? Are they so sure that they want to do that?
Yes, she's very sure.
I'm very sure.
All right, well then go ahead, sugar cookie.
Hi, Willa.
I said go ahead, sugar cookie.
Okay. So I had spoken with Bashar last year, and he had talked to me about a parallel incarnation as a space-time engineer.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that is the same energy as a sage.
In a sense, yes. A wizard, a sage, a witch, in a sense, is a space-time engineer.
Okay. It's just called a different thing.
It is just called many different things.
Yes.
For many different beings have many different names for the many different things. Yes?
Yes.
Does this help you then, darling?
It does.
Will there be something else then on your mind?
Yes. So I'm going to be visiting England and Ireland in...
You're going to be in my territory downline then?
Yes.
You're going to be in Dublin then?
I'm not sure. It's up in the air. It's not a definite, but I feel it.
All right. Are you going to be visiting any of the standing stones then?
Yes. Avebury is...
All right. And in Ireland?
I don't know.
All right. Well, if you get a chance to visit any of the tours and the standing stones in Ireland, I'll have a suggestion for you then. Put your hand on one, and you can do this in Avebury if you wish. It's all right, because the distances are all the same to us, being uplying from you in this way. Put your hand on a stone and simply say, Willa. See what happens.
Okay.
All right? You may feel a little bit of a vibe. And when you push on the stone, it may feel a little bit wobbly, even though it's not moving at all in physical reality. But it may feel a little bit spongy to you. Now that will let you know that there's a little bit of parallel reality shifting going on there.
I can feel it right now.
All right, but you'll feel it with the stone. It'll seem like the stone is actually moving, but it's not. Not in your dimension, but in others it is.
Okay.
So have fun with that then.
Thank you. Yeah, I just realized that I have a parallel connection with you and Lily upline. I just realized that, so...
It's a little bit different than you might think, though.
How's that?
I cannot tell you that right now. But it's a little bit different than you might think. But if you go to those standing stones, you might get some more downloads about it.
Okay.
All right. Have fun with that then, yes?
Yes, thank you so much, Willa.
You are so welcome then.
Thank you.
So once again, we thank you all. And we will now allow the Bashar to return to have his discussions with you. So our love to you all. You're all a bunch of sugar cookies and very sweet. Good day to you then. All right. So, thank you for allowing this transmission to occur in this way, on this day of your time. In return for the gift that you have given us, in allowing us to experience each and every one of you in this way, we ask, how may we now be of service to you in your questions and dialogues, which you may begin if we wish.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
I have a few questions again. One of this, I want to understand how the universe works and who we really are, and it's become my passion.
Yes.
And the question comes sometimes to my mind if it's really necessary to make the difference. I know.
Make what difference?
To make the difference, to understand, or just to follow your heart and meditate and listen.
Well, you can do it intuitively. By simply following the formula, everything you need to know will come to you synchronistically in perfect timing. It can be helpful to understand the structure and how things work in existence. But again, if you simply follow the formula, everything you need to know will come to you. So you can do it either way.
Yeah, yes, I understand. But you say also that you can only change things when you're aware of them, when you understand
We're
what
talking
it is.
about beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about beliefs.
Okay.
You need to understand what the belief is so that you can have conscious awareness of what it is and how to let it go.
Mm-hmm. So there is no shortcut, just to follow your heart.
That is the shortcut.
Yeah, but to release the beliefs unnecessarily.
That is the shortcut.
Okay.
Many of you have been going about it in very long processes. This is the shortcut. If you simply know what the belief is, if you ask the question, what would I have to believe is true about myself in order to feel, think, behave in the way I am feeling, thinking, behaving? Or you ask the question, if I did allow myself to become who I truly prefer to be, what am I most afraid might happen? One of those two versions of the question will usually reveal the belief to you. And once you understand consciously what the belief is, if it is truly a belief that is out of alignment with your natural self, it will appear nonsensical. And as soon as it appears nonsensical, it's gone. It can't be any shorter than that. You don't have to go through any other long process necessarily unless you deem it necessary to do so. But that is the basic short answer, is you simply become aware of it, recognize that if it's out of alignment, it'll appear to make no sense. As soon as it makes no sense, it's gone. How much shorter can it get?
The shorter would be, in my understanding, is not to worry about that. What is the belief? It's just simply would fall itself by itself.
Yes, but you have to take into account the fact that you may have beliefs that are making you think that that's going to let the belief go, and that belief may be coming from a negative belief that prevents you from looking at it. So you have to be certain that it's not just a trick of the negative belief saying, oh, don't worry about it, you don't have to look at it. It may be true sometimes, but if you don't know how to tell the difference between those times, then it is to your benefit to make sure that just going on and thinking that you don't have to look at it isn't just what the negative belief is telling you, so that you will avoid letting it go. So that's part of this shortcut process, is to make sure that you're not ignoring it because that's what the negative belief is telling you to do. Mm-hmm. Because if it remains unconscious, then you have no way of knowing whether you've actually let it go or not, unless you see the difference in the world around you, in your behavior. But if you're not seeing a difference in your behavior, if you keep coming back to the same reaction to things, that's your first clue that you haven't actually let it go, and therefore it might be very important for you to actually consciously know what it is. Because the reflection will always come back to you in your response or reaction to the things that manifest in your life. You understand?
Yes.
So you can use that as a way of telling too, if you wish. You can just move forward on your passion to the best you can with no assumption, no insistence on the outcome. And whatever it is that manifests, just notice your response to it. If your response is positive, then you're fine, keep going. If your response in any way, shape, or form has a hint of negativity in it, then that's telling you that it's something you really probably need to find out. So you can use that technique too, if that's enough of a shortcut for you.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Yes, it does.
All right.
Another question I have also about the in which level I'm the only one in this room.
Yes, you are the only one, and the room is your room, and you are creating a third shared reality that others agree exists and shares in that reality with you to create what appears to be a common reality. But in the room that you initially create and the version of yourself you initially create, you are the only one. And in fact, you're not actually even in the room is in you.
Yes. But what is that percentage what we have that common reality?
That depends. It depends on what it is that's important for most of you to share. There are many layers to it. Obviously, a common reality, a very high level common reality, let's say 99.999999%, is that you all believe there is such a thing as gravity. So you just simply let that be an automatic understanding of how you're playing the Earth game. But then it depends on what it is, and the probability levels of what it is you choose to share can go down from there. Now, they won't go down to zero unless you simply detach yourself completely from the physical reality. Then it is generally zero. But it will have some degree of percentage of shared reality, obviously, to whatever it is you feel is relevant for you and others to share in. But it depends on what it is you're talking about. Different levels of probable reality and different percentages go hand in hand with different concepts.
But if the reality I'm creating, it's only my perception, it's not real at all, so how is it appear that common reality to be common for everybody?
Because you're communicating on a different level.
Oh, okay.
You're communicating on a higher level to create a game. It's like saying, I'm going to call a friend on the phone and I'm going to say, hey, you want to meet up and play chess? You've communicated on the phone on a different level. And then you agree to show up at a particular place and you decide to sit down and have a game of chess. So you've already pre-agreed to play by these rules. Now, you might have a different set of pieces that you play with. You might have a different strategy that you play with, but you have agreed to play by the rules of chess. So that is your 100% agreement. Then the different kinds of pieces you have may have different percentages of shared reality in them. You might agree that it's okay to have different kinds of pieces. You might agree that it's okay to have different strategies. So that you might not share so much, but you're still sharing the overall thing which you made an agreement to do on another level to begin with. Yes, makes sense?
Yes, it does. Of course, it's very helpful. And then the third question I would like to ask, if there are people I meet on a daily basis, even here, all the images of me.
Yes.
So where is the point where when I look at someone and I know that person is just a spit image of me, or
it's
is just observing?
It's a reflection.
So it's like all 7.5 billion people are a reflection of me.
Yes. But you have to determine in each one of those cases what's the degree of relevance for you and the degree of relevance for them in that sharing. It's not always a one-to-one reflection in terms of what it is each of you need to get out of that. Sometimes you might just play a very small part in that orchestration to allow them to experience something they need to experience, but you're willing to be a part of the canvas. And therefore your part in that might be a relatively small percentage of what it is they're getting out of that. And sometimes that might reverse. There might be many other people around you just to create the environment that you need to experience what you need to experience. But it's all an orchestration, it's all a dance. And the idea is to simply always determine what it is you need to get out of any situation. And if you can't really figure out any particular thing that's important to you in that circumstance, then you can know it's probably just an agreement you made to play a small part in that so someone else could get what they need out of it, because all of you do that for each other.
So that would be agreement on the level of, as you were explaining before, like
yes.
Somewhere calling someone, hey,
yes.
do their work for me.
Yes, you're simply willing to be at a certain place at a certain time to participate in something that someone else needs to experience, and you're simply okay with putting that on your calendar, spiritually speaking. You've agreed that that's something you can show up to do. Yes?
Yeah.
Does this help?
Yeah, very much so.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and can I ask last very quick one?
Yes.
If it comes to the unconditional love, like the human usually they get into a relationship with a person, as you said, it's an image, so it's a mirror image, and we attract people who are in the vibe of our vibration to.
Not always.
No.
No, not always. You attract what you need. So sometimes you might attract someone that's not necessarily vibrationally compatible because you may need to learn a lesson about why you attracted that person.
Yes. Yep.
So it's, yes, on some level, a compatible attraction, but the compatibility may be to explore the reason for the incompatibility on another vibratory level. So there are different layers to the idea of what we mean by vibrational compatibility. Again, you may agree to reflect something to each other that allows each of you to become more of who you are, But because of the belief systems each of you may hold on to, you may require an attraction to someone who is not necessarily completely vibrationally compatible with you on every level in order to get the lesson learned.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes? Does that help?
Very much so.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
It's been a few years since we had a private with you, and we had a couple questions.
Yes.
First question, as twin flames, where do you feel our frequency is vibrating at right now together?
Your frequencies together or your individual frequencies?
Both would be great.
All right. Individual frequencies fluctuate between about 165,000 and 185,000 cycles per gather. One moment. Together, it combines into the idea now and then of a fluctuation between 185,000 cycles and 215,000 cycles per second. But it depends.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Very. Thank you. So a few years ago, we asked you about parallel lives or past lives we may have lived as a twin flame couple. And you told us about a lifetime 500 years ago in Mantua, Italy. And I actually knew the last name my whole life, but then you clarified that it was our last name. She was actually the husband, I was the wife. So we actually went 2 months ago to visit that town, and we stayed in a building that was there about 700 years ago. So it would have been there at the time we were there in that past life or parallel life.
Yes.
The question I have is that...
Remember, though, of course, it's not that you were there.
Correct.
You understand?
Correct.
All right.
You clarified that day.
Yes.
So we took some video and we got into the room, and over the course of the first couple of hours, I probably took 3 or 4 videos, and in the videos, green orbs showed up. Many green orbs in each video, to the point where they were whizzing around our head, whizzing around our body, and I could film them. Just a question, what were those green orbs?
Well, you had entered into the idea of experiencing connection to parallel versions of yourselves. Therefore, that's the way that they express themselves in your reality. You're picking up on the overlap of many different parallel experiences in one spot. And the energy of those other beings is represented or is translated into your reality as those green energy orbs.
So those are just other versions of us, not past soul family that was there waiting for us to come back, or?
Not exactly.
Okay.
That's connected to it, but not exactly. It was, in some sense, a greeting for those who were aware of the fact that you were doing that overlap, so you could say that, yes, soul family is saying, hi, welcome. But the idea really also is that you were experiencing overlap, like multiple exposure frames of parallel realities in the same place, but they don't translate fully all the time. They sometimes will translate as spirit translates in your reality, as an orb of energy, an orb of light.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's basically what you are in your natural state as energy. Because when you let go of the idea of your personality and the idea of your individuality as a body, you usually just relax yourself back into an orb of light.
Mm.
That's the natural shape of a spirit, is an orb of light.
And the green would signify what versus a blue or a different color?
Heart connections.
Okay.
So in that sense, yes, a love connection, a family connection, a welcoming connection, but not in the idea of just being a complete soul family and spirit welcoming you back. It's also the overlap of all the different experiences that you're connecting to, or at least some of them that you're connecting to in that particular time frame and space frame.
Mm-hmm. Just on that note, is there any other parts of this world that we lived at together that would be interesting to visit that was a similar parallel life that we were together in?
Well, you might have a little bit of a challenge going to the Atlantean one.
Mm-hmm.
But you could experience some of that connection in what you call the Bahamas.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
If you are able to get there, you could experience some of that connection in the island landmass you call Cuba. And some of it also in the area you call the Yucatan Peninsula. Yes?
Yes.
You could experience some of these connections in Egypt, in Cairo, but also in Luxor. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that enough of a travel agenda?
All rang great. Thanks for the travel agenda.
All right.
Couple of years.
Thank you, and enjoy your journeys.
Marcy may have a question.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So, somewhat in the spirit of Willa's wisdom about our connection to nature and our interdependence with nature.
Your connection as
nature.
nature.
Fair enough. What I want to know is, why is there still to this day so much resistance against the environmental movement when nature is clearly crying around us? I mean, look at what's happened in California recently, and Alaska, and all over the world for that matter. And I just published a book called Eco Renaissance, and I'm trying to activate that awareness. But there's definitely this, modern day Star Wars of, camps of people that are really passionate about it and others that are resistant.
And you do understand that these represent completely different parallel realities, yes? You're splitting into multiple parallel realities physically. So you're going to see all sorts of polar opposition, but that doesn't mean they actually exist in the reality that you are shifting to. You can still see them, but you're looking through glass at them. But do what it is that's germane for your particular preferred reality, your particular version of Earth. You do remember you never actually change the planet you're on, right? You actually change yourself, and you shift to a version of Earth that already exists that's more reflective of the change you made in you. You never change the planet you're on. You take yourself to another version of Earth that is more representative of the version you prefer. Do you understand this?
So in that regard, the people that are about protecting and building and not destroying and polluting are going to go to another parallel reality of the Earth. Others
are going. Bit by bit, moment by moment, you're navigating through different parallel realities and getting closer and closer and closer to experiencing only that version. For a while, you can still see the other versions, the other choices, but you're looking through glass. They can't reach you, you can't reach them if you stay in your preferred vibration. So just because you can see them and the choices that are making that are vibrationally incompatible with yours doesn't mean there's actually going to be an effect in your version of Earth. Do you understand?
Yeah, so then those who are optimistic about the future and, you hear millennials are more conscious about transparency and sort of going up against this resistance, this kind of old school model.
Yes.
There's then
getting a synchronistic example right now.
Right. I'm trying to tune it out, which I guess would be very metaphoric for.
You don't tune it out. That's the point. You don't tune it out. You become more aware of it. And you simply remain in your vibration so you can respond to it in a more positive and constructive way. Yes? Mm-hmm. So the idea is, be the example, be the living example, so that way you at least give others the opportunity to see the choice being given off by your example that they can also make for themselves should they decide to do so. And that's the help you can give others and the assistance you can give also to nature and your nature by expressing your nature. You allow others to see in you the example that allows them the choice to express their nature, but not that they have to.
Yeah, and I think when in trying to be and walk and live your truth around that, how do you navigate when there's leadership out there that is role modeling just the dichotomy of that, and you have to live in that collective consciousness of
I just told you that you don't live in it.
Okay.
You're not paying attention to what we're saying. Take us literally. It's not your reality. Just because you can see it doesn't mean you're in it.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
You have to understand it's not your reality. I'm not talking about denial. Not talking about glossing things over. You have to literally understand that if you are operating in a certain vibrational frequency, you live in a different reality. Just because you can see the other one for a while doesn't mean you actually live in it. You're looking through a glass barrier at it. It's not your world. So they will choose to do whatever it is they're going to choose to do. That can have no effect on you unless you choose to be affected by it by saying such things as, I'm living in that world too. That's my collective reality too. But it doesn't have to be. Because if you understand what's happening and you're splitting into these parallel realities physically, then you'll understand that eventually you will not be able to perceive them because you'll be so far apart vibrationally on truly different parallel versions of Earth that you will ultimately, in the years to come, not perceive them anymore. But don't get fooled by the idea that just because you can see them, that it's your world. That's a message that comes from the negative belief systems they express. You understand? You're in my world and I control you and I decide for you. That's part of the negative belief system agenda, is to make you believe through fear that you actually are part of that world. But you're not. You don't have to pay attention to that message. Is this helping?
Yes, I mean, I think intellectually,
Oh,
spiritually,
there we go
emotionally,
again.
I think physically is the part that when you have the butterfly effect and you have...
You are making that distinction
Okay.
in your definition that there's a difference between the physical and the spiritual.
Mm.
There doesn't have to be. You do understand that you are a spirit, yes?
Mhm.
And you understand that you are dreaming this physical reality into being as an experience within your spiritual consciousness?
Yes.
Then there is no real difference. You are making a difference for specific reasons. You're creating this experience that physical reality is different than spirit, but it's made of the same thing. It's made within you. It's in your consciousness. The distinction is arbitrary. And this is the thing that most of you are beginning to understand how to let go of, at least a little bit. So it becomes more malleable, more flexible, and you don't feel so hemmed in by an artificial structure, an arbitrary structure. It's pliable, it's plastic, it's your reality, and you get to decide that spirit and physical are closer than you think, so that you can experience yourself in a more quasi-physical, quasi-spiritual way. Yes? This is what is meant by bringing heaven down to earth. It's the vibration that you blend so that you understand that the physical and spiritual distinctions are simply distinctions you're making within your consciousness. And you're transforming this definition in a way that allows you to still experience some degree of physical reality, but in a much more spiritual, enlightened, uplifted, higher vibrational, fourth density way. That's what this transformational age is all about.
So how would you interpret the belief system of serving others is serving myself, that I have a calling to cultivate this level of awareness in others? And how do you reach people when you know that, like you said, we're living in different...
You don't.
Okay.
You reach the people that want to be reached. Do you understand? The ones that do not wish to be reached will never be reached by you anyway. So why bang your head against a wall? Be the living example, share the ideas that allow people to understand they can also understand those ideas, and then what they do with the information that you share, are you paying attention?
Very much so.
What they do with the information that you share is none of your business. Do you understand this? It's none of your business. You have to allow them to make their choices. Because if you're not being allowing, why should they be allowing for you? Because if you're not allowing and you're thinking you have to choose this, you must choose this, you're being just as negative as they are.
Unless, what about if you meet people where they are so that it's friendly and loving and non-judgmental?
You share and see what they do with the information that you share. That is the most you can help. Okay. By being the example, living the life, living the example, and sharing the information, that's as far as you can possibly take it. The rest is up to them. If they want to match the frequency, they will match the frequency. Yes, they will be of like mind. And then your family grows in that direction because they choose to be in that vibration with you. They choose to awaken to a new shared co-creation with you. But you can't force them to.
Okay, so I hear you in kind of the seventh step of manifestation, to just surrender, let go in the end.
Because when you talk about surrender, you're not surrendering control. You're surrendering to the control that's already built in. You're going with the flow of your own true current and allowing the unconditionality of existence to also let them decide what it is they will choose for their path. Do remember, you are all indestructible, eternal, and infinite beings. What's your rush? Yes? If they don't understand these concepts now in this life, they'll understand it somewhere, somehow, someday, somewhen. They don't have to understand it now. If they prefer a different reality than you, that's their path for now, and you have no business telling them otherwise, because you don't know what that path actually does for them. You're not living their life. They're not living yours. You can share, you can let them know there's an option. If they choose it, that's fine. If they don't, that's fine. Because you don't know what they're going to get out of it. It's none of your business.
That's fair. So just last point, that what I hear is this dynamic of, you know, differences in the way people see things around something that seems so obvious to me.
Yes.
Ultimately, even in parallel realities and future lives, that resistance or that dichotomy will always exist, but I'll create my own parallel reality somewhere down the line where I'm in more of a unity consciousness.
Yes. Remember, as you expand your consciousness, you don't become less aware of the dichotomy. You become more aware of the dichotomy. But you don't have to choose it. You don't have to experience it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Being aware of it doesn't mean you have to experience it. You can then choose what you prefer, but you're validating that the other thing is still an equally valid choice. It's just that it's no longer relevant for you to choose. Yes?
Yes.
In these sharings that we do with all of you, do you not think that in these things, what is obvious to us over and over again appears to not be obvious to many of you at all? Yet we share, because we know that if you choose to align with these concepts and choose to understand that what we're giving you is literally a description of the structure of existence, literally an instruction manual for how reality works. This is physics, not philosophy. And if you choose to do that, then you can experience reality to your advantage instead of your disadvantage. We share this with you, but we don't insist that you have to believe it or live it, because that's your life. It's your choice. We do this not because we expect you to change. We do this because this is who we are, and we have no choice but to be who we are. This is our passion. This is our pleasure. Our pleasure can increase if you choose to join us, but our pleasure will not decrease if you don't.
Great point. Thank you very much. And thank you for all of your amazing wisdom.
And yours as well, because we are only reflecting back to all of you what we know you all know somewhere in your being. And all we're attempting to tell you is wake up to what you already know to be true. Yes?
Good day.
Good day!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. I feel a lot of joy, happiness, and a lot of excitement in my life.
All right, thank you.
I very much enjoy my life right now.
Oh, thank you.
And I have a few questions.
Yes.
First one is nowadays I can see myself from other people more and more.
Yes.
I can see the reflections. And I met someone, I see a lot of myself on her. I was wondering, do we have the same oversoul?
In this case, yes.
Okay. And can you tell me more about this?
What do you want to know about it?
Like the relationship with the person?
Well, again, relationships are for a primary purpose of each reflecting to the other in the relationship what you need to know to become more of yourself.
Okay.
That's what relationships are for, if they're used that way.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yes, I know. That's why I said it.
Second question would be, can you tell me more about the difference between the Earth chakras and vortices?
Well, they are vortices. The chakras are vortices. It's just that they're the major vortices, the major portals that connect to a multitude of dimensions in a very specific way that allows your planet to connect to other civilizations, other dimensions, other realities. Whereas the vortices in other positions may be more localized, maybe for specific vibrational reasons or amplifications or magnifications of certain traits and certain kinds of energies that can assist an individual that puts themselves into those minor vortices.
Mm-hmm. So can you tell me more about the other earth chakras? Because I only know Mount Shasta is the crown chakra. And Maui is the heart chakra.
Yes, Haleakala is the heart chakra, yes.
Are there other, there must be other earth chakras.
Well, yes, of course there are. And in fact, you can actually just look them up on your internet.
Okay. So if I want to have a global trip of earth chakra, do you recommend where I start from?
I just told you.
Oh.
Find out where they are on your internet. Look to the idea of places like Mount Fuji. Look to the idea of places like Mount Kilimanjaro.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? Look to the places like the idea of your Himalayas.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find the major chakras. Look in the ideas of all the different continents. You'll find the major chakras.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah, there's one thing. Yeah. I took a direct flight from Taiwan to LA on Friday morning.
Yes.
The flight stopped by San Francisco for a couple hours because one passenger has a medical condition.
Yes.
And I was wondering, would there be a calling from Mount Shasta for me?
Is that the way you chose to interpret it?
Yes.
Then I suppose you've answered your own question.
Okay.
You get to define these things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
When they pop into your mind like that, gee, I wonder if I went here because suddenly I'm thinking about the idea of Mount Shasta. I wonder if there's any significance to that for me.
Okay.
Well, there's only one answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's a colloquialism in your language. Duh.
Okay. And I would like to practice what Willa just say about the permission slip on my property, but there's no lake or river on my property. What can I do?
Go to where there is water and a tree in nature.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be on your property. When did I say it had to be on your property?
Yeah, I just prefer to do that because it's more convenient. But
this is about convenience. I guess you're not really that excited about doing it then if convenience gets in the way.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Then convenience is not an issue.
Yeah,
and when you're following your passion, synchronicity steps in and allows everything to be convenient.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Remember, path of least resistance is one of the tools in the kit of excitement?
Yes.
So if path of least resistance is one of the tools and synchronicity is one of the tools, how can going somewhere else be inconvenient?
Right.
It will happen in the most convenient way because that's part of the toolkit.
Right, right.
Yes?
Yes.
Well, thank you for allowing us to remind you of that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Have fun.
Thank you.
She travels all the way from Taiwan, but going a little bit outside her property is inconvenient. You people are very, very funny. This is why we love you so much. You give us endless hours of humor.
Hello, Bashar.
Anna, you good day.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. We spoke a few weeks ago.
All right.
And after our private session, I haven't been able to sleep.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Are you tired?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right. Well, why not find a more natural cycle instead of forcing yourself to sleep when it might be necessary for you to be awake, and forcing yourself to be awake when it might actually be better for you to be asleep? Everyone has a different biological cycle with regard to their awake and sleeping hours. You need to find your natural one.
Okay. Okay. I was wondering, is that because of excess energy?
It's because of energy, yes, and it's telling you that when you get amped up, when you get magnified, if you match a frequency like we're giving off, you're going to find that your cycles may change. So follow the ones that are now more natural to you, and when you are energized, do something with that energy. And when you are excited about being tired and resting and recharging, then do that. And no matter what time of day or night this may be.
Okay. Okay.
Yes?
Yes, thank you. I have another question about hybrid children.
Yes.
I have a dream with 4 of them.
Yes.
I was wondering if I have hybrid children.
You do.
How many?
Well, again, when that question is asked, it's a matter of degree.
Okay.
Because genetic material is spread among the hybrids, sometimes thicker and sometimes thinner. So it depends on what percentage of your DNA might exist within a hybrid child that would, in a sense, make them, quote unquote, yours,
Yeah.
or not yours. So in a sense, you could say all of you who are involved in the agenda that way have thousands upon thousands of hybrid children. But when you're talking about a certain percentage of your own DNA, you will usually find that the average is somewhere between 7 to 15 or so, on average,
Okay.
that have a higher percentage of your DNA that you could consider to be sort of yours in that context.
Okay. Are they aware of me?
Oh, absolutely.
Can I communicate with them?
Well, you did. You just said you had dreams with them.
Yeah.
That's communication.
Okay.
Because those are real contacts. It's just that you remember them only as dreams.
Yes.
But they are memories of actual communication.
Okay.
So you're already doing that.
Okay.
Now, you can do it again more consciously, again by raising your frequency, acting on your passion, yada, yada,
Yeah,
yada.
I know. I would like to ask about one specific hybrid kid.
Yes.
I want to give you a little bit of story.
All right.
I was born in Venezuela, close to the Amazon rainforest.
Yes.
I went there when I was 18, and it changed me.
Yes.
And I feel very connected to tropical plants in the forest.
All right.
I
What's your favorite?
My favorite plant, Monstera plant, like split leaf plant.
Yes.
I love it.
Oh,
I
all right.
have one
Why?
at home.
Why?
It is beautiful. I feel it's exotic. I feel it dances, and
Kind of a description of a hybrid child, isn't it?
Oh.
Exotic, beautiful, it dances.
yes. Oh wow!
And
So,
the name of the plant?
my plant, her name is Petunia.
Petunia.
Yeah.
Then that would be perhaps a good vibrational name to make a stronger connection to a hybrid child?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Because remember, when the hybrid children come to live among you, most of them will take nature names.
Okay.
Names of plants and animals and environments and so on and so forth. That's why Willa is called Willa, because the original form is simply willow, from the willow tree. It's just that it has changed over time into
didn't-
Willa.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Okay.
And her mentor, Holly, cotton. You beginning to see the pattern here?
Yes.
All right. So many hybrids will take nature names.
Okay. So yeah, these things have happened in different times. I started a business. I'm doing organic skincare made of plants.
Oh, all right.
Studying that, and I designed the brand to be based on forest images.
All right. How exciting.
Yes, and also a tiger always appears to me.
Oh.
And the thing is that a few days ago, I found a website about hybrid children, and I decided to look at the paintings of these kids, and I picked one that felt good to me.
Yes.
And his name is Tai Kid, and he is working with the forest and the tigers and that energy.
All right.
I read a permission slip that he shared. It was about making a mask for yourself and playing in the forest. And
all right, sounds like fun.
Yes, then I was almost asleep, so I fell asleep. And then the next day I reread the permission slip, and it turns out to be something that someone channeled that information for his human mom.
Yes.
And then I felt like, I don't know if that I should be doing that because that's between him and his human
But you
mom.
found it.
Yes.
And it resonated with you.
Very much.
So it might be for you too. You'll do your own version of it.
Okay.
Do you understand? It won't be the same.
Yeah, I understand.
So if that's a permission slip that you're attracted to, do your own version of it.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
It's up to you.
Is he aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. I wasn't sure.
Well, now you can be.
Okay.
If you wish to be.
Yes.
All right.
A few more questions. One is, my mom had a visitation from a being when I was 8 years old.
Yes.
She saw him almost physically.
Yes.
He told her that he was from the Sirius star, and she wasn't human per se. I mean, she was human, but not from here.
Well, you all have connections. You all come from here. If you're born on Earth, you come from Earth. When people say, do you come from somewhere else, what they're saying is you have connections to other places.
Okay. Yeah,
there are other versions of your oversoul that may be in other civilizations, and you're connecting to them energetically. That's what it means when someone says, do you come from here or from somewhere else? Because remember, everything exists at once.
Yes.
So you can't come from anywhere when you're everywhere.
That's wonderful. That explains. I feel like very connected to the planet, like a heart-to-heart connection with the earth and nature. But also feel like I have energy from another place, and that was my...
From many other places.
Okay.
You will plug and unplug as you need to, depending on who you are at any given moment. Remember, the idea of these connections is dynamically changing.
Okay.
It's not static. You don't just plug in and that's it for the rest of my life. You change, and they change.
Okay. I seen beings in my dreams. Can I ask who are they?
You can ask.
Yes, who are they? They were four beings. I saw 3 triangular shaped kind of like spaceships, and one of them was really nice. His energy was really like he was laughing with me and saying hi and go wake up. And I would like to know who are they?
They were hybrids.
Okay.
Hybrid beings you have connections to.
Okay. Is there a message for my mom from the beings that she contacted?
Yes. Good job, well done.
Okay. My last question is, since our conversation, I went to listen to the Willa transmission, and a guy asked about ancient Egypt information, and the next day I went to a museum looking for the space shuttle, but I found an Egyptian exhibit. I went in, and it was incredible, and they were showing things from Tutankhamun tomb, but also the Book of the Dead and permission slips that they have there, and I felt that I really like that information. So can you help me understand that connection with ancient Egypt and that energy that I'm resonating with right now?
Well, remember that there was a lot of contact going on with the priests in ancient Egypt who understood that such things existed. Other beings existed among the stars, and they could astral travel and gain knowledge and download information and bring through different kinds of creations with that. So you're connecting to that as well to form a kind of completion circle for yourself in this life, to aid and assist in bringing that energy through and helping people understand their connection as nature and so on and so forth. So you're reaching to the stars to bring that energy down to earth and expressing it in the idea of connections with nature.
Okay. Yeah. My very last question is, like, I always feel that our journey on earth is about discovering of oneself.
It is.
And all of the information that we gain about us, but then when we die, what happened with all that information? Like,
you keep it, you use it, you expand, you make other choices. Having incorporated that experience and those lessons and that information into your consciousness, into your being.
Okay. So you just keep all the things that you learn here and then you go.
Sure, why not? You don't have to lose anything unless it's simply not relevant for you.
Okay.
But it's an experience that you keep. That's what you take. You take the experience with you. That's what's real. It's not that physical reality is real in that context, but the experience of it is. So that's what you keep. That's what adds to you. That's what expands you. That's what's expanding creation. Your experience of it, your unique perspective and experience of the structure that never changes is what changes everything.
Okay.
So the experience absolutely remains because the experience is part of you. Because that's what you are. An experience of all that is, having an experience of itself in all of these ways.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, very much. Thank you so much,
Thank
Bashar.
Shivai Bashar.
And you good day.
My first question is again about dragon, Ryu in Japanese.
Yes, Ryu, yes.
Yes. You sometimes use the expression extra-dimensional,
yes,
as well as extraterrestrial.
Yes.
And I remember you once told me that the entity represented by the image of a dragon is
extra-dimensional.
Yeah, can be described more as extra-dimensional rather than extraterrestrial.
Well, we use the term extraterrestrial to represent the idea that most of you understand, where you're saying it's a physical being coming from another planet, another civilization to the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
But there are beings that exist in other dimensions of reality altogether and may not even express themselves in their dimension as physical. But when they visit your dimension, when they penetrate into your dimension, they may take on a translation out of that electromagnetic plasmic energy that gives them an embodiment that is representative of their energy, of their vibrational frequency. And that can look like many things. So it's a kind of similar idea to what Willa described as how the nature spirits take on physical form.
Mm-hmm.
It's like slipping a hand into a glove. You can see the glove, but you can't see the hand.
Yeah. Okay.
So the idea is that the shape of the hand from the other dimension determines the shape of the glove that appears in your reality.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got it. And when you say Ryu,
yes,
instead of saying a dragon,
yes,
what kind of differences is there for you between Ryu and the dragon?
Do you mean for me personally?
Yes. If there is any.
Well, obviously there is a vibrational difference because there is a different relationship to the different cultures.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Therefore, the interpretation and vibration of Ryu carries a completely different flavor, a completely different kind of frequency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because of the culture that expresses the relationship to the dragon kind of entity, as opposed to dragon, which also can be Draco, which is more of what you would call a different culture on your planet, relating to the same kind of entity in their own way. So they carry different flavors for us. They are different symbol languages that are based on a common experience, but are interpreted in different ways, and different portions of consciousness relate to them in different ways. So it expresses the language in a different way on this side and a different way on that side. But we understand and can see the connection between the two with respect to the idea that they're talking about a similar entity.
Okay.
Does that explain it?
Yes. So they are, basically they are the same idea originally.
Oh, yes.
But because they are filtered through the cultural coloring.
Of course. Again, the electromagnetic plasmic energy takes on the form of the culture too.
Okay.
Because it's a mini collective consciousness. It's an archetypal level collective consciousness, and therefore the electromagnetic plasma takes on the qualities of that archetypal bubble and is presented in a slightly different way, even though it might be representative of literally the same being.
Okay.
And in what you call the idea of Quetzalcoatl, Yes, you have the feathered serpent, another variation of the idea of the dragon entities, and the dragons in Europe, and the Ryu in Japan, and in China, and so on and on and on and on around your world, because that entity has interacted with many different cultures on your planet.
I see. So Kelnunos may be called differently in Japanese language.
Oh, yes.
There is I think there is an equivalence.
There probably is.
Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome.
And I also want to ask, some scholars point out that there are stronger connections between the ancient Sumerian civilization and the Japanese cultures. For example, there are many linguistic similarities.
Yes.
For example, the emperor of Japan used to be called Sumera in ancient Japanese language. It's similar to Sumerian.
Yes, yes, yes.
And because you told me about Apukadu, the Sumerian demigod, in our private session, I want to ask what kind of connections are there between Sumerian civilization and the Japanese cultures, if there is any?
This is a large subject that we can discuss with you at another time.
Okay, okay. I will ask you another time.
All right.
My next question is about home.
Home.
Yeah. I love it when you say welcome home.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
That means welcome to the center of yourself. Welcome to the here and the now. This is where you actually live.
Okay, well, that's great. Yeah, you often say that and you often repeat it 3 times.
Yes.
At the end of the holotrope meditation.
Yes, because the triangle is the foundation of your physical reality.
Okay, okay, I see.
Therefore, it crystallizes it in your consciousness.
Okay.
That's why you have what you call the rule of 3 in your reality and in storytelling. Bada bang, bada bang, bada boom.
I see. So becoming more
it drives it home. It sets it up, it carries it forward, and it drives it home. Beginning, middle, end, story structure.
I see.
Yes?
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, yes. So there is this kind of 3 parts in every good story structure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, of course. There is the beginning, the discovery, the call to adventure, as you call it in story structure. Then there is the journey itself, with all of the different kinds of things that you discover and situations and challenges to transform and overcome. And then there is what you call the resolution, the idea of the acceptance or the transformation or the discovery or the enlightenment or becoming different, changing, becoming a different being in that sense, along with the ending, the denouement, the change that has been made, letting you become a different person, letting you see things from a different point of view. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, okay. That's great. And last year in September in Sedona, when we did the contact meditation outside, you, in a way, invited us into your spaceship?
In a way.
Okay. And welcomed us, saying welcome home 3 times at that time too.
Yes.
And the way you said it was, for me, very, very impressive and moving.
Oh, all right.
And made me emotional.
Thank you for being moved.
Yes. I literally burst into tears. And I really felt I was welcomed home.
Oh, you are. All of you are.
Yeah. And was I actually inside the ship?
In a manner of speaking, but in a slightly altered dimension, yes.
Okay, I see.
Because when you get used to that vibration, it's easier for the ship to then crystallize in your physical reality and for you to literally physically be in it eventually. But it's a practice run. It's getting used to the vibration.
I see.
So we use an electromagnetic version of it. I suppose what you might call the spirit of the ship, the ghost of the ship, to practice with, so that you slowly get used to that frequency bubble, that reality bubble. And then the ship can crystallize and crystallize and crystallize around its own spirit in that sense, and you eventually wind up realizing that you're actually inside a physical ship.
Okay. Well,
one day.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Yes.
And I felt as if I met someone inside the ship.
Yes.
But I don't know who it was.
I can't talk about that right now. That's another level that we'll talk about another time. It's part of the process.
Okay, sure.
First is the process we gave you. That's one.
Uh-huh.
Then there is two, and then there is three. But we're still on one.
Okay.
Just at the beginning of the story.
Okay. Uh-huh. Then I have to wait for the story to unfold.
Exactly.
Uh-huh. Okay, that's great.
And while you are waiting for the story to unfold, you are not waiting because you're living your own story, which allows you to get to the second part of this bigger story.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. I will leave my story.
Yes, please.
Okay. And I'm wondering, well, you answered to my question in a way, but I'm wondering what is home in this context?
I already told you.
Yeah, the center.
Yes, the here and the now, where you really live, where you really exist. That's home. Here, now, is home. You are home.
Well, that's great.
Whenever you align with yourself as fully as you can, you are home.
That's good to hear.
Yes, it is. So welcome home.
Great. And the last thing is I want to talk about the dream I had 4 years ago.
Now is actually not the appropriate time for that particular conversation.
Oh, okay. That's great. Yeah, I, in a way, I thought so too.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
For being of like mind.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
The synchronicities exciting.
Synchronicities abound.
I've had some thoughts about being out in nature, and sometimes when I'm out hiking, there's particular spots that have a lot higher energy than other spots.
For you, yes. Because you pass through different fields in nature that give off different frequencies and vibrations, some of which may be more vibrationally compatible with the state that you happen to be in at that time. So it's kind of like you become a little Geiger counter for where you are picking up on things that are more in your frequency.
Should I spend more time in that particular area?
Well, that's up to you, but you can, knowing that if they resonate to you that way, they probably might be a little bit more effective for you to be in that particular vibrational state with that place. It's sort of similar to the idea of the number synchronicities, except it's a physical vibrational synchronicity that's letting you know, oh, when you feel this, you're in more alignment with your true self. So sure, why not? Stay in it and see what happens and do something there.
Awesome.
Play with it, yes.
I was observing an aspen tree recently. It seemed to be vibrating at many different frequencies throughout the leaves.
That's why they're called quaking aspens.
Anything in particular to that vibration that's...
Oh yes, of course. It's a specific language. And if you wish, you can learn it by using the aspen tree in the meditative cryptic exercise that Willa gave. Find an aspen near some water and sit beneath it with it at your back and learn the specific language by identifying your breath with the wind as it courses through the aspen. So you can do that. You might all have very specific familiarity and resonance with very specific kinds of trees. Find the tree that is most easy for you to talk with.
Awesome.
For you, it might be the aspen.
Any parallel connections that you'd like to share with me?
In what we're talking about, parallel connections exist strongly for you in what you would call American Indian lives. Yes?
Yes.
So you can explore that if you wish, and the aspen can tell you about some of that.
Awesome.
Does that help?
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good day.
Good day.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Welcome home.
And to you.
So,
What I wanted to talk to about and get your thoughts on, there are major theories about everything.
Major theories about everything.
Meaning, like
yes, I suppose so.
The theory of everything.
The theory of everything. Yeah.
Where like a couple of them are very interesting to me.
Yes.
For instance, the theory of this reality of everything actually being a virtual reality of some sort.
Well, in a sense, because it's a projection of consciousness.
So, is there like is the nature of the universe, multiverse, I should say, digital?
Well, digital might be a little misleading, but it is a projection of consciousness. So in that sense, you could say it is holographic.
Right.
You can apply the idea, I suppose, of the concept of digital to it, but that can be misleading for many people because it sort of implies some sort of artificial source of projection, but the projection comes from your own consciousness. So you can digitize it, you can experience it in a digitized way, but that's just an affectation that you're imposing as a structure on top of the projection that's coming from your consciousness. It's sort of like imposing a filter on it to experience it in a digitized way. But that's sort of arbitrary.
Because in a way, it makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, first of all, I get a lot of synchronicity through digits myself.
Yes, yes, yes.
And it makes sense, the Big Bang, the laws of physics,
yes,
entropy, etc.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, it all makes sense. And
then that's your way of perceiving it.
Okay.
Is through the idea, the filter of digitization. But that's not something that's necessarily the way everyone experiences it.
Oh, thank you. So the other topic I was going to talk about is dreams and also sleep paralysis.
Sleep paralysis can actually result from a few different kinds of things. But one of them, the most common one, is that you are shifting for whatever reason, whether you're interacting with other beings or not, you sometimes will shift between what you consider to be the physical reality and the spirit reality. But in the mid-shift, you're not really exactly in one or the other, and you may sort of be conscious of the fact that you're sort of straddling two different vibrational realities and not understand how to move in either of them yet. That can cause what you experience and call sleep paralysis. You no longer really are exactly in the physical world, so you can't really move in that one. You're not completely in the spiritual one, so you're not really sure how to move in that one. It causes kind of a crystallization or a locking up that acts as a transitional bridge between the two. So it's a temporary state that represents that transitional vibrational shift.
Yeah, I actually feel that vibration,
Yes,
me
yes.
being different
Yes.
than usual.
Yes.
And sometimes it's not, like, because usually sleep paralysis present people with something scary.
Well, that's only because their physical mind doesn't quite understand what's happening, and it sometimes can interpret the unlocking from physical reality as an actual death. It actually feels like it's being annihilated. That's not the case. Another reason why some people might be a little bit scared of it is because sometimes that transition might be happening by being in contact with other beings from other dimensions who may be helping you cross that barrier into their reality. And again, you feel out of control because those other beings are more familiar with that process than you may be, and you may not have been brought up with the tools to understand how you're participating in that crossing, in that transition. So it might seem a little scary because it feels like you're out of control, even though you're not really.
Well, what about when I saw my son?
What
And
about
he was in a completely different city.
Yes.
And I was, obviously, I thought I was sleeping. Sorry, I thought I was awake, but then I
Yes.
see him walking through my room.
Yes, and so are you saying that that scared you?
No.
Oh,
Actually,
all
I'm
right.
not afraid of my sleep
Oh,
paralysis
all right. So
anymore. And
what is it that you are saying about that experience?
Yeah, what exactly was that? I mean,
Oh, well, he may have been astral traveling. You may have been able to perceive his spirit traveling around and visiting, or not even necessarily knowing he was visiting. He may have just have been traveling and going somewhere familiar. But this is the idea of the transition, because most of you actually do what you call astral traveling out of body when you're sleeping. So the idea is that you go places, yes? And other people go places, and sometimes you might encounter each other in a variety of states.
Very interesting.
Yes.
What about the characters? I'm a filmmaker, so I have actually seen characters from future movies.
Yes, well, again,
Come and visit
everything
me.
exists here and now. So if you're on a vibrational frequency where you key into something that you're calling the future, even though it is actually just another simultaneous present, then you might become aware of things that haven't yet physically manifested. If they have a lot of energy and probability of manifestation behind them, they will come to pass. If for some reason your vision of them or experience of them changes that energy, then maybe they won't. Remember, there's no such thing as a prediction of the future. There's only a sensing of the energy that exists at the moment the prediction is made. But if that energy changes, the prediction may become obsolete. If the energy doesn't change, then it may come to pass. But it's only a reading of the energy that exists at the moment that the prediction is sensed. It's a reading of the now. And what's the probability that this will continue or not continue? And sometimes being made aware of a prediction will actually change the energy, which doesn't mean that prediction necessarily had been wrong. It simply means that you were made aware of the energy, didn't prefer it, and changed it, and rendered the prediction obsolete. That's how that works. But certainly, since everything exists at once, if you're of the particular frequency, you can tap into other things that are simultaneous existences that may, in your so-called future, manifest in your reality.
What about past?
Same thing, because both are illusional projections from the present.
Right. That was actually something I was going to explore as well, because what if you want to connect to someone who exists in some place different when?
Well, what's stopping you from doing that?
So how do you do that?
What do you mean, how do you do it?
Well, is there...
Well, there can be many techniques. You have to attract yourself to the technique that works for you. But certainly if you start thinking about them, you're at least starting to create that bubble vibration that forms a connection. Then you have to decide what part of that and what expression of that connection is relevant for the connection for you.
Okay. And that is the same way connecting to spirits?
It can be. It's all resonance. It's all vibration.
Right.
Everything exists at a certain frequency. When you match that frequency, you have the same thoughts at the same time, you make a connection. Remember, telepathy is not reading someone else's mind. It's being on the same wavelength and having the same thoughts at the same time.
What about guardian angel? I actually saw my guardian angel in my meditation.
I understand, but again, you're simply talking about another level of consciousness that expresses itself that way in your reality. It's just a label for another level of consciousness.
A long time ago, when my father was very, very ill, he visited a shaman. And we come from indigenous culture, so we do have real shamans. So the shaman told him that my father has a very his guardian angel is the same as his third kids, which is me. Like it's the same angel that protects us. I would like to know more about my guardian angel.
What do you need to know? It's sort of the same idea as a spirit guide.
Where is he? Okay, so it
gives you suggestions, it gives you advice. It can only protect you so far because it's not really about the idea that you need protection. But many of you need some guidance, and that is protection enough. And therefore it gives you the guidance, it gives you a vibration, it helps you understand how to connect more strongly with your own higher mind so you can guide yourself. All those kinds of things happen with what you call spirit guides or guardian angels. These names are not really to them how they think of themselves, but they understand it can be a label that you need to use as a permission slip in order to relate to them.
Right. But have we ever met before, or
yes, of course,
meaning in a physical form?
It's possible sometimes, yes.
Maybe
it may
times.
be that sometimes those that guide you in spirit have been physically alive and you may have crossed paths in that way. It depends.
Could you maybe tell me if you know if we have?
In terms of what you are referring to as the guardian angel, you have met in other places and other times. but not in the physical reality you understand that you're in right now.
Okay. And another subject, final subject that I wanted to discuss.
Yes.
Well, of course, I won't discuss a lot more than that. But so I have downloaded information that kind of was very interesting, that consciousness exists not only in what we perceive as living, but also in what we perceive as, I don't know.
Inanimate?
Yeah.
Consciousness is everything. Everything
Right.
is made of consciousness. There is nothing that is not.
Right.
There is nothing else to make anything from. That's the fundamental matter, the fundamental material, the fundamental essence. Everything is made of consciousness.
So I find myself talking to my car.
Yes, absolutely.
And some other gadgets as well.
Yes. Gadgets. Gadget consciousness.
Exactly.
It may be expressed very differently than your consciousness. It uses the idea of its consciousness in a very different way, but nevertheless, it is still made of self-reflective consciousness.
Right. And I don't know, some of them were like the battery life was supposed to be gone years and years and years ago.
Yes.
They're still living because of the way that I treat them.
All right.
But like, is there any way to deepen that connection? Is it the same thing that you've given me advice, the same advice
Yes.
earlier?
Yes. If it is relevant for you to do so, you follow your passion to the best you can with no insistence on a particular outcome. It increases your sensitivity and your ability to connect to whatever is relevant for you to connect to more deeply as you raise your frequency.
Mm-hmm.
So the higher you go, the deeper you can go. Yes?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I just wanted to, know some information about Saibo.
What about Saibo?
Like how to connect more with him.
Are you familiar with the number 13?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand it is a very powerful transformational number?
Yes.
You understand that the word Saibo is the number 13 in our ancient language?
Wow.
So play with the number 13 and you will connect more strongly with Saibo himself.
Thank you.
Are you familiar also with the idea of the tarot deck?
No.
Find a tarot deck and look for two specific cards, the Magician and the Fool. Put them together and you will have Saibo.
Thank you. I wanted to share that a fox is also my totem.
Like Willa,
Yes. And a deer also.
like Kernanos, the winter spirit, the stag, the deer.
And I just wanted to ask about the surprise you told me I would get.
Yes?
What is it?
Well, then it won't be a surprise, will it?
I don't know what it is.
Play with the tarot, find those two cards, put them together, meditate on that, receive the vibration of Saibo, and we'll see if your surprise is revealed to you that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have fun.
Thank you.
So I have some questions for you.
Yes.
A few of them are from last night, but we'll start with today. How's that?
Up to you.
I figured it was up to me.
All right, good figuring.
Some questions came up about the meditation that Willa suggested.
Yes.
One being, do the meditations have to be done consecutively?
Do you mean in terms of what she said about doing it for 15 days?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was also the question, I think one individual does not have access to a creek or a running water in that respect, but they do have access to the ocean.
All right.
Listening to the waves will suffice?
If there's a tree behind them.
Yes.
Then that's fine. Yes, of course. We said any body of water. Willa said any body of water.
Okay. Well, don't act like I asked the question.
But you did ask the question.
Oh, my. Okay. So somebody else wanted to know, like, how are you going to talk to us 60 years from now?
Very well, thank you. We will be physically on your planet at that time and capable of direct face-to-face interaction. Before that time, of course, but by that time, certainly.
Okay. Maybe that person will sleep better at night now.
Maybe they will, and maybe they won't. They might be scared to see us coming.
Well, you do look different.
We do, but that's all right. You'll get used to us.
Do you think that people don't realize that they would be kind of scared to see you?
Some people may not realize it. This is why we hold back until we know that it will not in any way, shape, or form throw you off.
So it's kind of like if a person has not fully integrated compartmentalized issues and they get into the proximity of your vibration,
yes,
that even though they think they might be integrated enough to handle it, they would actually find you scary and
yes,
and project all the fear that's coming up on the fact that you look different.
Or something else as a reason to explain what they're feeling, but they're feeling their own fear. They're not really scared of us.
Right.
They're scared of themselves.
Right. I just assumed, because you say like people would actually go into psychotic shock.
They
right?
could. They could. If they're not ready to handle the upswelling of the things that they refuse to look at within themselves, refuse to integrate within themselves, they could have a psychotic break if they simply continue to insist on not integrating those things in the presence of a much higher frequency.
And since you're quasi-physical, would be kind of like seeing a ghost?
Sometimes some people may perceive us that way, but we can also be perceived very solidly if you wish. Depends upon the frequency state that you're in and what's appropriate for the frequency state we need to be in those contact encounters. At the beginning, it may be that we appear a little bit filmy, a little bit less than solid, to ease the transition in, and then we may get more solid appearing over time. So that might be some of the ways that it could happen, because it has happened that way with other civilizations before. We sort of show up a little bit, disappear a little bit, show up a little bit more, get a little more solid, a little more solid. They reach out. At first they may pass through us, and then they reach out, and then we may feel a little bit squishy. And then they reach out, or we might feel just a little bit more solid, but still have some idea of spongy resistance. And then they reach out and they can actually touch us as a solid being. Our skin will feel very different than yours. It'll almost feel like the finest form of crystalline substance that you can imagine. Because it's not exactly the same kind of skin as yours. We have a lot more of the idea of crystalline silicon substance within our makeup as a physical being, which is one of the reasons why we can vibrate at such a high frequency. You are gaining more silica crystals within your brains, within your bodies, within your cellular structures, and over time, this will allow you to become capable of handling higher frequency energies. But even some of your medical practitioners have noticed that there is more silica appearing and silicon appearing in your bodies.
So, and I was just thinking that if that were happening where you were having contact with someone, that as the individuals frequency shifted, as did yours, the solidification would actually be happening both directions.
In a sense.
And that the person shifting to the higher frequency would perceive you as solid, or
yes,
because their frequency has shifted and acclimated to your physical presence.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, yes.
So there were some questions about elves. Are elves elementals?
They are elementals and part of the idea of the nature spirits that can present themselves to you. Yes, absolutely.
And what do they represent in accordance with like winter spirit and holiday themes?
They represent the idea of, well, several things, depending upon the kind of expression of elf. They represent the idea of giving, you know that, gift giving. Remember that the idea of the winter spirit, Kernenos, has been deconstructed and reconstructed as your present day understanding of Santa Claus. Yes?
Yes.
Because Kernenos has antlers and hooves and is responsible for the idea of being reflective of what vibration you give off and reflecting it back positively or negatively. This translates into the idea that Santa has reindeers that have hooves, and it's the idea that's translated into Santa checks his list of good girls and boys and naughty girls and boys, and the idea then of reflecting that behavior back. Yes?
Yes.
This all comes from the winter spirit that has been translated into these modern terminologies.
So
the elves are connected to the idea of the winter spirit in some contexts, and depending on the type of elf, as gift giving, yes, revealing surprises and treasures that exist that you can discover. The idea of a leprechaun in Irish terms is just another kind of elf that says, look, there is a treasure. Yes, the rainbow, pot of gold, all those ideas. The rainbow symbolizes all the different vibrations. So when you integrate all the different vibrations, what do you find? The pot of gold, the treasure within yourself. Yes?
Yes.
It's another form of a nature spirit expression, another elemental expression. And when you find the gold, you're operating, as gold represents symbolically, more in the now, more in the moment, unchanging. Ageless, because the idea is that gold never changes, gold never rusts. The gold you have now is the gold that's existed on your planet for thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years. It never changes.
Aren't elves sometimes depicted as evil or something?
Well, again, remember, as we said, there is the reflective element. Yes?
Yes.
What you put out is what you get back. This is doubly and triply magnified by the elementals, because they are more pure energy. They are more ectoplasmic, electromagnetheric expressions, and therefore they act as very highly polished mirrors. So if someone is giving off a negative vibration, it's going to rebound on you a lot more than normal. So it's not that they're evil in that sense. They're just highly sensitive and reflective to those vibrations. And if they manifest even more physically, you get hit with an even more powerful reflection of it. Yes?
Yeah, so I was thinking like with this idea of archetypes,
Yes.
and that somehow in our history, well, we're already programmed with the receptivity to a particular archetype, right?
Yes.
Because all of these elementals are essentially archetypes also, right?
Well, yes, in some sense, although the greater ones are maybe more representative of an overarching archetype, whereas some of the other ones may be sort of sub-archetypal properties, so to speak. Not meaning to talk about them as if they're inanimate objects, but they represent sub-archetypal properties.
Because throughout our history, people have had visions of these beings,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
And every culture has its own version of
Yes.
these ideas. So clearly, we're hardwired some way to be
Well, that's-
receptive to
yes.
these particular
It's part of the
ideas.
agreement of the matrix of the earth reality. Because there are many more levels to the earth reality than just what you consider to be your physical realm. There are different layers to it.
And traditional thinking will be dismissive of the idea that these are actually conscious beings that are interacting with us.
I'm going to put it in a new poetic kind of a framework for you. The idea of the nature spirits, this level that we're talking about now that can manifest and unmanifest itself physiologically, what you need to understand is that since they are representations of the collective consciousness of your planet, they actually represent the layer of reality that represents your earth dreaming. They are earth dreams. Yes? You're interacting with Gaia's dreams when you interact with nature spirits and those archetypes. You're interacting in the dream dimension reality of earth. Isn't that exciting?
That really is, because that's like tuning into her television station.
Yes.
You know, this is what she's thinking of in one perspective.
Yes.
What does she think of what's happening to the planet?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Right, probably not.
But again, remember, Earth knows it is also and experiences itself also in a multitude of parallel realities simultaneously.
Right, so there are flourishing Earths, and then there are Earths that are
devastated utterly, and some that have been utterly destroyed and no longer occupy space in the same way at all. So all of that is understood in some sense by the consciousness of Gaia. Therefore, it's not about Gaia having an opinion or feeling a certain way, but Gaia certainly can recognize what is counter to the vibrations of its continuation and survival. Yes.
Well, it kind of reminds me of the trees, you know, if once they started understanding that even the presence of a disease will have a ripple effect throughout the forest in terms of preparing to deal with it.
Yes.
Healing wounds, communicating with other trees about what's happening.
Yes.
And it's very representative of how the planet is also in terms of its sensory consciousness of its well-being or balance, right?
Yes, and they tap into the communication and the community of other versions of Earth.
So it makes me wonder, with all the extraterrestrial attention on this planet, how come this planet wasn't like set aside like a botanical garden or a
There are versions of
place?
Earth that are. You're just not focused on it right now.
So the Earth that we're on does not have sort of these ET caretakers that showed up and said, okay, we're quarantining this. There's no place in this, at least in the solar system, of something so abundant with life.
That's a different
amazing.
solar system. It's a different version, a different parallel reality solar system.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So that's really interesting.
It's just that you happen to have chosen the transformational one.
And it's actually our responsibility to make sure that we maintain the planet.
In a
You know,
sense,
it's part of our learning experience.
It's your responsibility to yourselves, yes, because you are extensions of the planet. That's why we say, you're not in nature, you are nature. You are the planet. You're part of it. You're extensions of it. You're made from it. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Somehow I get the feeling these are your questions.
Well, certainly the questions started taking me deeper into... I love connecting with Gaia. I think just being here is so amazing. And it's
The
so
exercises
extraordinary.
that Will is suggesting will connect you more strongly with Gaia. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's really something. What
Yes,
we've
it is.
dreamed up here.
Really something.
So it actually, this ties into the questions from yesterday when about the 50-50 split in the country.
Yes.
And the idea of a year ago, was it worse? I mean, was it more tilted towards the negative or the positive, or is it more tilted?
It has been growing to become what it is now. Obviously, it's just that most of you didn't sense it, didn't know that.
So you're saying it's growing more towards the negative at the particular time?
Yes. Because a split needs to happen. And so it has to get to that point so that the physical split can really happen. The divide can really happen. That's why we said 2019 is about shake-up and breakup. You're really experiencing more physical and sociological and environmental expressions of the idea that you're splitting, literally, physically, into multiple versions of Earth. That's what this transformational Earth experience is all about, is actually physiologically experiencing the split into different parallel versions of Earth. You're experiencing things that already exist, but you're experiencing the splitting into them version of the story, of what already exists as different versions of Earth.
Has this happened before on this particular, well?
Yes. Yes, it has.
It has?
Yes.
That was another question for someone wrote in. What was, how long ago?
The Atlantean era was certainly another indication of such a split, and there have been others. Now you are recreating this idea again. In some senses, America is the new Atlantis.
Yeah, wasn't the idea to do it over again?
Sort of.
Do it right?
Sort of.
I guess I shouldn't ask how we're doing, huh?
Well, the ones that are allowing themselves to remain in the vibration of their passion are doing just fine, thank you.
Right. So that actually comes back to the idea, I mean, one of the things that recently happened is that I think they've approved the seismic testing, or the sonic testing on the Atlantic coast, which will probably impact many, many thousands and thousands of whales and dolphins.
Yes.
And so when we see actions moving in that direction, aside of for taking actions to protest that or look for another way.
Yes. Offer other suggestions.
But if we are on a planet where that happens.
Yes.
And this is coming back to the idea of the glass, the separating, splitting realities.
Yes.
And the idea of perceiving that through a glass or...
Yes. Because the idea is that that's why you have to be the living example. So the others on the other side of the glass can see the examples. They have the ability to choose to change their frequency and penetrate the glass to your side. Yes? The glass is still permeable by those that shift their frequency. The frequency that is not yours can't reach you through the glass, but those that shift their frequency to your frequency on your side of the glass can penetrate the glass. This is the tunneling effect that you find physicists talking about. Subatomic particles can tunnel from one thing to another, apparently passing through a barrier. This is the tunneling effect. If you change your frequency, you'll tunnel through the barrier to whatever side is representative of your frequency. So remember that even though you can see them and they can't affect you, they can see you, and you can give them a choice to affect themselves still by offering alternatives to what it is they're choosing to do that might be more beneficial alternatives. If they choose to pay attention to what they're seeing from those of you on this side of the glass, they will shift their frequency to your side of the glass and do those things in that way, in a different way, that will not cause harm. And they will join you on that version of Earth. So the glass is permeable visually. You can instruct them because they can see you just as much as you can see them. Again, it's up to them to choose whether to pay attention to it or not.
I'm thinking also of people who have reported seeing things as a physical being, seeing things that end up causing them PTSD or any number of issues of, even though maybe they didn't even experience it directly by it happening to them.
Yes, this is another conversation.
So that's different than what we're talking about.
It's another
here.
conversation with different details that we can't go into right now.
Okay. All right. So I guess the last I thought this was kind of an interesting question.
Yes.
Well, there's actually two. One is time crystals.
Yes.
Can they be embedded in some sort of fabric, or is there anything that exists that...
Not yet. Not according to your technology. This is the very beginning of it. Ultimately, yes, but not yet.
And lastly, is there anything along the lines of kryptonite that weakens the Essassani civilization?
You are asking us if we have a form of kryptonite? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, I just read the questions, you know.
Oh, all right. Well, Are we talking green kryptonite, red kryptonite, white kryptonite, gold kryptonite, black kryptonite?
I think they were trying to get at the idea of, do you guys have any sort of Achilles heel or weakness that is manifest in the form of a substance that would cause you to, I guess, get weak in the knees or something?
Achilles heel, weak in the knees. No.
That's good to know. So I don't know why they wanted to know that, but...
Perhaps they think we are Superman. Or perhaps they just think we're Superman.
I'll definitely choose the latter.
Oh, all right. When you choose the latter, then you can climb it.
Okay. So, I don't know. Are you waiting for some more questions?
Nope. We are now suggesting that you take a short break so that we may resume transmission for your holotope meditation. Enjoy your break. All right, I'll say let us continue the transmission in the following way. Each of you, please allow yourselves to relax, become comfortable in your chairs, and let go of all the concerns of the day. Begin to breathe gently, easily, deeply, allowing for further and continued relaxation. As you continue to breathe, your lights will begin to play, your music will begin to rise, and you will begin to allow yourselves to allow the absorption of the sound and the light into your being as you regard the mirror of the holotope before you. In keeping with the idea of the winter spirit, and in helping create more efficacy for your connections, as Willa described, in the meditations that are connected to the mastery of becoming a cryptic. Allow yourselves, as you breathe, to peer upon the holotope and begin to see in that reflection the deep winter forest that is inhabited by the winter spirit. Allow yourselves to view this forest as if looking down upon it from above. Allow yourself to continue to breathe and just survey down below the forest spreading out from a central clearing that is the central point of the holotope. The grove of trees spread out in concentric circles beneath you as you float above. And slowly, slowly and gently, you descend toward the clearing, so that as you become closer and closer and closer to the ground, the branches of the trees now rise above you and surround you. You are in the center of the forest in winter. There is snow, there is ice, there is calm, and there is quiet. There is beauty, and there is peace. And as you rest upon a rock on the ground in the center of the clearing and feel its warmth radiating into you, the warmth that is captured from the sun of the day. And now that sun sets, creating long, beautiful shadows and lines of light in the forest. The trees are backlit and illuminated with the beautiful yellows, golds, crimsons, and fires of the sunset, even as the sky begins to darken into a deep velvet blue, and the stars begin to come out above your head, above the trees, forming a beautiful sparkling dome overhead. And you sit in comfort upon this stone that gives you warmth and allows you to feel your energy field penetrating deep into the ground beneath the rock, like a bubble surrounding you, containing you, and stretching out to the trees, expanding, growing larger until it touches the trees and fills the clearing and penetrates deep into the ground. Half of this bubble above, half of the bubble below, so that it touches, delicately touches and connects with the root systems and the mycelial network that connects all the trees, the little filaments that connects roots to roots, the net on which they communicate, the fibers that send nourishment, water, nutrients, information back and forth beneath you, a subterranean communication system, so that the forest, while full of beautiful individual trees, functions also as one community, one tree. And as you allow yourself to hear the wind through the branches, you can hear that there is water nearby, a beautiful, bubbling stream, a brook, that the trees derive nourishment from as it seeps into the ground, passing beneath the trees and between the trees and by the rock. And you allow your heartbeat to begin to match the frequency of the burbling brook, even as your breath, with every breath you take, begins to harmonize with the wind through the trees. And you look up and see the beautiful sparkling stars beaming down at you, sending you their unconditional support and wishes for peace. And now you hear faint whispers among the trees, little whispers reaching out to you, gently touching in to your ears, letting you know that you are not alone. Though you may or may not see anything yet, you are not alone. For out of the electromagnetheric energy that is within the bubble in which you sit, shapes will form here and there, maybe for a moment and then vanishing, or maybe crystallizing a little more permanently. An eye here, a face there, a smile there, a touch, a gentle touch, the touch like butterflies upon your skin. And as they touch and allow you to become familiar with their vibration, their frequency of greeting, acknowledgement, recognition, and welcome, the vibration, the air within your bubble begins to move like fluid, swirling around you, gently rotating. You are immersed in this electromagnetheric fluid, this electromagnetheric light that in the night glows slightly blue, and icy blue, but it's not cold. There is a warmth to it, strange warmth. out of that warmth, out of that fluid, out of that electromagnetheric light, you begin to see from the ground up the hooves of something that appears to be a stag. But as it rises and forms, the thick fur of its legs, it goes up into a more human form, a body with hands and a face that looks upon you with piercing eyes that look deep into your soul. Its face somewhat human, but also lengthened like a stag. And on its head, a huge expanse of antlers, magnificent in their breadth, like trees themselves, with branches reaching skyward. Kernanos looks upon you, regards you, and welcomes you into its realm. The winter spirit reads your heart, reads your breath, exhales frost from its nostrils in greeting to you. And it senses your vibration of peace and love and service to Earth, to Gaia. And there is joy amongst the elementals at your presence. And Kernanos steps forward and plants his hooves before you and looks down upon you and smiles and bows its head so that the antlers come within reach. And you reach up gently, slowly, to touch the antlers and touch the forehead of the winter spirit as it bows its welcome to you and then stands back up straight and has received the vibration, your gift, and thus returns a gift to you. A gift of joy, a gift of crystalline bells that ring within you forever so that you may carry the blessings of the winter spirit with you always and everywhere. And it steps back and back into the woods, melting into the electromagnetheric light and vanishing once again. And all the whispers begin to fade, but know that they are still there, very aware of you, as they blend back into their reality, their domain, their dimension of being. And your bubble is still filled with that electromagnetheric light, that fluid that courses around you and reverberates with your own heartbeat back to you as you breathe in the rarefied atmosphere, in the crystal clear night, and the stars shine down. And you have begun a new journey on a new path of communion with the earth, communion with your true nature as nature, to express yourself, your natural self, all the days of your life, to be at peace, to be one, to be in love with the earth and yourself and the cosmos and the trees and the water and the animals and the elementals and the rocks and all life upon the earth and in its dreams, for it dreams you into being, and you live in the realm of dreams, Gaia's dreams,
as its children, made of it, born of it, beautiful, pure, and crystal clear. And you become yourself like a transparent crystal, so that the light of the stars shines through to your center and is reflected therefrom, and gives you the cool spark of light that shall guide you on your journey into a new realm, a new world, a new awareness, and a new understanding of your relationship with the earth, with Gaia, as its children, as its nature, as reflections of all that is, allowing yourself to feel the vibration that is always with you, the light and the beacon that will shine forth by your example of your true self. Allow yourselves to breathe now deeply, and breathe that fluid and light in, and know that you contain the gift of the winter spirit, and it shall always be there for you, so you will not lose your way. Breathe in the cool stillness, breathe in the peace, breathe in the joy, and breathe it out to the world in response to Gaia, in gratitude and appreciation for your life, for your dream of yourself, and for all that is. Be at peace, be in joy, be in love with life, and welcome home, welcome home. Welcome home. Continue to breathe gently as your lights dim and your music softens, and allow yourself to simply enjoy the peace of the night, the gentle vibrations of night, and the eternal spark that exists within you. Just breathe and be. Just breathe and be. Just breathe and be. That is all you need to be, is yourself. Our unconditional love to you all, the sweetest of dreams, until we meet again. Sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams.
All you will ever discover in the deepest, darkest, most fearsome abyss. You will discover nothing but...
All right, we will say good day. This transmission has been titled Your E.T. Neighbors, and it is for the purpose of delivering to you more information that will increase the probability of contact in the years to come by delivering information on different ET groups over a period of time, 1 or 2 groups at a time in these transmissions, to familiarize you with who is in the neighborhood, who's been interacting with Earth for quite some time, who will continue to interact with Earth in various ways. So again, it increases your sense of the reality of what's going on around you and give you a better, more grounded awareness of the neighborhood in which you live as a planet. So we will begin this particular delivery by talking about a group of extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional beings that have been referred to generally by many people on your planet that have interacted with them as the Blue Men. Now, these beings, the ones that are interacting with Earth, are fundamentally energy beings. They have the ability to take what appears to be human form, although they will mostly appear as an outline, a silhouette that is a glowing blue form, their features being relatively obscured because their true nature is energy. And in their quote-unquote natural state, you would perceive them as blue floating orbs of light. But you can see them in many cases, when you do encounter them, changing back and forth between the orbs of light and the humanoid silhouette. They will generally appear to be relatively tall, perhaps 7, perhaps 8 feet in your counting. That's just a representation of the amount of energy coming through. Again, it's not that they actually have or possess this physical stature, but it is the way they are interpreted by your reality. It's the way they present themselves in your reality. Now, they come from a civilization that actually exists on 3 different planets in their area of space. Their original planet allowed them to create a civilization where many of the so-called scientists or researchers or explorers found a way to convert themselves and exist as energy beings. However, the majority of the civilization remained physical and went on to colonize 2 other planets as they spread out among the stars. So their civilization exists on 3 different worlds. They are exploring at this time a potential 4th world upon which to expand their civilization. But what we are saying is that their civilization exists in 2 fundamental forms. Truly, solidly physical, just as you are, and the ones that have learned to convert themselves into energy beings, which are the ones that are interacting with your planet at this time. The physical ones are not. But the ones that are interacting with your planet are doing so not only for the purpose of observation and study, as is true of many ET races who are interacting to some degree with Earth, but they also are quite compassionate, quite peaceful, and they have, shall we say, a tendency, when interacting with humans on your planet, to encourage those humans to change from a warlike civilization to a more peaceful civilization. They have even rescued people in wartime situations, removed them from the war. They have healed many people on your planet who were injured in war and from other causes. Because, again, they are energy beings, they can vibrate at a frequency that allows a person to match their frequency and allow rapid healing to occur. They will often observe warfare scenarios And they even have the ability for people, sometimes, not always, depending upon their destiny, because the blue men will not interfere with your destinies, your choices, but they have from time to time, when it is appropriate, even removed humans from your planet and taken them to live on a planet where there is nothing but peace. Now, when they choose to do this, it is usually because a person has been gravely injured, perhaps even fatally injured, in some sort of wartime scenario. They have the ability to actually, in certain cases, resurrect these people, resuscitate these people, and allow them to be placed on one of these planets where they can experience a life of peace away from war. So the blue men, as they are called, generally, which doesn't mean there are not females among them, but this is how they present themselves and how they have been labeled by your people, because that's how they seem to appear, as a male silhouette, glowing blue, obscured features, very tall, very energetic, very kind, very compassionate, very peaceful. These beings are continuing to interact with your people from time to time, though they generally remain in the background, because again, they cannot really interfere with anything you have chosen to be your own destiny. But nevertheless, they will appear to those in need from time to time to assist and aid them in either their healing or their removal to another place where they can experience lasting peace. And their energy on your planet gives you a greater opportunity to seek peace for yourselves by matching their frequency. Now, they have restricted themselves to some degree to the different kinds of individuals they may interact with. They may broaden their ability to interact with more of your population as the years progress. You will find in general that they will interact more often than not with the kind of people on your planet you call the indigenous groups, American Indians and so forth, because of their adherence to some of the old ways of relating to nature. Because again, they are very strongly connected to the idea of nature as the blue men. So in letting you know that they exist, you can open your minds, open your hearts, allow your energy to flow more freely, knowing that they are among you, whether you see them or not, and they are helping with their energy to give you more of an opportunity to choose peace and healing for yourselves, so that you may arrive at a time on your planet, or whatever version you shift to, that is more representative of peace and no longer or never has experienced the idea of war, strife, disease, struggle, and pain. So just open up to the idea of the blue men and see what happens energetically in your lives as you move forward. We will discuss another group during the meditation that will follow the monologue and questions this day of your time. But for now, we invite you to open up, to engage us with your questions, and allow us to be of continued service to you.
Good day to you, Bashar. Thank you, and I'm immensely grateful for being here.
As we are grateful and deeply appreciative of the interactions with all of you. What would you like to discuss?
First of all, we're immensely grateful for you being here, and you have no idea how much grateful we are. But
yes, I do.
You are, okay. Especially this unusual time that we are in.
Yes, especially now.
Okay, I just have a few quick questions, and I won't take much time.
It's all right.
Regarding our ET neighbors, I know that we have to be at a vibrational state that we will be able to contact, or they will be able to contact us.
Yes, although that's not as necessary for some of them as it is for others.
Thank God. All right. So I was asking that it is true, it's our free will, but can we choose them to please contact us or kind of forcing on us or somehow kick?
It's not about forcing, it's about following the formula, raising your vibration to the appropriate level, and being the kind of person that they would then be natural in contacting. But again, you have to trust the timing.
Okay, but I don't believe that humanity is where they will be able to contact. I'm just saying that sometimes a karmic...
Here is something perhaps that is important for you to understand. We talk about the idea of disclosure, we talk about the idea of open contact, but remember, depending on the culture that someone belongs to, there are already ongoing contacts happening on a regular basis, and some of these contacts have been going on for generations. It's just that most of you don't know about them because they're usually taking place with people that are more connected to some of the ancient ways, connected to nature, so on and so forth, things that are more representative of the kinds of people and the kinds of relationships that some of the ETs find more compatible. So when we talk about the idea that open contact is about to happen in the future, we're actually only referring to certain cultures on your planet that haven't yet allowed themselves to open up enough or connect to nature enough or be themselves enough for that contact to occur in their culture. But there are cultures on your planet that have been having contact for thousands of years.
So these prophets or seers, and let's say, for example, Jesus.
Yes.
Were they a human or were they also connected to...
Well, they were human, but they were hybridized like all of you, but they understood how to be fully more what they really were in terms of expressing all the abilities that each of you have, but are lying dormant within you because you're not allowing yourself to realize your full potential.
Okay, okay. Will you please help me with this idea that there is no outside reality, and the outside reality is a reflection of my own belief. Yet I see my hand and I see BASHAR and I see a lot of people are listening.
Yeah.
How do I add up that there is no outside reality?
You are misinterpreting the idea when we say there is no outside. We mean there's no outside to existence. But you can create a reflection within existence of something that appears to be outside of yourself. In the same way that when you look in a mirror, your reflection appears to be over there, but it's not really. It's all the light coming back to your eyes. There's really nothing over there. So the idea is that the outside is simply an illusion that you create for your own purposes, for your own convenience to experience certain things. So don't misunderstand what we mean when we say there's no outside. There is outside as an experience. There's just no outside to existence.
So I'm talking to BASHAR, that does exist.
But you're talking to your version of me. You're creating your version of me in your consciousness, knowing that I exist on a fundamental level. You are willing to match my vibration enough to create your version in order to communicate with me. Just as I am creating my version of you to communicate with you. Your version of me may not exactly be my version of me, and your version of you may not exactly be my version of you, but it's close enough vibrationally that we can actually exchange the idea of information.
All right, right, okay. And on that issue, when do we say this is a belief and when it is actually a fact?
There are only 5 facts. Now, we understand you can say it's a fact that I'm experiencing this, but that doesn't mean the experience isn't created from a belief. Do you understand?
Let me give an example.
Sure.
Okay, there are 40 million people live in California, 30 million cars, and they burn like 20 million gallons of gas every day. So I say it's factually, I, as a person in California responsible for global warming and all these fires that we have. So
it is a fact.
Or this is a belief.
It is a fact that you have created that experience with your beliefs. That's the way you use the term fact. In other words, these things can change. And if they can change, they're not fundamental facts. They're temporary facts that you've created with your belief systems. So when we say fact, we mean things that cannot change, ever, for any reason whatsoever. We're talking about the fundamental structure of existence itself. But the facts that you're experiencing in your reality are simply the product of your belief systems, and they can be changed. Therefore, at most, we would call them temporary facts, rather than something so factual it can never be changed.
Okay, in this version of reality I'm in, would the global warming get rid of the humanity?
If it continues in that way, yes, it can be the destruction of the environment on your planet, as has happened on other planets. So the idea is to shift yourself by following your passion in the formula that we give you, shift yourself to different versions of Earth that are already more reflective of something other than those experiences that you don't prefer. At the same time, the way you do that is by acting physically in the best interests of demonstrating to people how to do things, how to act, how to make choices that are more representative of a different kind of world. So that's what makes it easier for you to shift there, and also give others an opportunity to do so as well, should they choose to do so, by seeing an example in you of the kind of behaviors that would be more representative of the kind of world you prefer.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Does that help?
Definitely. Can I ask one or two more questions? Do I have
Well,
time?
again, that was a question.
Yes. What do we take from this life to afterlife?
You take your experience. You take what it is you wish to apply to your own path, your own growth, and go on to the next adventure, whatever that you choose that to be.
And when we say thank Bashar or thank God, who we are thanking?
Yourselves in a different reflection.
So if I say thank God, that means I'm thanking myself?
Well, you're thanking the idea of the whole concept of existence itself. You are expressing gratitude at being a part of it. So I'm not saying it's completely just yourself as an individual, but you are a part and an expression of all that is. So in a sense, you are being grateful and in appreciation of yourself as yourself, but simultaneously also as the whole of everything that is beyond you as an individual.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You are welcome.
Hello, Bashar. My name is Dante. I am from Pennsylvania, but I live in Guatemala. My question is about last year's transmission, The Shifting Window of Contact, in which you mentioned it is very important to vote. You said that our political situation must change in order for contact to be accessible. You said that it had to relate to leaders who seek absolute power. I believe some people in your community that I see online are misinterpreting that, so I would love if you can share more clarity. Another thing you mentioned is that it is important to mail our votes in, except that was encouraged due to coronavirus, and now we're seeing that the postal service is being defunded, and some of the systems that would sort mail are also being removed. I'm wondering if you can speak to what is the best way for us to make sure our vote is recorded and heard in our shifting circumstances. Any clarity is so super greatly appreciated. Thank you. I love you. Goodbye, Bashar.
Again, whatever way is the path of least resistance for you. If it has to be the idea of mail, and it seems like that's the obvious choice for you in your situation, then by all means understand that that is the path of least resistance for you. If it's actually showing up physically to cast your vote, then that's the path of least resistance for you, if synchronicity makes that obvious to you. But the whole point of encouraging people on your planet and in your country to vote is simply, more importantly, not the political idea so much as it is the idea of taking a physical action that represents your preference of the reality that you prefer to experience. So when we talk about encouraging you to vote, it has less to do with politics and more to do with the actions that would be representative that you would automatically be taking if you already existed on the version of Earth you say you prefer to exist on. Because remember, physical action is the language of physical reality, not words or anything of the like. It's simply taking the action. So even if you take the action, and in one reality your so-called vote doesn't appear to be counted, that's not necessarily the consequence that matters. The consequence is having taken the action to the best of your ability. What happens after that will simply be representative of the reality you prefer in your reality and the reality others prefer in their reality, but their reality won't affect the effect you have created by taking the action from your reality. Because just because you can see things going on in someone else's reality that you don't prefer doesn't mean you're actually in that reality. So we're simply encouraging you to take the actions that would be more representative of the reality that you choose to be in, no matter what you see them choosing to do.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have been studying the tarot system for about 28 years. And
oh, how exciting.
Oh, it is. It's my passion.
All right.
A little while ago, I discovered a deck that allowed me to easily communicate with the deceased.
Yes.
That sparked a passion and an idea. Would it be possible for me to design a set of cards to communicate with extraterrestrials using symbols, numbers, and different images?
Yes, and in fact, such a deck already exists because the channel co-created such a deck a long time ago with another individual. It may or may not be still available to you on your planet. As you say, it might be quote-unquote out of stock or out of print. But that deck that was designed as an extraterrestrial tarot deck is called Contact Cards.
Okay, I'm going to look for that.
All right. Now, if that doesn't fully work or you have no ability to access it, yes, of course, it's possible for you to design your own. Of course it is.
Okay, thank you for that. Will crystal skulls be important tools after passing through the eye of the needle?
Yes.
Okay.
They will be important permission slips as they always have been, but because people on your planet are having more of a growing awareness of them, they can become more predominant in your society as permission slips that can aid and assist you in connecting to different things, not only about your own history, but also about what you typically call your future.
Okay. And can I utilize crystal skulls at this time, at this present time, to communicate or work with races, extraterrestrial races who also utilize crystal skulls?
Yes, although not necessarily many of them will utilize crystal skulls as such, though they may have other versions of those permission slips that aren't necessarily fashioned after skulls.
Okay.
So, yes, you can make similar connections, but again, it's up to you to follow your excitement, because if it excites you, then there's a reason that it does.
Okay. And the quartz skulls, because they have that recording ability, are there also other skulls that can be of value, like charoite or some of the other minerals?
Again, whatever you're attracted to is what will work for you for a variety of reasons, but you have to determine for yourself what you are attracted to. If you're attracted, the attraction itself tells you that at least at this moment you're attracted to it. It is something that can work in alignment with your belief system. Otherwise, you wouldn't be attracted to it.
Okay. I have an unusual question. Were our thoughts that we think generated outside of this reality, and are we limited to these thoughts that we have access to?
The thoughts that you think are generated from within your physical mind, because thoughts are a secondary level expression of the consciousness as it filters itself through the belief systems that make up your physical mind. So the idea is that there is first belief system, then the beliefs reinforce themselves with emotions, thoughts, behaviors, and then reflections of your experience in the idea of physical reality. So thoughts are generated from within physical reality to reinforce beliefs to allow you to continue to experience the idea of physical reality, because physical reality isn't real until you believe that it is.
Okay, so when we're outside of physical reality, are thoughts still there then? Are thoughts
not in the same way? No, it's more about recognition and knowingness rather than the idea of thoughts as you experience them in physical reality. You might, in a non-physical state, now this is going to sound a little paradoxical, you might in a non-physical state still think that you're thinking, but you're not really thinking in the same way you do as a physical being. It just might be that you're so used to it that you still think you're thinking, but in fact what you're actually doing is simply more directly perceiving or knowing. Now, you can observe what you perceive or know, and that might feel like thinking, but it's not exactly the same process.
Okay. Does the concept of mathematics and numerology exist outside of time-space?
Yes, to some degree, although generally speaking, it is a underlying template representation of what you consider to be different levels of reality. So it will be interpreted or experienced very differently on the different levels of reality. For example, we don't experience math in the same way that you do. We experience reality more geometrically than mathematically, even though there are what most people would consider to be mathematics involved in geometry. We experience it in a more holistic way, a more representational, symbolic way than the idea of the mathematical formulas expressed by your mathematicians and scientists.
Oh, thank you for that understanding. I had at one time a labyrinth on my property, which I think is a geometric shape. And
Yes.
I was listening to your spiral lecture on the Shadok, and I was wondering
Shadok.
Shadok, thank you for correcting me. And I was wondering if I could build some geometric structure on my own property that would be useful for what, you know, is there is the
How about this suggestion?
Okay.
When you get excited about something, stop wondering whether or not it's something that might assist you and just take it as far as you can and see what happens.
Okay.
Because every question you have asked just about is, I wonder if, I wonder if. How about just answering it with, why not?
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Bashar.
We thank you. Good day.
Good day.
Hello, Bashar. Hello, viewers. My name is Ian, currently coming to you from my hometown of Port Macquarie, New South Wales, Australia. A few months ago, I lived in the northeast of China, in a city called Changchun in the province of Jilin. And one evening, out for my daily walk, between the hours of 6 and 8 p.m., I was walking by the river, minding my own business, watching people do Tai Chi and dancing. And behind me, I heard one of the crowds give out a collective "Four." I spun around and saw what at the time I thought was a very impressive drone. On reflection, I realized it could have only possibly been one of your people's spacecraft. It looked exactly as depicted in the documentary First Contact and acted exactly as depicted in the documentary First Contact. Triangle shaped lights on each corner, red lights in this case. It rotated and then suddenly it flew away as fast can be. And what gave it away is that it made no sound whatsoever. You could say it was so quiet you could hear the silence. My question is, what did you pick up in terms of energy from the crowd? More positive or more negative? What I sensed from the crowd was one of curious awe. So that is my question. Thank you very much. That is all. Good day.
Well, first you have to understand that wasn't my ship personally. It can be a ship from my civilization or from the Yael civilization, which uses triangular craft. They were observing the energy of the Tai Chi formation to gauge and observe the idea of how it raised the frequencies and vibrations of everyone in the group.
Hey, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So nice to speak to you.
And you as well.
So I'd like to do a little bit of sharing, if that's okay.
Yes, yes.
So a few weeks ago, I got one of my wisdom teeth extracted, and then I got very ill, got taken to the hospital, and then got a surprise diagnosis of having AML leukemia, which is a very dangerous, very rapidly evolving type of blood cancer.
Yes.
And I decided not to go the typical route, which would be chemo. Instead, I decided to go home and do a detox.
All right.
And so I'm 2 weeks in, and so far it's going extremely well. And I just wanted to talk to you about that. if you had anything to add to that.
You understand that we cannot discuss health issues?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so all we can say is that you had the wisdom to create a synchronicity that would reveal to you something that you needed to pay attention to.
Right. Right. And so I'm not necessarily asking for advice at all. I just thought if there's anything else there, because I feel like this is a pretty big life event for me.
It is. And it depends on what you do with it. It depends on what you learn about yourself through this process and this experience, which is why most people create these kinds of experiences for themselves. You can ask yourself the question, what is it focusing me on that otherwise I may not have focused on? That's usually what the important issue is in why this has been created by you as a process or an experience. First and foremost, again, as I said, the synchronicity of the wisdom tooth leading you to this particular awareness. So you can start your synchronistic symbols there, but again, explore the idea. And you will know more about this as you go through the process of what it is getting you to focus on that you might otherwise not have focused on had you not created this. Not that you necessarily need it, but obviously at one point you believed you did, because this is what you felt you needed to bring your attention to something that will be very important for you to pay attention to within your life, about the kind of choices you're making and the kind of changes that you prefer to make in your life. And you have to know this will help you make them more easily if you learn the lessons and pay attention to what it is you are being forced to focus on by having this experience in your life.
Right. And so
that is what we will say.
Yeah, and so I find it so interesting because I actually find this whole situation pretty exciting.
All right. That is a good state of being to stay in so that you can experience the information and the lessons you need to learn in a positive way.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's really come out for me is that one thing that I'm most excited about is that I feel like through this journey, I can also show people that there's alternatives.
Yes.
And not in any way to diss medicine at all. I mean, I think medicine...
No. Again, it's whatever the path of least resistance is for those who have certain belief systems. That's what works.
Right. And so I find this to be a much more joyful, much more effortless path in a way that doesn't contain suffering in the way that chemo does.
All right. Again, if things change for you, go with the flow. Go with the path of least resistance, as synchronicity not only brings you objects, situations, circumstances, opportunities, and symbols to move and guide you forward, but sometimes also, as synchronicity will, prevent you from moving down certain paths, again, as a guiding mechanism that's not necessarily your path of least resistance at this moment.
Right. That makes sense. So we'll just see how it goes, because right now I'm on day 11, I think.
Oh, all right.
So, which is also synchronistic, I guess.
All right. Well, thank you for your willingness to experience your power strongly enough to go through this process and learn what it is you need to learn for your expansion and your growth.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because I felt like when I was in the hospital and the doctors would talk to me, and there was very much a sense of urgency that I needed to start chemo right away, and it was dangerous, and like every day I waited, it was going to be more dangerous.
Yes.
And I never felt scared.
All right.
You know, and I think many people in my situation would be scared of dying or other
Many people might, yes.
And so I felt that the whole time I was able to remain in this place of calmness and realize that is like a valid path to choose, of course, but like it was never my path, and I never felt like I needed to go down that path.
All right. Again, just pay attention to your synchronicities to guide you as to exactly how the path needs to flow.
Right.
As long as you are not ruling anything out, you will be open to receiving from synchronicity the appropriate path for you at any given moment.
Right. And so do you have any comments? Because I hadn't thought about that. It was my wisdom tooth extraction that kind of brought, not that it caused it, but it like brought this whole situation to the surface.
Yes, that's what I already addressed. You were wise enough, wisdom enough to use that as a symbol to move you into the situation and circumstance you needed in order to receive this information.
Right. Right. Okay.
What else does it need to represent?
Mm-hmm.
Is that not a sufficient symbol?
No, it's great. It's great.
All right. Then there's nothing else that needs to be said about it. You don't have to overthink it or overcomplicate it.
Right. Okay. May I ask you some other questions unrelated?
Well, that was a question. So what other questions do you have?
So I was always wondering, with your civilization, your planet is Essassani, right?
Yes.
And so do you ever consider living on more than one planet, or how come you only stay on the one when you have the technology to?
I never said we only stay on the one.
Okay.
That's an assumption on your part.
Okay, that's valid. Yeah. So then that is your home world, but then you also have colonized other worlds.
Yes.
Okay. And so is Essassani the most populous world, or are other ones more populous?
It depends upon the environment. It depends upon the purpose of settling on a particular planet as to what drives the needs of the population there. Our homeworld usually never exceeds somewhere in the neighborhood of about 300 million.
Yeah.
It is an average that in general is maintained on the colony worlds, but there can be more or less, again, depending upon the nature of the planet and the purpose for why we might be there.
Right. And when you meet other civilizations,
yes,
do most of them communicate with you telepathically, or do you also?
A lot of them do, but some of them do not.
Okay. And so then how do you communicate with those other races? Is it like via technology or?
Well, first of all, remember that we usually make contact with planets in the same way we're making contact with yours.
Mm-hmm.
We have a connection to an individual through whom we may channel information, which then automatically comes out in their language, of course, because we're not speaking English right now.
Right.
So the idea is that we communicate that way, but doesn't mean we don't have the capacity to learn someone's language.
Right. Right. And so in your alliance of worlds,
yes,
is everybody there telepathic, or it's the same thing where some races are and some races are not, and they communicate via other means?
Some races are and some races are not.
Okay. And so could you give a couple examples of the races that are not telepathic, how they communicate? Is it verbal? Is it via like?
Some will communicate verbally in their own language as you would understand it. Some communicate by vibration. Some communicate by color shifts and changes. There are even those that communicate through what you might call electromagnetic waves.
Yeah. Yeah. Super interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. And so do you ever colonize planets together with other races, or is it?
We have done so sometimes for various purposes, but it's not necessarily that common.
Yeah. And so if distance isn't really a thing at all, then the planets that you colonize, they can be anywhere in the universe, right? It doesn't matter like which galaxy they're in, because space and time.
Fundamentally, no, it does not matter. But it will be based on certain other parameters that we don't necessarily go into right now.
Right.
But there may be certain reasons for why we may maintain a particular connection to something that isn't necessarily that far away, as you would say, in your sense of distance.
Yeah.
It just depends.
Yeah.
But no, distance in that sense is not really an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, super interesting. Does your Alliance of Worlds have any kind of rules as to colonizing planets and like how many you can colonize or where they are, or is?
Well, guidance perhaps that best serves. But the idea is, of course, there is always the non-interference directive of making sure that we don't interfere with civilizations that already exist in a way that would be detrimental to them. We only colonize worlds, as you use that term, that don't necessarily have habitation on them. So the idea is there are guidelines and so on and so forth, but not anything you would really call a hard and fast rule in the way that humans tend to think of those things.
Right.
Because again, remember, we operate on pure synchronism.
Yeah.
So the idea is that we synchronistically wind up exactly where we need to be, doing exactly what we need to do that serves the best of all concerned.
Right. And so for your race, because you're transitioning to quasi-physical, is there any need?
No, we are quasi-physical. We're
right.
transitioning to non-physical.
Right. Sorry. Apologies.
No apology necessary.
Do you have any need at all to exercise in any way, or like move your body in any certain way, or like mental?
Well, we do move our bodies, but we don't really have a need to exercise in the way that you think of it. No.
Right.
Remember, we also no longer eat and no longer sleep.
Right. Are there any kind of mental trainings that you do, or like any type of training at all?
Well, I went through a training period to learn to become a first contact specialist. So yes, it depends on what you're doing.
Right. Right. That makes sense.
I know. That's why I said it.
Yeah. No, I think that was it, Bashar. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right. We thank you for the interaction. Good day.
Good day. Thank you.
Hello and good day, Bashar. My name is Emmanuel Myers from Chicago, Illinois. And my question is, are there any practices or images or story structures that would bring me closer to the Ishikani frequency? I have much desire to dive further into the frequency that is the Ishikani people and all of the gifts that they have to impart on me. Good day. Love and light, health and wealth in all days and all ways. Peace.
The only thing you have to do, as we have always said, is just follow the steps of the 4-point formula of acting on your passion to the best you can, with no insistence or assumption of the outcome, and stay in a positive state no matter what manifests so you can get a benefit from it. But you must follow these steps as precisely as possible, and also include the understanding of how to investigate your negative beliefs and let them go. And also allow yourself the opportunity to realize that everything works automatically when you follow the formula. And when you relax into the flow of your true self, your flow will take you exactly where you need to go. When you act on your passion, you raise your frequency. When you raise your vibrational frequency of energy, you become a more sensitive receiver and antenna for higher frequency information and energy from other higher level sources. So the way to match the vibration more readily of our civilization as Eshakani is to simply follow the formula as precisely as you can, let go of the beliefs that don't serve you, and recognize the automatic tools that come into play, like synchronicity being the organizing principle of your life, and let them operate in the way they naturally operate without having to worry about whether or not you're off the path. Just let them do what they need to do, and know that you will attract everything you need to live a fulfilled life. And by raising your frequency in that way, you will match whatever vibrational resonance you need to that will be of best service to you and to the rest of your planet, as well as to the cosmos.
Hi.
And to you, good day.
How are you?
Perfect. And you?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. Please proceed.
I'm Gabriela from Canada, and my first question is about the formula.
Yes.
So in the formula, you say to act on the excitement to the best of your ability until you can take it no farther.
Yes.
How does the formula incorporate rational thinking or logic?
Well, you can be rational and logical about what it is you're experiencing. You can understand it from that point of view. But it's not really about taking that too far. It's not about overthinking or overcomplicating the idea. It's more about allowing things to flow in a natural way, knowing that that's how things work. Whatever it is that then does manifest, you can think about in any way, shape, or form you would like to, as long as the thinking process doesn't interfere with the natural flow of what synchronistically needs to come to you to serve you.
Because I was thinking that maybe rational thinking sometimes can be fear-based beliefs.
Of course it can.
Like that.
Of course it can. But that's where you have to be honest within your own self-investigation to be able to tell the difference between excitement and anxiety.
And also there's such things such as religious norms or social norms.
Yes.
So when they interfere with your excitement...
They don't interfere with your excitement. Your belief systems may allow them to interfere, but they themselves don't interfere if you don't necessarily believe that they have anything to do with your true self and your true path. You're the one that allows them to interfere if you have that experience. They can't interfere on their own.
So is it like you can change the beliefs, or like?
Yes, of course. That's the whole idea, is you change your beliefs to be more in alignment with who you prefer to be, as long as you know you are remaining within holistic integrity and not changing your beliefs to something that is out of alignment with who you are, then you are walking the path of least resistance that is true for you. So of course you can change your beliefs, because your beliefs are what create your reality experience. Nothing else does.
Okay, because I was thinking that maybe these are like those norms, maybe they're also sometimes fear-based. If they
Yes, they are. So if you recognize the ones that are fear-based and don't prefer to buy into the ones that are fear-based, you have the choice not to do so.
Mhm. And the same goes like for the attraction. If you're attracted to do something or to someone, and then you have a fear, a belief that blocks you and like says, oh, you're not supposed to, that means that you're encountered on a fear-based belief that you should change or investigate. Is that correct?
Well, again, it's about understanding the reason why you would choose to do anything. You have to be in touch with the belief behind why you choose to do things, so that you can recognize if you're doing things or choosing to do things that are based on either positive or negative beliefs. Again, this is all about knowing yourself more clearly, becoming more transparent to yourself, so you understand the reason why you might choose to do something more clearly. And then you'll be able to tell whether that reason is positive or negative.
Thank you.
Yes.
So my next question is, why do I often feel like I'm wasting my time? Is it a matter of me appreciating more of where I am, or me making choices that leave me compressed or not following my excitement, or is it something?
Well, it could be both and either. You have to, again, be honest within your own self-examination as to what it might be in any given circumstance or situation. The idea, again, of wasting your time, so to speak, yes, can be representative of not appreciating what's happening in the moment, because you think that somehow, for some reason, what's happening can't serve you, when of course it always can, if you stay in the proper state to use it and derive a benefit from it. But always make sure, when you say that something does or doesn't excite you, always check with yourself and make sure that you're not the one with your beliefs dampening the excitement that could be there. Make sure you're not the one with your beliefs that's making anxiety look like excitement instead of realizing it's anxiety. Always check with yourself to make sure you're not the one that is coloring what's going on. But if you finally recognize that certain ideas really are truly representative of your passion and your excitement, then act on them to the best of your ability with no insistence on the outcome, and stay in a positive state no matter what happens. Because even if something manifests that you neutrally don't prefer, you have to know it's got to be there for a reason that can serve you. And if you stay in a positive state, you will derive the benefit from whatever it is that happens. And by doing it that way, then whatever manifested will go away more quickly if it doesn't belong in your life, because you've been willing to accept that there must have been a reason for it to have appeared in the first place.
I also have a question about discomfort.
Yes.
Is discomfort often present when changing beliefs?
It can be, although it doesn't have to be. Again, there may simply be resistance to changing the belief, and the resistance can cause the sensation of discomfort because you're not used to what you're changing to. But you can allow yourself to get used to the idea of change, and when you get more used to the idea that change is okay, you won't be uncomfortable when you change.
Mm-hmm. And so when because I was thinking that maybe when you feel discomfort or feel uncomfortable, it's a flag to not go somewhere.
It can be, but again, this goes back to what we said at first. You have to know yourself well enough and investigate yourself honestly enough to know the difference between why you're choosing or not choosing what it is that the choice is about, so that you know whether or not you're making a choice from anxiety or from excitement. You have to be able to learn to tell the difference.
And it's just by honest...
you will know the difference. I mean, simply put, remove all of the other conditions and things that are attached to this. Do you not fundamentally have the capacity to know the difference between excitement and anxiety within yourself?
I do.
All right, then keep it at that level. And if something comes up that you're uncertain about, ask yourself the question, am I choosing to do or not do this because I'm excited about another way, or this is not my path? You ask yourself these questions, you will have more honest self-examination, and you will know whether you are or are not choosing something from excitement or anxiety. You'll learn that process. You'll feel it out, and you'll get used to being able to tell the difference more clearly. But you have to take that moment to ask yourself these questions. You don't have to rush forward. You don't have to make an immediate decision necessarily all the time. So take the time to find out why you are or are not making a choice, why you are or are not moving forward on something or changing your mind about something. You have the ability to always ask yourself the question, why am I doing what I'm doing?
Thank you. And like, I also have another question.
Yes.
How everything is a reflection of you. For example, a concrete floor or a piece of paper.
Yes. Well, again, you don't have to necessarily always put 100% reflection into everything. Some things are not necessarily a one-to-one reflection. Some things might simply be background reflections to allow you to do what you need to do, but it's not like you have to completely pay attention to those things. It might just be the chessboard that you're playing on, and it's more important for you to focus on the game that is being played rather than the fact that you're playing on a chessboard.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
So my last question is about heart. So,
Yes.
so I've read a book that heart has memory. So
It does.
when we have these experiences, are they like stored in the heart instead of the brain?
It's not that they're stored in the heart or the brain. It's that there is a configuration that happens within the brain and the heart that allows them, when they need to tap into information that you simply translate as a memory. But it's being created in the present.
Mm-hmm. Everything is created in the present.
There is no other time in which to create something.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that's all.
All right. We thank you for the co-creation of the interaction. Our unconditional love to you.
To you too. Bye.
Good day.
Hey Bashar, this is Michael from Tel Aviv, and I'm excited to be asking you another question. I heard you say that story structure is built into our psyche, and the story structure allows us to have such beautiful experiences and very meaningful experiences and real experiences that are very deep and moving. My question is it only built into the psyche, or is it the same or similar on the spirit levels? Thank you, and good day.
It exists on many different levels in a certain way. It's not experienced quite the same way as a crystallized form other than in physical reality. There's more malleability to it, different perspectives that can be added, different elements that come up on different levels of reality than the elements that are part of story structure on Earth. And the story structure can also change from civilization to civilization, even within the physical universe. But the basic underlying idea of story structure exists on many levels as simply the patterns or frequencies of energy that are incorporated into consciousness on that level that are most available or receptive to the delivery and the retention of information and knowledge.
To Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Really excited to be here, excited to talk to you.
As are we.
About the flash matrix that you shared with us before.
Yes, what about it?
First question is that the spirals, should we have the spirals 55 in one direction and 34 in another, like the sunflower pattern? Or
it would be wise to copy from nature, yes.
Yes, great. Second question about the flash matrix. Does the end of each spiral touch the crystal at the center and at the periphery of the hemispheres, or is there a small distance in between them?
Generally, there is a small gap.
Okay, and is there a measurement to that gap that we should be aware of?
It will depend upon the scale of what you are creating, of course. But the idea is it should be in proportion, the same kind of gap as exists between the synapses of your brain.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
But in proportion to the scale.
Okay, yeah, we could figure that out. Thank you. Last question on the flash matrix. Is 2 millimeter acrylic a good insulator for the spirals?
Perhaps it would suggest you go to 3.
3. Okay, because they are interwoven, the spirals.
We understand.
Right. Yes, okay. 3 millimeters. Awesome. Thank you. From your perspective, what would you say the purpose of the government is?
A government or the government?
A government.
Well, again, like in our system, we have those that amplify guidance, amplify synchronicity, allow there to be a kind of a vibrational pattern set up of energy that serves the best of all concerned so that our experience of synchronism can continue along the path of least resistance for all individuals contained within that particular society or system. So it's more of an amplification and guidance system by individuals who are willing to serve in that capacity.
Right. So it sounds like that can be translated in our reality in a very similar way as almost an education system that is sharing with people the nature of reality.
It's certainly closer to the educational idea, yes.
Right. And making sure everyone has, in a sense, what they need,
yes,
at least as basic needs in order to thrive.
Yes.
In that way.
Yes.
Okay, really like that. And I'm not sure if you can comment too much on this, but our Constitution, is there anything that if you scan our Constitution that you would see would be a great either addition or transformation that you would see as beneficial to us?
Well, certainly the idea of not being in a position where you need to explain the obvious.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you have many different changes and addendums and alterations and things that you bring about in your laws, including in your Constitution, because you feel that individuals don't understand with enough clarity the basic ideas that are there to begin with in general. In other words, you have said that certain ideas ought to be self-evident, but apparently to many of the people on your planet, they're not. And therefore you have to augment them all the time with all sorts of other laws and rules to make sure that people understand the original intent. So a educational simplification that expands and contains and covers all such scenarios would be perhaps of clarification and benefit to you. For example, if the idea is that you fundamentally understand that on a basic level, all individuals should be treated equally with equal respect, then why do you need to add that it must happen for this group and that group and this group and that group, should the original idea not extend to all groups?
Right. Because in a sense that could even create more separation and
yes, exactly. Because you feel the need to have to include something that should have already been included in the basic concept to begin with.
Yeah, kind of like a double standard in a sense.
Yes.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have gotten the intuition that there is a crystal skull connected to or underneath the Hill of Tara in Ireland.
You're close.
Okay, because the second one, it was as if these two were in my mind, was Newgrange.
We're not going to give you much information on this except to say that it's important that you follow your instincts.
Okay. Because what my instinct also said is Newgrange is very connected to the Sirius vibration.
No comment necessary from us at this time.
Okay, thank you.
You are in mid-process. We cannot intervene.
Yes, I see that. And I was going to ask you, I've asked and received some myself, but I was going to ask you to share a circuit, a symbol for humanity at this time to come into greater balance.
That which might be called in the ancient times the symbol of the migrations or 4 directions, a circle with an equidistant cross in the center, representing the idea of all the directions, all the races coming together in unity and expanding therefrom.
Got it. Awesome. Well, thank you. Oh, one more thing. I had a dream with you that was very exciting. You came to me and you said, whether it was you or my higher mind, I'm not entirely sure. You said,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And whether it was you or my higher mind, it was saying, there is going to be an invention or something created on your earth very soon that is a type of clothing that will be either renewable or will be more efficient, that will change things very rapidly in unexpected ways in your reality.
Yes, this is a nanotechnological invention.
Okay. And is there a time frame that you see as that being a problem?
No longer than 20 years, but we cannot pinpoint it at this time.
Okay. And what are the effects that may ripple out?
Well, the idea is the versatility of the nanotechnological fabrics that can perform many different kinds of functions in different kinds of environments, and therefore can allow people to become more adaptable to different environments and allow them to thrive in those environments because of the adaptability of the suit that they are wearing.
Right. All right, that's all I got. Thank you so much, Bashar. I appreciate
We thank you for the interaction. Good day to you.
Likewise.
Hello, Bashar. My name is Chad from Toronto, Canada. And my question for today is, I've been feeling myself connecting on a sort of profound spiritual level with the idea and memory of the historical figure Anne Frank. I feel sort of compelled to write about her, to learn more about her life. And I'm curious, I guess, first of all, why I would be connecting with her at this time and having a connection. And second of all, what were her galactic origins? So do we perhaps come from the same soul family, oversoul, or extraterrestrial race? Thank you very much for your question, and goodbye.
All right, but again, you're thinking in old-fashioned terms. You're not from another extraterrestrial race. While you may have created connections energetically to other extraterrestrial races from this lifetime, you might be extensions of the same oversoul. I'm not saying that you necessarily are. But obviously you have made an energetic connection to that particular historical individual who does exist simultaneously with you, because time is an illusion. You're just considering her as existing in the past from your space-time perspective. Nevertheless, one of the primary reasons that we sense you have made that connection is because the symbol that that individual represents in what you consider your history to be is someone who is holding a space for a reality that is very different from the reality that's going on around her, around you. So in a sense, she is acting like the eye of the storm. When everything around her is chaos and seems to be exceedingly negative, she is creating a space, a safe space at the center of the storm, in the eye of the storm, to hold on to the values and understandings and wisdom of the reality that she prefers. And so you're simply connecting to her in that way as a symbol archetypally to also create a space for yourself in the eye of the storm of the chaos that is swirling around all of you at this time of transformation on your planet. She simply seemed like a very good person to connect to because she was so strong in holding that space.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
How are you?
Perfect, and you?
Something like that, I imagine.
Oh, all right.
I have a few questions about what you were speaking about earlier, the blue men.
Yes.
I was kind of, on a technical level, you referred to them taking people away from Earth.
Sometimes, not always.
So it experienced war so that they could experience peace.
On another planet, yes.
Right. And I wasn't clear when you said that, whether you meant that was like a permanent removal or whether they...
For most, it is a permanent removal.
I guess I'm curious whether it's certain energies that came to Earth and were so negatively affected by war that they had to be removed, or is it Earth energies that have been here for so long, mired in that energy, that they need to be, like, why would they be permanently removed as opposed to returned, or like what?
Because it's their choice.
Yes, I'm curious if there's a certain kind of experience that inspires that choice within war, not just war, because not everybody goes, right?
No, it depends upon the chosen destiny of each individual as to whether or not they should leave the planet permanently. And simply the blue men have the ability to tell the difference.
And we on Earth would just think of them as missing in action forever.
You might think of them as missing. You might also think of them as dead, because many of them actually are dead before they're taken and resuscitated. So in other words, their life is over on Earth.
Right.
But they don't necessarily just go into spirit. They have chosen another path where they can actually be resuscitated and live out a physical life on another planet. It's one of the pathways that actually does exist, even though most of you don't understand that.
Yeah. I mean, I love that you say that to me, because something I've been teaching recently that manifested very quickly is I've been teaching dreamscapes workshops.
Yes.
Because there's so much richness in those realms that
yes,
teach us.
Yes.
And so we're talking a lot in these workshops about the landscapes of dreams. And so when you were describing this world, I was thinking it's somewhere maybe that I have been.
You might be visiting different places like this.
Yes, like this. Like healing planets or...
Yes.
So.
You are all aware of these things when you are dreaming. You don't always remember when you wake up.
Yeah. Another dreaming question, because I talked to you about cityscapes and you told me I spent a lot of time in those, and I've
yes.
experienced since the last time we talked in sort of becoming more coherent in those spaces.
Yes.
And I recently had this dream, 2 dream questions about 2 different dreamscapes. The first one is more of a puzzle. I was in a like a portal or a multi-dimensional Victorian house.
Yes.
And all the rooms were chapters of my life that I could, and maybe not even just mine, but like my energy.
Well, that's a very creative way to look at the idea of parallel probabilities.
Right. And there's a guide in this stream who's sitting at a round table on the first floor while I'm walking up and down the stairs, moving boxes, thinking I have to leave. And in the midst of me walking up the stairs, this guide, I have an understanding that this guide is watching over me because I have a power with language and words. We've talked about this.
Yes, yes.
But the power has as it was described to me, a dangerousness. And
well, only if you use it in a negative way. In other words, you have to be responsible for how you use the vibrations, how you communicate.
Yes, interesting. Okay, and then, so that's clear. And then the second dream question about that compact mirror butterfly energy that spun in 360 degrees.
Yes, what about it?
And I said, is that butterfly energy? And you said, no, not quite.
Yes.
And then I said, what? And you said, we'll talk about it now.
And
I was wondering if we could talk more about it now, and you could tell me what beyond butterfly energy that represents.
Well, I already told you how to connect to them more.
Yes, but I mean through that symbol, because mirrors have come up and butterflies have come up. And if there's a combination of that in my dreaming, that's something a little bit further than both, I'd love to know.
It has to do with migration. It has to do with flying farther. It has to do with spreading seeds, spreading information to farther and farther distances. It has to do with carrying information aloft and taking it to places more exotic than where you've been.
Great. So that's why I asked about that dream image, because I didn't make that connection. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bashar, I love you.
Our unconditional love to you as well. Good day.
Hello again, Bashar. My name is Ian, and I am currently coming to you from my hometown of Port Macquarie, New South Wales, Australia. And my question is, how can people get better at remembering in the present the actions of their future selves, so as to avoid any potentially regrettable futures for their present selves? I hope that makes sense. Thank you very much. That is all. Good day.
Well, first and foremost, you're defining the idea that if you're actually in the vibration of your true present self, that could somehow contain the idea you call a regrettable future. You have to separate those things and not combine them together, because the definition of being in your true self and in your passion cannot possibly vibrationally contain the idea of a regrettable future. All you're simply saying is you're holding on to belief systems that you would probably prefer to let go of, that say that somehow by acting on your passion and moving forward in the way that you prefer to, that something would somehow go wrong. That's not a definition of a vibration of your true self. That's a different definitional vibration. So you have to decide whether or not you want to keep connecting that other definition to your passion, or whether you want to realize that it has nothing to do with the vibration of what you can experience in the reality of your passion.
Shivai Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a number of questions to ask you. And we'll start out with the number one about preferences. You speak about preferences a fair amount.
Yes.
And I'm curious about what determines preferences, like interest in arts or science or type of music, the work we choose. Are they the soul's themes we're exploring in life? Are they influenced?
Preferences are what aligns with your passion. It aligns with who you really are, what represents your path, your particular search, your particular investigation as this particular individual in this lifetime.
I see. And are they influenced by our DNA or physiology or life's experiences?
They can be, but they're more influenced by what you believe to be true.
Oh, okay. Fascinating. In terms of themes that we're exploring in life, as you were saying,
yes,
the themes that we're exploring, are they related, or are there general themes that the Oversoul is exploring with us, or how does the connection?
Yes, it's more about the idea in general of transformation from one thing to another. The specifics are usually revealed in whatever the challenges are that come up in your life. That's usually a revelation of the specifics of the theme. Transform this, now transform that.
Gotcha, thank you. I'm curious about the hybrid children. You've talked about this planet being toxic with the air, food, water, and EMFs. How will the hybrid children deal with the environmental pollutants and pathogens? How do they do that?
Well, the idea is that they do have ways of dealing with that to some degree, but by the time they actually come in full force, those things will have been somewhat diminished.
Okay, great. Question I've been wanting to ask you for 13 years now. Yeah. Sexuality is such a powerful driving force on this planet. What is it about that, and why do sexual boundary crossings and violations have such a profound impact on the human psyche?
Well, again, it's about anything being done either for positive reasons in alignment with your true self or negative reasons that are out of alignment. The sexuality itself is one way to allow yourself to align with energies that are physical in nature and allow you to ground yourself in the earth vibration as an expression of nature. And when utilized in very positive ways of integrity and equality, then the ideas can profoundly accelerate and increase the vibration of your resonance. Of course, you know that, again, anything can be used positively or negatively. So when used negatively in terms of controlling issues or self-depreciation issues, or one of the various fear-based belief systems that exist on your planet that you connect to sexuality, then of course your vibration will in some sense lower.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Speaking of the ET neighborhood, several decades ago, a channel brought to me one of the most refined spirits I have ever experienced. And beyond, the purity was beyond anything I thought was possible.
All right.
The name of this being was Esarera. And it struck me how similar that name is to Esasani. Is there any relationship there? Who was this being?
There is. It's a hybrid being that you are connected with that might be representative of a counterpart. You understand that term?
Yes.
All right. So you may be dealing with a counterpart version from the same oversoul that you are an extension of, to give you a reflection for guidance synchronistically that is also connected to my reality.
Whoa. Profoundly struck by that.
All right.
Oof. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Wow, that was really helpful.
All right.
I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, where the lightning storms have started many of the fires here.
How exciting.
It was actually at some level. And I had a felt sense that the lightning was conscious, and then the lightning strikes were somehow intentional. That's not the right word. Is there anything to
I understand exactly what you mean. The idea, again, is to understand that weather is a reflection of the collective emotional body of your entire world. And therefore, there may be archetypal representations that, of course, if you're sensitive enough, you will sense the consciousness in, because it is an expression of the collective consciousness of your planet on an emotional basis.
Ooh, wow. Thank you. That's very enlightening, as it were.
Oh, thank you for the pun.
Infants. I'm curious about infants. You've invited us to ask the question of ourselves, what would I have to believe to be true to have this feeling I'm having?
Yes.
How does that work in infants? Do they actually have thoughts like that? Or
they're not formed that way yet. They haven't all crystallized yet into the belief system structure of the collective. So they kind of come and go and still rely on their connection to their spirit.
Oh, okay.
But they may be absorbing some of those belief systems as they grow.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And given all that, what is the wisdom of all the changes that are happening now with the fires, the storms, the flooding, COVID, the political, social unrest?
Certainly you are being given a reflection of the consequences of the choices that many of you have made, and whether or not you are now willing to take responsibility, meaning the ability to respond, to make changes that are more in the direction that you really prefer. Remember, physical reality is just a mirror.
Right.
So if you don't necessarily prefer what you're seeing in the reflection, it's a good opportunity to get in touch by contrast between what you don't prefer and what you really do, and then to act accordingly. But this is the convergence time. In other words, all the different cycles of what you have created are now converging. That's what this time is all about, so that there is absolutely no mistaking the consequences of the choices that have been being made.
It seems like Yes, it seems like the delay between our decisions and when the consequence happens seems to be, we can't seem to put those two together.
Well, you live in a reality of space-time construction, and therefore there can be what you call a delay. But it's bringing to your attention that the idea of a choice and the consequence are actually getting closer and closer, and not as much are they delayed.
Nice. Okay. I'm curious about how the Earth was populated with animals and the aquatic species and the plants. Was it DNA fragments? Was it delivered to us by other ET species? How did this?
Well, both. There is the idea of panspermia. You understand that?
Yes.
Of genetic material being delivered by asteroids and comets. There is also the idea of certain deliveries by extraterrestrial races of certain genetic material as well. It's one of the ways that nature has of expanding itself and creating evolution, is that some races develop to the point where they simply become mechanisms, not to devalue them, for the idea of the expansion and continuation of evolution of other races and other planets.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Last question. I feel like I have some connection with this third star in Orion's belt. Is there a planet? Do I have some kind of connection with?
Yes, as we have discussed sometimes, the ancient Orion systems form a very strong energetic connection for many people on Earth at this time, because it was an experience in some of the ancient Orion systems millions of years ago of experiencing very, very strong, very deep oppression, repression, some of the things you are beginning to experience more of on your planet. And therefore, this is an opportunity to connect to those ancient Orion energies of negativity and darkness and transform them into light so that you don't necessarily have to experience the Orion path as you experienced before a long time ago on Earth again. The idea of the Earth at this time is that it is kind of a melting pot of different kinds of pathways that different souls have taken, all coming together to now live out certain experiences and attempt to transform them into more positive ones. Earth is a transformer planet.
Oh, beautiful. What an exciting time to be here.
It is.
And is the number 11 associated with that star system?
Not directly, no. More, again, the number of 13.
13, okay, great.
Both the positive and the negative aspects of it that have come into your folklore.
Beautiful. Thank you, Bashar. I am just deeply grateful to have this contact with you.
As we also deeply appreciate the co-creation of such, our unconditional love and support to you.
Hello, Bashar. My name is Kate. I'm from Hong Kong. I want to ask about Hong Kong. This is a very challenging time for us politically. I want to know on a personal level and as a group, what kind of action or belief system that we should take in order to have a positive experience out of this. Thank you.
Well, clearly positive belief systems, positive definitions. But again, it all comes down to the distillation that we have shared with all of you that leaves nothing out. Follow the formula as best as you can, as best as you are able. Examine your belief systems and exchange the negative ones for positive ones, create positive definitions. And remember, it's not so much about what happens as it is about what you do with what happens that makes the difference. So no matter how things look, respond to them in positive ways. I'm not saying you ignore that something might be being created from a negative place, but you don't have to experience negativity just because it was created that way. If you maintain a positive relationship to the experience in your reality, you'll be able to use it to your advantage. So you have to stay in that state and see things from that viewpoint, from a more holistic perspective, and assign more positive definitions and meanings to the things in your reality. Whether they are created or you perceive that they're created negatively in other people's realities makes no difference. If you remain in that positive state, you will get the benefit from whatever happens if you keep that relationship between you and that circumstance in a positive state of being.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
We have some interesting questions from our viewers.
All right, please proceed.
Okay. The first question has to do with government knowledge of what's going on with the ETs. And the people want to know about if the members of our government have knowledge about the imminent arrival of ETs, and are they involved in making preparations for the event?
Some members are, but remember, it is not mostly the individuals you know as members of your government that are aware of these things. As has been said for quite some time, there is an organization that doesn't necessarily operate as your government that is mostly aware of what is going on with extraterrestrial involvement or proximity or contact with members on your planet. So while a few members of your government are aware of what is going on, most of the so-called preparations or avoidance of preparations are being made by the individuals that are involved with the organization that is clandestine.
Are they aware of the hybrid children coming and the preparations or enclaves where they will be placed?
Most of the individuals that are involved in that clandestine organization are aware that eventually hybrids will be among you more and more. They are not necessarily directly involved in the creation of the enclaves. That is more of something that will happen with the general public or being chosen by the Yael and the hybrid children themselves.
Okay. Can you tell us, do we have like a main galactic family, or do we have energies from galactic beings from all over the universe?
Well, not all over, no. You have a relatively close-knit connection of galactic family energy that many of you are connected to, but there is also the idea of a subgroup of that that is more relevant for you to be connected to, as we have said many times. Most of you have connections, of course, to the idea of the hybrids, such as ourselves, to the Sirius civilization, to the Pleiadian civilization, some ancient Orion connections. Arcturus energy is common among you. Now, of course, the idea of the injection of Anunnaki genetics into all of you to create Homo sapien does give you some minor connections to other extraterrestrial and extra-dimensional civilizations, because the Anunnaki themselves were a mix of things. So some of those other outside connections do exist, but they're not necessarily as prevalent as the ones that we have mentioned, since those are more relevant for the idea of the transformations that you are going through, the processes that you are going through now, which require a stronger sense of the connections we have mentioned regarding the subgroup.
Okay. I'm interested to know if Sasani beings have higher density beings helping them to get to the next density.
Yes, of course. Primarily, the connection to the non-physical group consciousness of Sirius acts in a sense as our mentors to help us up the ladder as we are helping you up the ladder.
Also, are there aliens doing things underwater? Do they have bases underwater, like in places like Siberia, or are craft actually going underwater on our planet?
Yes, many craft will go underwater to be able to access some of the underwater, underground, under ocean bases that exist there, because many beings have created some of these underwater, underground bases to make it more difficult for humans to find them, because it is more difficult with your technology to be able to access the bases if they are under the ocean.
Can people actually see them if they're down there, or are they invisible to us?
They are well hidden, although it is not impossible for, again, depending upon what depth you're at and what location you're at, for sometimes humans to be able to discern that there might be something there. Some of your satellites that scan the ocean floor and reveal the topography of the ocean floor have been able to sort of spot some of these underwater bases. But again, remember, they are underwater and underground. So there are very few signs of where these bases are. You would have to understand how to look at the topography of the ocean floor to be able to recognize where a base might actually be located, but they're well hidden.
And do they have a specific function that they're focused
Well, again,
on?
as bases, they have the function of allowing extraterrestrial races to come to the Earth and be on your planet without necessarily being discovered.
Why does the Earth have such a focus on it? Why are we so special? We keep thinking we need to find another planet to live on. How long is our Earth going to last? And why do ETs have such a fascination with our planet?
Well, there's a lot going on the Earth in terms of its diversity, both in terms of nature. There is a lot of water on the Earth that is usable by extraterrestrials as well. It is important for a variety of functions, and many UFOs have been seen over oceans and lakes, siphoning water up for various uses. The idea, of course, is that you're going through a very strong and powerful energetic transformation on your planet. So the idea of what's happening with your individual and collective consciousnesses has quite a lot to do with the interest and focus on your planet at this time. Again, the diversity that exists in nature and in humanity is of great interest to study for many societies among the stars to see what's going on. You have a very highly concentrated focus of energy in this transformation. And many other civilizations can learn from how you resolve your issues, overcome your challenges. So it's a very strong learning experience also, sociologically as a study, psychologically as a study. Many ET races are observing what's going on for a variety of these reasons that can be applied in their own civilizations or other civilizations with whom they may be in contact.
Thank you. Can you give us some information on which ET races altered our DNA over time?
Well, you have, of course, the Anunnaki, which created the idea of the original hybridization of humanity by creating Homo sapien from their own genetics and also from the naturally evolved hominid species that evolved on your planet, Homo erectus and the like. Also, of course, there have been genetic alterations with regard to your interactions with the Greys over time, obviously, toward the idea of creating the evolutionary path for Earth becoming the sixth hybrid race. There have been a few other alterations from time to time, depending upon certain encounters with other kinds of beings, but we can't necessarily go into those at this time.
Can you share anything about the alteration to our DNA and why it seems to be linked to the suffering that humans experience in this reality?
The alteration of the genetic material is not linked to the idea of suffering. It's linked to the idea of enhancing and increasing your ability to be more receptive antennas for higher frequency energies, which allow you to experience more kinds of effects, such as conscious awareness of other dimensions, telepathy, empathy, so on and so forth. The genetic alterations are not linked to the experiences of suffering. The genetic alterations allow you to transform the experiences of suffering into something less challenging, less difficult, less suffering.
Were there not alterations genetically that sort of suppressed certain aspects of our consciousness?
But you're talking about the original Anunnaki idea.
Yes.
And
yes.
in that context, yes, there may have been things that were not necessarily turned on, but many subsequent genetic alterations are allowing for the idea of those genetic markers to become active so that you can become more of your true selves in this transformational period.
How does that connect with the idea of the 12-strand DNA or those ideas?
The most you can actually physically encounter in your body or hold in your body are 3 strands, which is happening for many people in the creation of the 3rd strand. But the idea of 12 strands is simply an indication or an understanding, or perhaps even a misunderstanding, of the idea that you're connecting to higher frequency energies, which, if they could be physicalized, might represent additional strands of DNA, but they will never become physicalized beyond the 3rd strand because your bodies cannot physically handle the physicalization of more than 3 strands of DNA. But you are capable of connecting to the energy that might represent higher level strands, but they will remain non-physical connections.
So on the idea of the original hybridization that was created to create humans, and the idea that there were certain markers, would you say, that were suppressed in that original creation?
Yes.
And how that then relates to what's happening now and going forward. The idea is that the assistance we're receiving now is allowing us to activate more of our awareness of other dimensions.
Yes, more of the markers are being activated,
okay,
which allows for ultimately the creation of the 3rd strand of DNA.
Because isn't the source of the suffering really about the idea of being disconnected from our higher energies and people creating belief systems that are not in alignment with their true selves?
That may be how it started, but again, that's no longer the case.
Okay.
You are no longer limited in that sense.
All right. But that is the healing that's happening now, right? By becoming connected with these other levels of our consciousness, we no longer have to experience ourselves as being a disconnected species.
Correct.
That's
And again,
lost.
remember, it's not that you are actually disconnected, it's that you're becoming more aware of the connections you always had. Just because there may have been a kind of suppression in the physical DNA doesn't mean that you've never had the ability to connect energetically. It's just a matter of the belief systems that were created through the suppression not necessarily making it available to your awareness that you could always have turned those markers on.
I see. Which ETs contacted the Mayans? And can you tell what information did they share with the Mayans?
This is a misunderstanding. It's not that even though there were other ET races that were in contact with the Maya civilization, it's not that there were basically the idea of extraterrestrials contacting the Maya. The Maya are the descendants of extraterrestrials. That particular humanoid species came to Earth, established colonies, built many of the structures that you understand that exist in those regions on your planet. But in that sense, it is the Maya themselves that built those things. It's just that the descendants now, while they have the memory of their connection to those ancient ancestors, those ancient extraterrestrial ancestors that came to Earth, it's simply that some of them chose to remain on Earth when the majority of the Maya left. So the idea is that the Maya that exist today are the actual descendants of an extraterrestrial race. So it's not so much that the extraterrestrials came and visited the Maya and helped them with those structures. The Maya themselves, in their early form, actually built those structures because they are actually extraterrestrials who came to Earth.
And yet, didn't they express themselves as a more primitive civilization in a sense, in terms of the structures they created? And you know, they all have that idea of like the pyramids in Tikal, this pyramidal structure that seemed to be prevalent throughout the planet.
Yes. The ones for the Maya were built by the Maya. It's just that, again, remember, after the majority of the Maya extraterrestrials left, which actually are called the Mayab, the idea of the remnants that stayed, the few that stayed, created the Maya civilization as you know it, but it also devolved because they were no longer experiencing the level of technology that the original Mayab had. And also because of different things that have gone on your planet, certain destructions, certain environmental issues, encounters with individuals that conquered the civilization has allowed them to forget much of their ability that they originally had. But when those structures were originally created, they were created by the Maya when they were at their peak, before they left.
Did those ET civilizations practice human sacrifice or sacrifices and things like that? Or that's all later developments?
That's much later in the devolution.
Okay. Can you shed some light on the intelligent civilizations that are in the Milky Way, in the sense that it seems like there are ET groups that are non-physical, some are semi-physical, some are densely physical like we are. Is in terms of ratios of civilizations in our neighborhood, so to speak, is there any information you can share with us about how that proportionally is laid out?
We have said we are not going to discuss it that way.
Oh, okay. So, but are most of the people that we're interacting with are either semi-physical like yourself or physical? Yes?
No.
No.
There are, as we have already outlined in the monologue, a species that you refer to as the blue men.
Yes.
Which are, in terms of the ones visiting you, energy that can take some physical form, but they are not physical in and of themselves per se, although aspects of their society on their own planets are physical. The ones that are visiting you are the ones that have learned to turn themselves into energy and can take some physical form, but they are not the same as the physical component of their society, which remains on their home world and the colony worlds that they have created.
So in terms of like the Yael are physical.
Yes.
Yes.
But they are of a high
And
vibration.
Serious consciousness is a non-physical.
Higher level serious consciousness is
right.
non-physical, but there are physical serious beings that are amphibious that have physically visited your world in the past.
So when we're interacting with the dolphins, is that in a way like interacting with an ET species that's intelligent and physical and also connected with other levels of physicality or non-physicality?
Yes, but they're not ETs because they're not extraterrestrial, but
Right.
they are, in a sense, an alien life form to you.
I mean, in a sense, aren't they the closest to interacting with a non-human species that is highly intelligent and would be kind of like a ET group?
Yes, this is why we have recommended that many people learn to communicate and interact with dolphins and whales, because it is one of the closest representations you have on your own planet of interacting with an alien society.
That's really exciting.
Practice. It's good practice for interacting with other alien societies that truly are extraterrestrial.
So when dolphins are in the water and they're interacting with humans, and they have a wider range of understanding of what's going on in the water. For example, if someone were in danger and the dolphins decided to surround that person to protect them.
Yes. This has often happened.
Yes. Yeah, I know, because I just recently experienced that. And I just was wondering how they can tell if is it through their sonar that they know what's going on at greater distances than we're able to?
It is through sonar and also telepathic vibrations. Remember that when you're in the water also, if you feel that you're in what you might perceive to be a dangerous situation, you're giving off a frequency that they can pick up and interpret.
Actually quite extraordinary the way that they have such a far reach in terms of knowing what's going on in the water.
Well, remember that water is highly conductive, way more conductive of vibrational energy than air.
Cool. The Sasani civilization seems to be quite balanced and happy. Can you say your culture has always been this way, or did they evolve after a certain point to reach the Sasani way of being?
We evolved, but again, remember, being a hybrid race, artificially created, and given certain advantages that you may not have had, we had a head start. So while we may have experienced certain challenges that have to do with negative energies, so on and so forth, yes, we did ultimately start out a little bit farther along the evolutionary path. Thus, at a certain point when we experienced what we call our Shakana transformation, we linked telepathically in a matter of 3 days, and from that point forward, did not really experience the idea of disease or negativity in that sense in the same way to the same degree, and it allowed us to accelerate our evolution greatly at that point.
Well, lucky for us, huh?
If you say so.
And as far as like ET civilizations pumping, balancing energy into the planet through vortices, is this something just your civilization is doing, or there are others that are also participating in that endeavor?
There are several others participating in that. I am not, again, going to delineate them at this point because, again, we have already begun the phase over time of talking to you about your ET neighbors and who is involved with what and why and how. And so we will lay out those particular members of extraterrestrial civilizations according to the timing of our agenda in revealing your neighbors to you. But yes, there are many that are involved.
So how does that energy impact us when the effect, in a sense, on us as humans here on the planet?
it gives you a greater ability to make shifts in the direction that you prefer when you decide to tap into that energy by being more of yourselves and acting on your passion. It can only impact you if you match the vibrations, and it's easier for you to match those vibrations that are being given to you by following your passion and raising your own frequencies as you become more aware of the other vibrations that are there for you to access.
Okay. Okay, let's switch over to a little bit about the moon.
Yes.
So a lot of people think that the moon has an influence over our levels of intuition, and I guess that the moon has some sort of mystical powers. And then, of course, you've shared with us that we are now receiving the reflection of the orbs that are surrounding your planet through our moon. Is that correct?
Yes,
So
but again, please, before you ask the question, please, everyone, remember the idea that it influences you is an old-fashioned, outdated definition. It is a reflection of what's going on with you to give you the ability to understand how to guide yourselves, how to course correct if you so desire. It doesn't influence you in the sense that it controls you. It gives you an opportunity to be aware of a certain kind of vibrational frequency that could benefit you if you allow yourself to become more aware of the guidance that it's reflecting to you.
Okay, and so like recently we've had it where both the moon and the sun are up at the same time in the sky.
What do you mean recently? That happens quite often.
I know, I guess I just tuned into it. But I was just wondering about that state and energetically how that connects with the mystical nature of the moon.
Well,
and
it's the
elements.
balance point. It's the balance point, and that's why you experience it usually at the idea of the full moon, because that is what you experience as the sun and the moon generally being up at the same time when they're on opposite sides, one setting and one rising. But the full moon shows you the opportunity to be at the balance point in the center of that which represents the physical awareness and that which represents the non-physical awareness.
So when we are connecting with the moon and also receiving that reflective energy from your world,
yes,
what is a good state of being to choose to be able to receive that fully, whatever
excitement
information?
And curiosity, the willingness to explore outer and inner reality simultaneously.
So it's really, and it's not necessarily an idea of thought as much as it is an energetic state that you open yourself up to receive that energy.
Of course, because that energetic state will then produce the thoughts that are necessary for further exploration.
And even if it doesn't provide a specific thought or information, you are physically receiving it through light in a sense.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes, energy. Yes, vibrations, resonance, of course.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I know a lot of people have asked questions like, how do you tune into the Akashic records or past lives and things like that? And I think it's all the same idea, isn't it? That
yes. You perceive whatever you are the vibrational state of. But again, it helps to clarify your understanding about how these things actually work physically, how they're actually structured. Again, it begins with the understanding that everything exists at once. And when everything exists at once, then anything is accessible to you if you're on the correct vibration to access that information, because it's all here and now for you. So again, your passion, your interests, your curiosity, what attracts you is the indication of you turning the dial, in a sense, to what kind of information you will synchronistically receive by being in that state of attractiveness or curiosity to particular ideas and subjects.
And I guess using the moon as a reflection of the energy that's coming from your world also gives us something physicalized to focus on. And then you can pay attention to your state of being and just allow whatever needs to come to you and is relevant for you to be received at that moment.
Yes, we have provided you with another layer, another level of a permission slip that connects to our vibration to allow you to tap into it and make it easier for you by tapping into it to explore other dimensional realities and other layers and levels of consciousness, intelligence, and information that exists within the universe or the multiverse.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you.
It
It's
is our
very
passion and our
exciting.
pleasure.
This is a practical question about manifesting. If a person desires a new car, and is the idea that you become the person who has that wish fulfilled, or is it more the idea that, like, that's more of an old-fashioned way of looking at?
It's an old-fashioned way of looking at it because, again, you have to be careful about whether or not your desire is a true need or it is just an egotistical want. The idea, again, is that if you are following the instruction manual, the formula of acting on your passion to the best you can with no insistence or assumption of the outcome and remain in a positive state, no matter what occurs to get the benefit from it, then what you need will synchronistically come to you in perfect timing if you truly need it. The idea is to let go of some of the wants because you don't always know that what you want is what you truly need at that moment. Sometimes they can coincide, but very often they will not, because you really don't have a clue what the idea of the ideal outcome or manifestation would really be for you at that moment. So you can be open to the idea, to use your example, of the manifestation of a vehicle, of a car, but also have to be open to the idea of letting your higher mind bring you what you actually need and being willing to explore the possibility that you may not actually need that car, even though you may want it. The idea is that when you're on a certain level, the things that are commensurate with that level will come to you if they are what you need to allow you to continue to act on your excitement. So if a car is something that you actually need to be allowed to continue to act on your excitement, then such a thing will happen in some way, shape, or form. Even if it comes down to the idea that someone will always be there to give you a ride if you don't have the car yourself. It's always going to be what's the path of least resistance. So be open to the idea of any form of the manifestation that allows you to do what you need to do. It doesn't always mean that the car has to be actually yours. It can be, if that is the path of least resistance, but don't insist on it because you don't know that that actually is the thing you need at that moment. When you relax these insistences and assumptions about how these manifestations should occur, then they will occur as they need to occur, because the bottom line, as you say, the whole point to it is to simply allow you to continue to flow in the direction most quickly that actually is your path of least resistance.
Yeah, it really does involve changing our relationship to needs versus wants.
Yes.
And that's almost like a maturity thing too.
It
you know,
is.
Because I know when
Because
we're younger,
remember,
we really feel like we have to have this thing, and that's
I know. And remember, everything is already here. You just have to match the vibrational frequency of it to allow it to become visible. But it has to be relevant for you in your life at this particular moment in order for the manifestation to occur. And it is a maturity issue, because if you understand how things work in a more mature way, you will understand that while sometimes your wants and your needs may coincide, the idea to understand is that if you always get what you truly need, you will always feel fulfilled. Whereas sometimes when you get, if you get what you want, you may not necessarily feel fulfilled because your wants and your needs don't always align.
Yes, that is definitely an old story on earth of people chasing success or chasing things that they think will fulfill them, when in actuality, the real determinant of whether something satisfies you is whether it's something you need as opposed to something that you want.
Yes. But the thing of it is you don't even necessarily have to analyze what you need, because the idea is that it automatically comes to you through the organizing principle of synchronicity. It will always bring you exactly at that moment what you need. Even if what it brings you is something you don't prefer, You have to know that it's there for a reason that could serve you. And that's why the fourth point of the formula is so important, because if you simply remain in a positive state, even if something is manifested that you don't prefer, you'll be able to use what you don't prefer in a way that you do prefer. You'll learn the lesson as to why it's there. You will learn the knowledge and information you need at that moment from why it's there. And it will then disappear more quickly because you've been willing to accept it as something that needed to be in your life at that moment, so you could use it in a positive way to gain insight and knowledge into yourself. And that's what will allow you to accelerate forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Also on the idea of the splitting realities and some of the challenges that individuals are facing right now, one idea that has come up over and over again is a very distinct difference in some people's perspective on keeping other people safe during the pandemic through wearing masks and others who don't.
Yeah.
And the individuals that prefer to wear masks and prefer to help keep other people safe they're having reactions to the people who don't hold that perspective. And their curiosity is, why do the people who don't want to wear masks keep showing up in the reality of the people who do want to?
Well, again, first and foremost, you always have to understand the actual reason why someone may choose to do what it is they're doing. Many people who choose not to wear the masks may not necessarily have a positive reason for doing so. Some might, but many do not, because many people are not aware of the belief systems that they're holding on to and don't necessarily realize that they may be making choices from a very self-centered negative position and not necessarily thinking that they're connected to anyone else's experience. But the idea really is that you're still going to see and attract into your life people for a while that may have polar opposite vibrational incompatibility with you, because that's simply the nature of what's going on your planet in terms of the splitting into different realities. But please remember that just because you can see them doesn't mean they can affect you. You are in your own reality, but still capable of looking through a glass wall that separates your reality from their reality. So just because you can see them making choices that you don't prefer doesn't mean they have any effect on you unless you go into the fear that they do. So the idea is to recognize that, again, you will observe alternate realities for quite some time to give you an opportunity to act as a living example, to give them other options and other choices that they could choose. But it's not necessary for them to choose those things just because you want to exist in a reality that prefers something different, because you are in a different reality with your different preference if you understand that there is a glass wall between you through which you can see them and they can see you, but you can't really affect each other unless you succumb to the vibration of their reality, and then you wind up on the other side of the wall in a reality you don't prefer to be in. So for now, you can shift back and forth, and it gives you an opportunity, if you prefer something more positive, to see the negative choices, to use them by comparison and contrast, to make it clearer by comparison and contrast what it is you do prefer, as opposed to the choices that others may be making that are not compatible with your preference. This will continue for a while, but in the years to come, you will see them less and less. They will see you less and less. We cannot determine specifically exactly when you will no longer see them as a group, but you may start to find that certain individuals will no longer be perceived in your reality as you go along. And perhaps no longer than about 20 to 30 of your years from now, you may find that you're existing in a reality that no longer perceives vibrational incompatibility of those individuals at all. But again, it will be different for different individuals, different groups, and for the collective whole as to exactly how that timing works out when you no longer perceive entirely the idea of other parallel realities that are vibrationally incompatible with the one you have chosen to participate in.
So in being able to respect the idea that there is a glass wall between you and another individual that may have a different belief system, yes, and simultaneously, if that person is insisting and thrusting themselves into your reality and, you know, in a sense of endangering your safety, so
but
to
no,
speak.
no, they're not. That's what we're saying. Just because you can see them, just because they keep manifesting and you're able to observe them, doesn't mean they're in your reality.
So if someone's walking by you and they cough and they have no covering on and they're potentially polluting your air, how does that relate to the glass wall, and how should you respond to that so that you're not saying, oh, that glass wall doesn't exist and I'm totally not safe, but at the same time respecting science and physicalness
Well, again,
of this
you have
experience?
just said it yourself. You have to understand that whether or not you succumb to the fear that they're going to affect you means you're on their side of the glass wall. But the idea also is to act as a living example. And sometimes that does sometimes require a communication, a conversation, to help them understand that maybe other ways to look at the situation in a more positive context of interconnectivity with all individuals. Because most of the individuals who have expressed the idea of not wearing the mask on your planet have expressed it as an intrusion into their rights. But the idea is that they're not understanding in the holistic connective sense that it is not really about them. It's about the idea of them carrying it to other individuals who don't necessarily have a say in their choices. So the idea is that when people understand that there are other people who may have belief systems within themselves that make them susceptible to the idea of the virus, it is the idea of them taking care of and looking out for other people in choosing to observe the conditions and the masks and the social distancing, because they are then acting as guardians of others who may not be aware that they may have belief systems that would make them more susceptible. So it's about going from a more self-centered perspective to an idea of a more global perspective of looking out for others. And by those having conversations and enlightening them in that way, they may decide to understand that it's not just about them, but it's about the whole community. And the idea, of course, is that you still have to allow them to choose what they're going to choose if they're going to hold on to belief systems that are more focused on themselves. And in understanding it and doing it that way, then you can understand that just having that conversation doesn't make you susceptible, and there's no need for anger. It's just a matter of education. It's just a matter of enlightenment. It's just a matter of providing a different perspective that gives them the opportunity to choose a different path. But you also have to understand that you can't insist that they do. Because if you are secure in the reality that you have created for yourself, then there is no anger or force necessary in getting them to change their mind, because you understand then that they are in a different reality and cannot really affect you. And those that then are susceptible to them have also chosen realities where they may choose to fear that they are susceptible to them, and you have to let it play out. So the idea is a balance point between the understandings of what is true for your reality, how you act as a living example to give others an opportunity to change into something more positive, but you also have to let it go when they choose not to, because it's none of your business what they do, because you don't know what their life path is and what it is they may need to experience in order to learn the lessons they need to learn.
So in a sense, it's created a heightened sense of recognizing the glass wall and recognizing the degree to which you honestly believe that you are, in a sense, on the other side of the glass wall.
Yes,
and this
the
is
behavior and the behavior that goes with that knowledge. Because if someone approaches someone else in anger or fear, then that's a definition and an expression of the idea that you don't really know that you're on the other side of that glass wall.
And that's a big paradigm shift for us, the idea that you can be seeing things in your reality that are not what you prefer, and yet it's actually a separate reality. Maybe that wasn't an ability we had before, but now
you have that ability now, which is one of the reasons why we're explaining the structure of existence to you, because as we have said many times, understanding the actual structure of how existence works is what will give you the clarity and the ability to be able to operate in the reality you prefer, while still having some degree of observation and interaction with realities that you don't. So now it's time for you to wrap your minds around the idea and understanding of this structure, how things are created, and use it to your advantage instead of succumbing to the fear and therefore giving up the idea of your self-empowerment and where you know you truly stand.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate that new understanding, because it can help a lot in observing the changes that our society is going through.
It can if people allow themselves to understand. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tadeo. Really enjoyed our communication. Hope
It is,
everyone else did too.
as always, our passion and our pleasure and our unconditional love to you all. And now, by all means, allow yourselves in whatever way, shape, or form works for you to become gently relaxed so that you may experience your meditation.
So, now you can become relaxed and let go of the cares of the day so that we may guide you now in a meditation to expand the probabilities of contact by introducing you to another situation in your neighborhood. Now, allow yourselves, with whatever images you produce and whatever music you produce, to simply let go, relax. Deep breathing will accompany this idea, and just open up to sensing the vibrations of the neighborhood. And we will take you in this meditation as you feel yourself letting go and relaxing, letting in those things we will share with you, to a space above your planet, between the orbit of the Earth and the orbit of the Moon, about 100,000, 150,000 miles above the Earth. There is a very large, multi-level, saucer-shaped station that stays there and has been there for quite some time and will continue to be there for quite some time. This very large spaceship, space station, contains many different groups of extraterrestrial beings working together or using it as a way station to help them in their observations and studies of Earth. And so we want to let you know of the existence of this craft that contains many levels and many chambers in which many different ET races coexist, come and go, as a port, as a station, to aid and assist them in their endeavors, while they all keep watch upon Earth, observing whatever they observe with their own agendas, taking that information and sharing it. Sometimes humans have been taken to this station. So what we are suggesting that you do right now in this meditation, as you relax even further, is to allow yourself to imagine that you are being lifted off the Earth in any way, shape, or form you prefer to, either with just your body on a beam of light or in a spacecraft, doesn't matter, and allow yourself to rise above the Earth until the Earth appears to be about the size of a soccer ball. And then see before you this giant circular silver saucer with its multi-levels gleaming in the sunlight, hanging, floating in space. And allow yourself to see that you are entering one of the chambers, arrival chambers, and disembarking into this station. And imagine yourselves walking through the different sections, through the different levels, going up, going down, on different tubular access vehicles that you would call elevator tubes, but with no particular enclosure, just rising or going down through these transparent tubes to the different levels, or walking around on the different decks in the different chambers, some of which may include spaces in which to eat, spaces in which to sleep for those that require those things, some of which are scientific laboratories, educational facilities, control centers, which allow you a view of Earth, monitors that may contain views of other planets to which many of these beings belong, And it doesn't matter at this point whether you are accurate in your depiction of the many beings that are walking around on the deck near you, passing by you, going about their business. Imagine whatever forms of aliens you wish, both humanoid and not. It doesn't matter right now. This will become more specific at a later time. But right now, we are simply encouraging you in this meditation to focus on the idea of how it feels to be on such a craft, on such a station that exists above your Earth, with all of these different beings going about their business, some of them acknowledging you, some of them simply passing by, allowing you to feel, to know that this is going on in your neighborhood, that this way station exists in your neighborhood for a variety of purposes, and that it will still continue to exist in this place as you yourselves begin to develop more ability, more awareness, and more efficacy at creating your own spacecraft that use universal powers and universal laws, so that one day in your own craft you may dock with this station and come aboard as a species and partake of the various races and interact with the various beings that also utilize this United Nations or United Planets craft, if you wish to look at it that way, where different beings are welcome to go about their business and interact, so that you simply know that these beings are in your neighborhood. Allow yourself the opportunity now to just explore, pick up on whatever you're going to pick up on, see whatever it is your imagination allows you to see, learn whatever it is your imagination allows you to learn about what is going on in the various endeavors that these beings may be undertaking. Just explore. Just feel the energy of exploration, of observation, of study, of learning, of knowledge, of wisdom, and expand that to the cosmos. For in this craft is a vast library of information and knowledge of the cosmos. Not only your neighborhood, but well beyond into other neighborhoods, and even into other star systems and other galaxies. Allow yourself to know that this exists. The greatest library in your neighborhood is 100,000 miles above your planet, and you can access this anytime you wish in your imagination. Let synchronicity and higher mind be your guides on this journey. And anytime you think of this and extend your consciousness to this station, to this meeting point, to this melting pot, to this beautiful silver shining craft with its multiple layers and multiple chambers, with all of these beings going about their business of learning and expanding themselves and their knowledge of existence by observing all of you as well. Allow yourself to participate and become part of this unity. Allow yourself to feel that you can belong to this alliance. Allow yourself to simply feel the expansion of knowledge and awareness that is going on, that is contained in this craft. Immerse yourself in it. Revel in it. Wallow in it. And absorb it in whatever way, shape, or form is comfortable for you. And feel not only the individualness, the diversity, the incredible diversity of all of the beautiful differences of all the individuals and representatives of their own races and planets and stars and galaxies, but also the unity and the harmony within this craft, and the beauty of the orchestration of synchronicity that exists within its walls, floating beautifully in space. Allow yourself now to simply return to Earth, knowing that this is there for you anytime you wish to visit it in your imagination or out of body, in your astral form. It is there for you to participate in, to feel that you belong to, and to enjoy, because it is part of your neighborhood. and will be here for you for many, many years to come. Allow yourself now to simply relax back into your environment of Earth, and now be able to see more clearly both perspectives of not only living on the surface of your world, but also seeing your world from that vantage point of that station, through the eyes of all of those races as they gaze upon you, as they observe you, as they learn from you, and expand their knowledge of the cosmos through you. See yourself in both places simultaneously, because you are. For many of you may have counterparts on that station, observing their counterparts on the surface of the Earth. Feel the lines of connection and energy that anchor them to the Earth and you to them. And allow yourself to walk upon the Earth in your path with renewed understanding and feelings of connection that you belong to a vast neighborhood of many different kinds of diverse individuals who are all sharing similar purposes of expanding their awareness and their knowledge, and that you can participate in this expansion as well. Breathe it in and crystallize this relationship with you and them, and allow yourself to participate and feel the participation more and more every day from two different vantage points as you become more aware of more of yourself. Allow yourself to breathe gently and easily now. And in both locations, we extend to you our unconditional love and our welcome to your home. Welcome home. Welcome to the neighborhood. Welcome to the awareness of what is going on more and more around you that may have been heretofore invisible, but is becoming more visible every day. And we will help, along with others, guide you into more recognition and more awareness of the different beings and the different races that are interacting in your neighborhood with you, so that you can feel more connected to the galactic family to which you actually belong, and more aware and capable of expanding yourself to see from those more lofty perspectives, as well as from the Earth, and as well as feeling and experiencing yourself as an extension of nature, not only of the Earth, but of many different worlds and of the cosmos itself. Welcome home, welcome home, welcome home. Our unconditional love and support to you all, and we bid you an exciting day of exploration, self-discovery, and play, and remind you all once again that the first step toward true enlightenment is to always lighten up on yourselves. Don't judge yourselves negatively. You don't deserve it. Don't take things too seriously. Relax and go with the flow, because your flow knows exactly where you need to go. Good day.